to Dynasty Theory, your source for everything Dynasty Fantasy Football. With your hosts, John Bauer.
Looking to sell everybody price dependent.
Dan Lamagna.
Too much dysfunction in Cleveland.
And Mitch Sorensen.
Well, it's hard to compete with excellence.
Welcome to the live draft episode of Dynasty Theory. I'm your host, John Bauer. You can find me on Twitter at The Bauer Club. We have Mitch Sorensen, that's at DynoMC. And then Dan Lamagna is just a little bit frozen over there, and that's at FF Coach Dan on Twitter. Hopefully he's able to figure things out on his end. He's down in the man cave tonight. Mitch, what's going on?
What's going on? How you doing, man?
I'm living the dream. I'm still recovering from last night, though. We had the show with Woody Page, which was absolutely fantastic. And then the three of us, we jumped on as a guest spot. And, I had a few beverages. I'm not going to lie, but I was amped. I was jacked. I was excited for the NFL draft.
Yeah, it turned out to be a really good show. We went on the Fusion Fantasy podcast, right? Fusion Fantasy Football 1 to 2. But we went on it, and it's supposed to come out next week, and that'll be a really good show for everyone to check out. And Dan, I think he's just getting so excited for Dallas to not select Justin Jefferson that he was just like,
really
nope,
sure what he's doing.
I'm out.
He even went and he said he got the extra hotspots, or, he ordered something from Best Buy. I don't know what it was, but we have a great show lined up tonight. We're going to be running through the entire first round. At 8 o'clock, we're going to be joined by the guys from NFL Rough Draft. It's Mike Luchene and Ray Mencio. 9 o'clock, we're going to be joined by Frank Scandurro. 9:30, Dave Wright. 10 o'clock, Scott Connor. 10:30 through the end of the night, the man, the myth, the legend, our friend Ray Garvin.
It's going to be awesome. All those guys bring a unique perspective that, that we don't bring to the table. The Rough Draft guys are really huge into the NFL draft, and they understand the prospects far more than me and you will ever know them. Even though, we've dove into them the last 3 months, these guys know everything about them.
And the perspective that they bring to the table, like you said, they look at it from an NFL viewpoint. And when I had Mike Luchene on the show last year, he really talked about players from that standpoint. So there's wide receivers that we really might like, but the NFL sees it differently. And we always point to Hakeem Butler and Kelvin Harmon, and they slip to the fourth and later. It really is going to have an impact here. And I can't wait to see, we're going to see some guys slip just like we do every year. And we're going to see guys shoot up the draft board. Mecole Hardman, Deontay Johnson. Nobody was talking about those two guys last year. So it is going to be very interesting. I can't figure out how to do closed caption on my TV, and I'm very upset.
Good thing I'm streaming it. I think I just have to hit the CC button and I'll be fine.
Yeah, I have my little universal remote here, and I have no idea. I see Bill's in the chat. What is up, Bill?
What's up, man?
Hopefully he remembers that he is coming on Monday as a guest.
It was a Monday. I was wondering if it was Monday or Tuesday.
Yeah.
Cool.
He probably forgot, though.
Yeah.
He seems forgetful. Right, Bill?
You brought up how the Rough Draft guys paid more attention to the NFL side of things. And that's one thing I've tried to do throughout this process this year is previously I used to look at Dynasty Twitter a lot. And that's where I would get my rankings and the guys to watch for in the draft.
Wait, real quick, Mitch.
You're good.
Is it one of your son's birthdays on Monday?
Oh, yeah, it is. Yeah.
Thanks, Bill. You reminded Mitch.
Yeah, it's Tuesday. I told you I thought it was Tuesday. We're celebrating it all this weekend, though, so he'll be all right. He'll be playing Fortnite anyways. He won't care.
So Bill knows better than we do.
Yep.
We're going to be going live next Tuesday, 9 o'clock Eastern Standard Time. We'll be running through YouTube, and then, as always, we'll throw the show up on iTunes, Stitcher, Spotify, Podbean, anywhere you listen to podcasts. But again, Mitch, I always interrupt you. So
you're good.
What are you saying?
No, I was just saying this year I'm paying a little bit more attention to what Daniel Jeremiah, Mel Kiper, and what those kind of guys are saying, because especially this year where teams aren't getting the meetings that they're having with the players, there's going to be a lot of word of mouth going on. And I think those guys are going to be a lot more plugged into who's going to end up going in the first and second round, whether they match the teams up. I think they'll know a little bit better where the players' values are going in.
And what do you think, Booger McFarland? I see the NFL draft countdown up on ESPN. He has to come with just a wealth of knowledge to the draft here.
At least some good wordage or something. I'm not entirely sure what he brings, but He's been kicked off the Monday Night Podcast now, right? Is that official yet, or is that not official?
What Monday Night Podcast?
Oh, sorry, the football show, ESPN.
Like Monday Night Football?
Yeah.
The football show.
It's just called Monday Night Football. What do you want to call it?
Every Monday during the season, you can watch a game. It's called the football show.
Yeah.
How many drinks have you had already?
I've had like half of one. But it's Utah beer, so it's that 3.2% stuff, so it really gets you going.
You can't buy anything stronger than that? Or
not unless you go to the liquor store. No, Utah actually has like a lower alcohol content in their beer. It actually went up. It used to be 3.2. Now it's like 3.8. But yeah, our beer is different than beer that you can get in Idaho, even though it says like Coors on the label.
Yeah. Man, that's like the, what is it? O'Doul's, right?
Yep, pretty much. Yeah. That's why it got popular.
Here, 1 second. I'm tweeting out the link here for the show here. While I do this, we've talked about it. Obviously, it's such a unique format this year. How do you think this has any effect? You know, we talk about the technical difficulties that people might run into. They did the mock draft earlier this week, and it almost feels like a fantasy football feel. You're doing a mock draft for it. You're doing it. You know, they should have just run it on My Fantasy League.
Yeah, one thing I was going to send out a tweet about it, but I didn't know how to word it properly. I'll probably bring it up later too. Is I actually think we're going to see a lot of NBA style trades this year, to where, say, the Lions are on the clock, the Dolphins want to trade with them, so the Lions end up selecting Tua, and that gives who the Dolphins want, and that gives them an extra 5 to 10 minutes to get everything processed and get it worked out. Because that's what happens in the NBA. Like
that's
Denver,
a good point. That's a really good point.
Denver would draft Donovan Mitchell, and then even before he goes up to talk on the microphones, everyone's like, well, he's going to end up getting traded to Utah for, you know, whichever pick. And I think we're going to see a lot more of that this year. I really wanted to send a tweet about it. I just had no idea how to actually word it to where it made any sense at all.
I mean, the way you phrased it, I think that was fine. And actually, I'm laughing because across the bottom of the screen, I made a little banner and I was playing around with it. And you can see I accidentally left
good
Joe Burrow at number 1 here.
That's
so funny. You'll see it. I have to change that.
It'll be Burrow. Well, that was announced, yesterday that they told him about it.
I don't want to be presumptuous, though. You know, what have your sources told you?
Well, my sources, you know, I've really looked into them this week. I've hit them up a lot of sources, and
I could comment like the NFL can figure out MFL in a few weeks.
Mm-hmm.
No,
not going to happen. But it's funny, like you look at all of these GMs, like, you know, they're having pictures of their houses, of like their war rooms, I guess. And they have like 6 monitors everywhere, but these are the same guys that can't hook up to the internet by themselves. So, you know, they're not going to be able to use those 6 monitors in the first place.
Sorry, I'm actually getting feedback from our episode. Listen to the new sods. It's Anthony. You know, from our listener league. Big time interview with Woody. Those stories were great. I've never heard that stuff from him before. Congrats. Thanks, Anthony. I appreciate that. And I feel
you guys killed it on that show.
Speaking of Anthony, he's getting married in September, I think. And as of now, who knows what's going to happen? Hopefully everything's fine by then. But yeah, that show with Woody, I could not stop laughing, and Dan said it, but I was giddy. You know, we've had some really fantastic guests, but Woody, he brought this different feel. And I actually, you know how he has the chalkboard typically. I have a chalkboard sitting here on the ground, and I was going to put, I have a Woody for Woody, but I was like, that might be a little inappropriate.
A little awkward, slightly awkward. He might have enjoyed
it. He wasn't going to see it anyway.
You should put it up anyways, just for the football show, and just keep adding stuff on there.
So I did actually here. So I did this last, 9 days ago, but the chalk I have, you can barely see it.
You can't see it. Yeah.
So it says 9 days until the draft, but you can't really see. It's sidewalk chalk that we got for my son for Easter. So.
Oh, nice. Yeah, I'm sure he's done a lot of use with that.
Hey, he's very advanced.
Nice. Good for him.
He just turned 8 months yesterday, and we're already putting him through some combine drills. His 3-cone, like it's pretty good. It's up there with DK Metcalf.
I'm sure it is.
All right, so
at least the 3-cone.
Yeah, right. He's just kind of crawling around real quick. What are you, from a fantasy perspective? What are you looking forward to the most, happening in the first round here?
In the first round, the quarterback landing spots, because I think we still have 3 teams to where we're not really sure. We've heard that the Chargers really like Tyrod Taylor. I'm sure they like him, but I don't think they're actually going to go through a whole season with him. So if they end up getting Herbert or Tua, whoever ends up there, and Patriots, are they going to go with Stidham? It looks like it, because cap space wise, how are they going to sign anybody else? But I can't see him going into the season with Stidham. And then we still have Miami, who we hear now that they might just want to tackle in the first round and not get a quarterback if they can't get Burrow. So are they going to go through the whole season with Ryan Fitzpatrick? Which I think would be fun. I mean, it would be just like Jameis Winston last year. It'd be great for fantasy football purposes.
If they go around Fitzpatrick, though, I don't think it would be a terrible season. I
completely agree. I actually like him a lot as a quarterback.
But what happens, though, if they do go that route and then they actually, let's say they finish 8-8, and now they're not in a prime spot to get one of the top quarterbacks in 2021. Yeah, you had a decent 2020, but you probably set your franchise back a little bit more than you should have.
Yeah, you go into tank mode, and then you don't get Tua, you don't get Burrow, and then you don't get, Trevor Lawrence, and you don't get the kid out of Oklahoma. I can't remember his name right now.
It's gonna be interesting. I just finally we have something to really talk about, because up until this point, especially like the last 2 months, we've just been bullshitting, and hopefully anything we say makes sense. But
yeah, it'll be good to actually
speculation.
Put some names to things, because look at the running back situation right now in the NFL. We have 6-7 players that we feel comfortable about, but 5 of those guys need new deals this upcoming season, or they're going to sit out. And so we really feel good about CMC, Barkley, and maybe Miles Sanders as guys that we kind of know what their role is going into the 2020 season. But after that, there isn't a guy that I love Dalvin Cook, but who knows if Dalvin Cook, Ohio State, Fields. Thank you, Bill. Thank you. I couldn't think of who it was.
Oh, I was like, what are you talking about?
Yeah.
So real quick, we talked about Tyrod Taylor. How much does his stock rise? Because right now he's virtually worthless in super flex leagues. And in a recent article that I wrote, I said I had him as a sell prior to the NFL draft. Let's say the Chargers don't go with a quarterback. His value skyrockets, even though it's still just a 1-year deal here. But relatively speaking, it's going to rise significantly. And I think where people got him, it's then going to be a steal.
Yeah, we had a startup draft and Drew Brees went in the 3rd round. And the Saints have even said that this is Brees' last year, but people are still willing to take him in the 3rd round. So that's going to bump Taylor from the 18th that he's going in now up to the 10th or 11th, which you could still get 1st-round picks at that point.
Dan just sent us a message. No mobile hotspot on my work phone, with a little emoji where it looks like he's swearing. I may be going back to my office. So,
all right.
Hopefully he jumps on here shortly. He's going to be very upset because he had that fantastic setup. He made me tweet it out from the pod account, and people are going to be expecting that. And then they see an office, they're going to jump ship.
It was a green screen.
We have a question here from Eric. What would you get for Tyrod still late first? Yeah, I think that might be the ceiling, and I would be comfortable. But the thing is, I don't know. It might be wise to hold until the season or mid-season. If they go that route and they don't bring a rookie in, it's Tyrod's job for 2020. So maybe that's a situation where you look to move him, and maybe you could get a 2021 first. But it's going to be very difficult, and it's almost like Ryan Tannehill last year. I'll compare it to that, where even though he was doing really well, his value, if you were looking to trade him, it really didn't catch up to his production. I'm not saying Tyrod Taylor is going to do what Ryan Tannehill did last year, but I think we could compare it, and it could be somewhat similar in terms of his overall value in super flex leagues. But that's a good question. I mean, it's not going to skyrocket. Absolutely.
Yeah, no. If you could get a late first for it, I just think you do it, because Tyrod Taylor isn't a great fantasy quarterback. He was good for daily fantasy, and I think that's where everyone kind of knows him from, because each week he'd be 5,200 on DraftKings, and he would be able to get you the minimum amount of points that you need. But he never had a big fantasy season. And so if he is a starting quarterback on your team isn't going to be good anyway. So if I could get a late first or even the 203 or 204 for him, I would sell him in a heartbeat for that.
I've tried to get a mid-second now, And it's really difficult because it's tough to acquire draft picks right now. And then Mitch, we've done a ton of startups throughout the offseason and had rookies included. And everybody thinks that the rookies they have on the roster are just going to land in the ideal landing spot and their value is going to go up and it's really going to skyrocket. That's not the case. Every one of these rookies is not going to have a great landing spot. What's that word? Gazumped? I've never heard that before. So another question from Eric: with Jameis and Cam still out there, wouldn't you maybe be afraid he'd be gazumped? I don't know if that's a real word. I feel like that's made up, but
you would know a lot more than I would. You correct me all the time on the words I try to use.
Well, that's because you use then and than in the wrong situations. And I just love busting your chops. But no, I think if they stick with Tyrod, I don't think they bring in Jameis or Cam.
No, I think Tyrod is set until they either bring in a rookie this year or next year. I just don't see him because Anthony Lynn goes back to Buffalo with him. So, Tyrod has been his guy for a while now. So I'm completely okay with him moving forward. Cam and Jameis, I would worry about maybe Cam going to Miami, maybe. But I honestly think Jameis is going to be Ryan Tannehill this year, and he's just going to get a backup spot, and he's going to hope to play. But I don't think there's any way he can get a starting job after this. Because the Patriots aren't going to do it.
I have him on so many rosters.
Me too.
And we were really high on him last offseason. He had a great 2019 from a fantasy perspective, but I really thought he was going to sign somewhere, and it just doesn't look like, especially with a starting position. Mitch, for dynasty purposes with your existing rosters, selfishly, what are you looking to avoid in the first round here tonight?
If the Jaguars draft a quarterback, I am going to quit Dynasty altogether. I will give someone all of my teams for free. They're paid for. But if they go out and if they draft like Justin Herbert and replace Gardner Minshew with that, I don't even know what to do with myself. I'll just be done. And yeah, my life will be incomplete and I'll just stop watching football altogether.
Can we quote you on that you will quit fantasy football if the Jaguars take a quarterback in the first round?
No. I would love to say yes. I would love to say yes for the hot take, but I would keep playing. But I don't understand. But you see it every day. There's another report on, they're going to tank for Lawrence next year. Or, hey, they're really high on Herbert now. Or they really like Jordan Love. It's every day there's something. But I honestly think a lot of it's just like, look, the Jags might suck next year. So that's the team we're going to say tanks for Lawrence or tanks for Fields.
It's a different story every day, and how much of it is a smokescreen, how much is actual, factual information. For me, I don't want to see the Seahawks take a running back.
No, yeah.
My man Chris Carson, I've been loyal up to this point, and I've accumulated several shares throughout my dynasty portfolio, and luckily I didn't spend a ton to acquire him, especially in startups last offseason. But if they bring in a running back, you have to believe, and I think he's on the last year of his deal too, right?
Yeah, he is. Yep.
So it's going to be very alarming and concerning for 2020 if they bring in a Jonathan Taylor or DeAndre Swift or whoever. But then in 2021, what happens? Where does he go? Because that class is just as strong, if not stronger, and Chris Carson might not really find anything. We have another question here. Well, maybe a statement. CeeDee Lamb going to the fantasy succubus. Okay, I was like, is this like a gazumped succubus? Would be the biggest nightmare scenario for me.
So, who is the fantasy succubus? I would guess it would be a Josh Allen wide receiver.
Would it be Baltimore, maybe? Buffalo?
I can see Baltimore too. Yeah, I have no idea. Patriots can't have a good wide receiver that's not in the slot. So
yeah, I'm interested to see who Eric is referring to here. I'm looking at the teams here. Cowboys, no. Dolphins, Raiders. We're too late now, so let's look at the top. He's not going to go top 5. Chargers, Panthers.
Yeah, I have no idea.
Panthers maybe? Because there have been talks about the Panthers maybe looking to get a wide receiver.
See, it's such a smokescreen, though. There's no way they're going to go and have... Adam Gase? No! See, I actually love it if he would go with the Jets for the sole fact Jamison Crowder still gets the slot work, and all of my shares of Crowder are still going to be okay because everyone's going to want to pay attention to CeeDee Lamb.
And I just think there are targets available because Jamison Crowder is not going to scoop up at, significantly more than he had last year. Yeah. And I think Le'Veon Bell sees a bump, but I like to think that offense might be more efficient and effective. We see more first downs, longer extended drives. I hate Adam Gase, but I kind of like the Jets this year. And I like Sam Darnold a lot. So I actually wouldn't mind CeeDee Lamb going to the Jets, but it's more for Sam Darnold as opposed to it benefiting CeeDee Lamb. Because especially in leagues that we did the startups, the rookies were included. Mm-hmm. I don't have CeeDee Lamb on one roster. He's just always,
I got him in one
going
league.
Too high for me.
Yeah, I got him in one league just because I wanted to have a share of him. But another point with Adam Gase, he is the coach that will be fired first this year. If the Jets go south, Gase will be the first coach fired. There's not another one that's on the hot seat even more than him.
Mike McCarthy is going to be fired after 3 games, watch. And then Dan's going to lose it.
Yeah. That could happen. Bill O'Brien fires himself. Yeah, I'm not sure how that would work. But so if Adam Gase goes in and they just tank for the first 8 games, he's going to be fired anyways. And then we all of a sudden will look at the Jets. And if they do have CeeDee Lamb, we'll be like, wait, they have Darnold, Bell, Lamb, Crowder. They actually have a really good one. So then we'll be high on them going into 2021. So I'm okay with CeeDee Lamb, especially if it hurts his value. If people are thinking that like, oh no, he's going to the Jets, he's not going to perform that well. I'd love him even more at that point.
They have to throw to somebody. And I really think a player like CeeDee Lamb is going to stand out in that offense. Brashad Perriman, he flashed whenever he was the only receiver in Tampa Bay. We love Jamison Crowder, but again, he had 120 targets last year.
Yep.
How many more is he going to get? And he was getting peppered with targets last year.
Yeah, so, not a lot. He'll get like 100 receptions.
It was like a riddle though. It was like a riddle here by Eric. We're like, who could it be? And of course, we skipped the Jets, but yeah, I could see if you have a lot of CeeDee Lamb and you're high on him, how the perception might be because of Gase. You're going to drop him a little bit. But we've seen situations change so quickly in the game today. And whether it's a head coach, a quarterback, a running back, teams are much more willing to pull the plug than they might have been in years past. So hopefully Adam Gase is one of those guys. 38 minutes, guys. 38 minutes until the draft.
Close. But the problem is it's going to be 38 minutes. And then they're going to take another 8 minutes. And then the Bengals will be on the clock.
Don't kill, but you're a buzzkill. Just let
it's going to happen. And then we already know and then it'll be like, I'm going to say 6:20 because that's what the real time is. At about 6:20, that's when they'll finally be like, hey, Burrow gets taken. Now the Redskins are on the clock. That's the bad thing is like the first 2 picks, we already know what's going to happen. So we won't get like the number 3 pick until 8:30-ish. And that's when the draft will really start picking up, I think.
I was joking. I said, it's like we talk about fantasy drafts and there's always somebody in the chat. Hey guys, I'm really busy. I'm gonna step out real quick, but send offers if you want this pick, and I'll check back later. Are we gonna see that? Because they're gonna be lenient with the clock.
They have to be lenient. Yeah, I mean, there's gonna be so many times to where they're just not gonna be able to connect. I mean, if you watch anything that's going online right now, everyone's having hiccups because everyone's online. I wouldn't doubt for a second that this stream ends up having issues come 8:30 or 9 because all the bandwidth just ends up getting used, and it's not us, it's everyone around us doing the exact same thing.
Could they not though? Could they not just have Roger Goodell sitting there in his basement and text him the pick?
I'm sure that's what they probably have is like the last resort thing is like they have some text number that they just text into.
Yeah, like I just text the pick and you don't have to worry about the bandwidth. So like I know they want people announcing. So is it going to be it's the GMs making the announcement then?
I don't know what they're doing, but did you hear there's like music shows going on as well?
No, I didn't hear that.
Yeah, they have some like musical artists that are also going to be performing on this, which I think is
it
like,
Shakira?
No, it's like Kelly Clarkson.
And Shakira.
Yeah. It's going to be weird. I mean, I'm assuming it's going to be a complete crap show. And then if it ends up not being, then I'll be happy.
It's funny. You look at people and I saw some polls on Twitter. It was like, do you want this draft to go smoothly or do you want it to be a disaster? And a lot of people said disaster. I don't know. I like you. I like you a lot, Mitch. You're a good friend, but I don't want to be on here until 3 a.m. tonight, finishing up this first round.
It's only 1 o'clock real time. I'm okay with it.
Get out of here with the mountain time.
Real time.
I did see a Twitter poll, actually. Somebody posted it, and it was, the 4 time zones, and it was like, where are you located? And Mountain Time, it came up big, but I think the person that posted it was in that time zone, so I think it skewed the data a little bit.
Yeah. Couple extra followers there.
Yeah. Oh man, what's Goodell talking about here?
Uh-oh.
Wingo just asked him how his bandwidth is. We'll see how that is. I'm sure. This is why I need the closed captioning so I can see all the interesting things that Goodell's talking about.
So one of the big props right now, Tua, 5 at draft pick average 5.5. See going before or after?
It's gonna be after.
Really?
Here, I'm gonna mute real quick, so you have to entertain the masses.
All right, I can entertain the masses because John's wrong. And there's been a big smoke screen going on, I think, this whole time. The Dolphins are going to trade up to 3, and they're going to take Tua. It just makes so much sense. They have Fitzpatrick to play the first 10, 12 games or however long they want him to. Tua doesn't need to start this year for the Dolphins. And so if the Dolphins need to give, like, say, the 5th and the 18th or the 5th and the 26th, I think it is, and do that to move up to Tua, they have so many draft picks this year that I think they'll be in really good shape, even if they do have to trade up to get Tua. I think that's the lock. I don't think there's any way Tua makes it past number 3.
Okay, so you're taking the under on the 5.5. I will take the over. Any thoughts there in the chat? Over under 5.5 for Tua. So obviously, Bengals, the expectation if they don't trade back, it's going to be Joe Burrow. Redskins, I don't know. Do they throw a curveball? Do they go that route?
No. From what everybody said, I mean. Right, Bill? Yeah, I completely agree. For the Lions' sake, please trade down. But everybody's saying the Redskins are taking. Oh, how am I forgetting his name? Chase Young. Like there hasn't
a lot of names tonight.
I know I'm trying to remember everybody's name coming forward, and I can't think of the guy that I'm trying to think of right now. But there has been one person that said the Redskins are going to do anything except for take Chase Young.
All right, so Burrow, Chase Young. You messaged me the one day and you said that that Bob Quinn, he should be fired if they don't trade down out of 3.
Yeah, I will actually stop being a Lions fan until Bob Quinn is fired if they don't trade down from number 3.
You've made it this far with that horrible franchise. I doubt you're going anywhere. You're a loyal guy.
But no, I'll go back on because he'll be fired after this year. There's no doubt in my mind that he'll be fired after this year.
All right, and then we have the Giants at 4. I heard they're taking a quarterback. I heard they really like Justin Herbert, and I hope the sarcasm is oozing out of my voice right now.
Yeah, that was like
leave my Daniel Jones shares alone, people.
Right? I mean, that's one of the ones that was like the most obvious thing in history. But you go on Twitter, and it was like, oh yeah, they don't like Daniel Jones anymore. They're not gonna go and draft Justin Herbert over Daniel Jones. There's no way.
So then, unless somebody leapfrogs the Dolphins and takes the Lions' 3rd pick, and unless the Dolphins make some move where they get 3rd overall and don't give up the 5, and then they bounce into 1, we've seen that speculation that they're going to make a Godfather type trade. Maybe Tua does go at 5, but I think something crazy is going to happen. For some reason, and I keep joking, I keep tweeting about it because of the movie Draft Day. Maybe people didn't go to Tua's birthday. Maybe Kevin Costner finds out and he starts slipping down the draft boards.
So I didn't understand that joke at all because I've never seen Draft Day. But everyone kept talking about people's birthdays. And I was like, I don't understand this joke. But everyone kept saying until today, like there's a tweet that actually had both of them combined. I'm like, oh, that's what that's from.
And I saw people in our group chats like, oh, it's a terrible movie, terrible premise. Is it realistic? No. But I think it's entertaining. And actually, my wife, she doesn't mind the movie. So every year that we've been together, she's actually watched it with me. And
that's cool.
She tolerates it. So that's good enough for me.
I mean, the Giants are going to take a tackle, without a doubt.
Yeah, and they're talking about a lot of offensive tackles going really early.
And that's the thing with this draft is we have 3 highly regarded quarterbacks. And then we have Jordan Love too. And someone is going to get Jordan Love in the 1st round. It happens every year.
Do you think Hurts? Do you think he sneaks in?
Maybe. I think the point of that will be the Patriots. Because the Patriots need their offensive line isn't even in good shape. So they need a lot more than just a quarterback to even be remotely competitive this year. So I could see them getting a lineman instead of getting a quarterback. But if they go quarterback, then we're definitely going to see 5 quarterbacks go in the 1st round.
with the way that Hurts plays and his explosiveness, though he would really transition and transform an offense. So an offense like the Patriots, who's really Hurtsin right now.
Oh, you were waiting for that one.
You were
building it up.
That whole comment was to build into that pun.
That was
there.
good.
But I really had no point. I just wanted to say Hurtsin. But he's listed here on the sports book over at DraftKings over 55.5.
Oh, under.
Now, if you listen to Twitter, he's going in the first 5 picks.
Yeah, because like he could run, and that's what we care about.
Fantasy Twitter loves him. And Bill here, they're going to regret drafting Love. I'm assuming he's talking about the Patriots, but Love's not going to be there for... Who are you talking about, Bill?
But he says anybody. But I'm okay with Love if he doesn't have to play this year. Because he looked really good in 2018. And then he lost his coaching staff. He didn't have one draftable prospect isn't at Utah State. They're not going to have one on offense besides Jordan Love. And he had Darwin Thompson the year before, who was a really good college player. Not good in the NFL, good in college.
Dan still believes in him.
All right.
All right.
Anyone?
Nick,
told you Bill was going to say anybody.
Hey, dudes. What's up, dude? What second, third, fourth year tight ends break out? Ian, Dawson, Jonu. And then we'll get to the second part. I actually have been finding myself in a few spots taking, and I was on the father-son podcast with our boy Justin 3 weeks ago. And I said I would still take Ian Thomas over Irv Smith. I've been finding myself really liking Irv Smith. The expectation is the Vikings attack the wide receiver position in the draft, but I think he's one. Blake Jarwin. I just think it's a really good situation. I don't think they take a tight end. What are your thoughts, Mitch? Who do you like?
I hate to say it, but I really like Mike Gesicki this year. I didn't think I would, but they don't really have a pass catching back as of right now. We'll see if the Dolphins draft someone. But right now they have Jordan Howard and Patrick Laird, however you say his last name.
I'm on the boat, and this isn't revolutionary information or insight, but I do think it's DeAndre Swift. We had JJ Zach Reese on the show several weeks ago, and he said one running back was going to be taken in the first round, and it was going to be the Dolphins, and it was going to be DeAndre Swift. The second part of this question, Cole Kmet, first round tonight?
Nope.
I would be shocked. But I feel like a tight end always creeps up there. And
I've seen him mocked the Patriots a lot.
Oh, look what the cat dragged in.
A little late to the party, but I'm here, boys.
Glad you made it, dude.
Good. Man, I have the college's IT department on. I use my wife's phone for mobile hotspots. The man cave just wasn't meant to be tonight.
Oh, that's too bad, man.
We were just
it's the best man cave there is too. The things you give up for this podcast, not being able to watch the draft downstairs in the man cave, having to slum it up in the office with your Rocky posters.
That would be accurate, Mitch. I appreciate the love there and the sympathy for the sacrifice here. Still have about 5 screens going, though. We got 2 iPods, the laptop, the desktop. So, we're going to give our viewers a lot tonight. What did I miss, man? What did I miss?
So
in the pre-show?
we just had a question from Nick.
Why do you need all those monitors? What are you doing with them?
Buddy, we're looking at everything. I got my dysfunctional team rankings. I got the draft live still, so I can still watch it and enjoy the show. I've got big boards. Want to compare our thoughts to Mel Kiper. Whatever you want tonight, guys.
Okay, so here's a thought. So Nick, that we know from the Listener League and all the other leagues that we're in, he's in a lot of leagues with us.
All 15 of the leagues that he's in with us.
Right. So is Cole Kmet a first-round pick tonight?
I don't know. I'm going to say no. We didn't like the tight ends all off season here. I think there's, I think the Colts were rumored of being interested in him as a team, but then they just signed Trey Burton. So I don't see Cole Kmet having the talent level enough to be a first round caliber. Not with all those wide receivers and offensive linemen and DBs on the board tonight. I'm going to say no.
Is this one of those situations though, where there's a big discrepancy between the NFL and us and our little fantasy bubble?
If you're a coach right now and you're looking at your roster and you are not happy with the tight end situation and you and your staff, likes this kid, it's possible. But, what teams need a tight end that are late in the first round? Because he's definitely not going early middle. That's impossible. I still don't see it, JB.
We have a comment here. This is Brett. What's up with the goatee, Bauer? I have not shaved this in 6 weeks. This is all I have going.
That's
6
rough,
weeks.
man.
Should I get a little closer for the camera?
You guys
every
are
day.
still looking all pretty there, man, with your haircuts. I haven't touched my hair in a month.
Yeah, Mitch's wife, you said she cuts hair. My wife completely butchered me, but luckily it's grown back in. But yeah, this is not my best look. Not that I have I have very few good looks, but this certainly is not one of my best looks. But Dan, yeah, you missed a few. We're running through some situations and scenarios, and we're doing some over-under talk from the DraftKings Sportsbook. You can play catch up real quick. Tua, does he get drafted over or under 5.5?
Over.
I'm with you. And then the other one we talked about, Jalen Hurts, over under 55.5.
Taking us to the second round here. I'm gonna say over again.
Did I say under for that one? I haven't even.
You didn't answer that one.
Yeah. Okay. I'm gonna say under. I'm gonna say under.
Yeah. I definitely think he goes under. I think he's gonna be. He could end up going in the first, depending.
Oh, go ahead, Mitch. I'm going to interrupt you 1,000 times.
Oh, you're good. No, I was just going to
shut up next time.
I completely forgot about it, but we were talking about the tackles and the quarterbacks. And the two things that can move the draft the fastest is a lot of quarterbacks going in the first round and a lot of tackles. And there's a good chance we see up to 7 offensive tackles taken in the first round. And then we already have 4 wide receivers going as well. So there's a chance to where we could see really good, even defensive skill players getting bumped down more than what they would previously, because there's a lot of good tackle talent. There's quarterbacks are always going to be drafted, whether they're good or not.
For fantasy purposes and very selfishly, I would love to see the Falcons. I know there's talk about them maybe going Ruggs. I saw that conversation, but I would love to see them bolster that offensive line. And Dan, is it your family screaming in the background?
It probably is, as I'm still making adjustments. So excuse me, one second.
No worries, man. You're great.
Dan starts throwing stuff. I love the action here. The live action shots.
I've put in a request for the volume. The kids aren't asleep yet. This is a little earlier than our normal podcast.
Nah, you're great, man. No worries.
And Dan, real quick, I just thought of it. We had somebody, and this is when you first joined us, and one of the listeners, they learned that your last name was Lamagna, and they asked me for one of your introductions. I've never done it, so I'm just going to do it right now real quick. Dan Lasagna Lamagna, and his takes have more layers than a baked pasta.
Now it's time we've been together. I've not heard that, so.
I haven't shared it.
That is impressive.
It's great that we get one each week, too.
Saving it for draft day.
Well, Mitch, for your introductions, every week you just go,
hi.
Hey, guys, I'm happy to be here.
Yeah, I am. Happy to be here. Let's get it going.
Elaborate, open up. Share what's going on in your life. Talk about your move, living in your dad's basement.
I don't want
How's that working for you, Mitch? You're in the early stages yet now.
It's actually going great, but we're already halfway done. Amazingly enough, our house is going to be up in 2 months. The roof's on already. The windows are put in. They're doing insulation today. I think driveway's going in this week as well. So we originally thought we were going to be moving in before Thanksgiving. Now it's still going to be before Thanksgiving, but it's going to be like June 15th is the new closing date on the house, which is crazy because I didn't think there was a chance it would be done before September.
So you must be
the mortgage rate, because I know it was going up and down. You weren't locked in.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, so the rate's staying low still. It's good, but we have to wait for the cabinets to go in, so we got another month. So hopefully this economy doesn't go too bonkers before then.
You must be having perfect Utah construction weather up there to
It's
be moving
great.
like that. While JB and I are freezing here in PA, and it's nice one day, it's snow flurries the next.
I've had shorts on for the last 2 weeks. It's been great.
We have not really had shorts weather.
All right, Dan, yesterday we had the pleasure, and I'm gonna milk this for everything we can, but we had Woody Page on the show. First of all, he was hilarious. He was fantastic. But he talked about, and he has some sources, and I think I believe him, that they were looking, one of the options was to move up for Jerry Jeudy, the Denver Broncos. Do you think they do that? I love what Woody said. He wants them to move back to around 20, get right in front of the Eagles at 21, and take Jefferson. Because if Jefferson's there, he's probably going to the Eagles.
Yeah, you wonder, is Denver in love with a certain receiver that they have to have? We know they want somebody opposite of Cortland Sutton to go along with Noah Fant. They don't have anybody. Deshaun Hamilton's been a flop for what it counts. So is Judy that guy? If they're in love with Jerry Jeudy, I could see him trading up. But if I don't know, I think Coach Fangio there, like we said in the podcast yesterday, from up near my hometown, near Dunmore, Pennsylvania here, I don't see him being an overambitious guy to trade up either. So if his guy's not on the board, I like what he's suggesting. Go back, take Mitch's guy, Jefferson.
Because if everybody's talking about him to the Eagles, and I just pray it's not a Nelson Aguilar situation. It's not a J.J. Arcega-Whiteside. And actually, Brett, he is a relentless Eagles fan. So, Brett, in the chat there, throw something out. What do you want to see the Eagles do here at 21? Probably going to be wide receiver. I like Justin Jefferson, and I actually like Carson Wentz. I give him a hard time all the time in the chat, but I like Carson Wentz a lot, especially for fantasy. I would like even more if they do get a wide receiver at 21.
There's some teams that really need a wide receiver, and it makes sense. And, when we're talking to in yesterday's podcast there to Woody, he was saying they've got their deep threat in Cortland Sutton. So someone that runs the routes like Judy would be a really nice fit. So as far as a fit, I could see that.
And it seems like that people in Philadelphia do want Justin Jefferson. And Mitch, yes, I did give you a hard time. Your Justin Jefferson hype on one of our shows, what was it, early March? You talked about him. And I did the sloth GIF. I say GIF, everyone else says GIF, but I did the sloth GIF on Twitter. And people came to defend your honor after he ran his 40. Hey, did you see that 40? And like, I was being facetious, guys. Come on.
No, you weren't.
He ran like a 6'5" in high school or something.
Yeah. I think it was like a 4'9". Yeah, like his pre-college shape was a 4'9". He was really slow. But when you watched him on film, he didn't look like a 4'4" guy. He really didn't. But he also wasn't a guy that was getting caught behind. So he had NFL speed, and that's all that I was worried about going in.
Dan, when you were figuring out your Wi-Fi situation and moving up from the man cave to the Rocky office there, one of the questions that I asked Mitch, and I'm going to ask you as well, for dynasty purposes, and be selfish for a minute, what is one situation that you're looking to avoid here in the first round? Mitch, he doesn't want to see the Jaguars take a quarterback because we all know Mitch gets all hot and bothered for Gardner Minshew. And then I think you a little bit, I don't want to see a running back go to Seattle. I love Chris Carson. That will be a death wish, a death sentence if a running back goes to Seattle early.
I'm 100% with you. And I want to see Seattle get a running back. And I've seen some tweets and some posts this week with Seattle being mentioned there. We talked about that on a previous pod, so we're hoping that doesn't happen. There's this – I'm going to go like deep sleeper mode here and say I hope the Chargers don't get a running back and Justin Jackson somehow becomes something. I got him on a couple deep rosters there. Mitch, you've got to be nervous about Gardner Minshew.
You missed that.
I could definitely see the Jaguars surprising everybody and taking a quarterback. For years of just watching quarterbacks pass them by and them not taking one. And, there's some talented guys in the NFL right now that they wish they had. This can make up for it here.
You missed it. So before you were on, I told John and everyone listening that I would quit fantasy if the Jaguars select Justin Herbert and replace Gardner Minshew with him. I don't know. I can't follow through with that, but that would be so awful. It'd be so bad. Even if it was like Jordan Love, Jalen Hurts. Oh, it would be so bad.
Mitch, one of the performances going on right now on ESPN. I have no idea who anybody is on the screen, but they're singing. They're singing for you. You don't look thrilled. No. Anyway, about 17 minutes.
I have no idea what you're talking about, man.
You said that people were doing performances throughout the night.
There. Yeah. Sorry. I haven't been streaming yet, so
I'm drawing a blank right now.
You're going to be behind.
It's that lady from The Voice. She was on The Voice.
I haven't watched The Voice.
Is it Kelly Clarkson?
No, that was American Idol.
Far from Kelly Clarkson. Here, wait, I'll show you, Mitch.
Okay, I just got pulled up. We're good, man.
Good, sure. I'll show our viewers if they're not watching.
Nice.
We're streaming live.
Wait, yep. Dan, real quick, and I was going to say something to Mitch. What kind of props do you have? Because you said you have props throughout the night. Is it like fat heads, or is it like a Des Bryant? It's like a Des Bryant inflatable doll. What?
If you don't want me to breathe on you tonight, I got the Cowboys mask here. All right, so safety precautions for tonight's show. So if any of our viewers or anyone in the chat here has concerns there, I have it. I've got some things for the Cowboys' first pick if we get to that point. Whatever you want to talk about, guys. McCole Hardman's autograph on the Star at Frisco Pass for my trip. If you want to talk about my buddy McCole, I
All right, I just muted Dan for everybody.
Come on. I even got the Cowboys draft here. This is the actual hat that their first round pick will be wearing tonight. See, little
Dan,
America's
I told
team
you,
there.
if I have to hear about McCole Hardman again, that I was going to block you on Twitter. So you're getting close, man. All right, about 15 minutes from the draft here, but then Mitch, he's going to come in here and ruin my fun and say, well, we got like 20 more minutes because of doing other stuff. Give me an off-the-wall prediction.
Exactly
guys.
how I sound.
That's exactly how you sound. Hey, guys, just happy to be here.
Not how it's really going to be.
Got a haircut. I'm moving next week. Give me an off-the-wall prediction. If you're in the chat, throw an off-the-wall prediction, whether it's a draft pick, whether it's a trade. We've seen so many what look to be smoke screens. Mitch, what do you have?
Off the wall. Clyde Edwards-Helaire is the first running back taken, and it probably won't be until the Chiefs, till later. But I do think he's going to end up being the first going.
Here's one.
Dan gets drafted to the Cowboys.
Hey, there is a chance tonight. I'm like a incredible fanboy here. I like Justin to have me go to the Cowboys. I actually have a picture down in my man cave with me getting drafted by the Cowboys, but another story.
Yeah, I'm shocked.
I sent the video. It was like a little commercial thing. They may play it when they pick tonight. You may see me if they pick my video for being a diehard Cowboy fan. I sent this little, why the draft is important to your team with some promotional contest. Might have been ESPN, actually.
Why is the draft important to the Cowboys?
Because it's been 25 long years since we've been relevant. The 90s are a long time. And I should say relevant because we've been competitive. But when you have a history of Super Bowls, just like your Steelers, JB, there's a lot of history there. You have an expectation, whether it's the Cowboys, the Yankees. But it's been too long. They need to get it right. And, the clapper's gone, so there's hope again. But if they miss this window right now with that young talent, it's going to be another long stretch for Cowboy fans. I'm getting busted enough. Did you see the meme going tonight, whatever, with Jerry Jones, full control, no one there to supervise him?
When you're a Cowboy fan,
you got 20 today. What going on?
Did you say meme?
The meme?
GIF, meme, whatever
meme.
It is. Come on. Here's my little savior here. Come on, kid. Tell these guys who's our favorite football team.
It's not pronounced meme.
Tell them.
Go Cowboys.
Yeah,
Go Cowboys.
There you go.
It's awesome.
She knows. It's bedtime now.
Dan, you're brainwashing the youth of America over there.
No, we're educating them. We're bringing them along right here. Right? Love you, kid. Get a good night's sleep. All right, you say bye to the guys and everyone listening.
Bye. Have a good night. Dan, you mentioned, I wanted to say this earlier. You said that there might be a picture of you or a video whenever the Cowboys make the draft pick. Is it just like you in a Cowboys thong? What is it?
I would do whatever it takes to win, that. But it was actually, you had to wear your Cowboys swag, Cowboys merchandise, and then give this little spiel of why the team has hope. And of course, I was in the man cave and all the glory there. So I thought I had a little bit of an edge. We'll see how it works. If you go on my Twitter page too, FF Coach Dan, you will see the Cowboys Pro Shop retweeted me tonight there. They had a little promotion going too. So
that's cool, man.
Some fun stuff here,
All right, what are we? 12 minutes away. 12 and a half minutes.
I mean, you should own a portion of the team for how much Dallas stuff that you have. You should have at least like a 1% share.
Hey, my name's on a paver outside the stadium, if that counts. I don't know. But
Dan, give me your hot take. What is a bold prediction tonight?
Maybe the Dolphins sliding a little bit longer on a quarterback than we think, not using it with that first pick, and we get another year of Ryan Fitzmagic there for us. I think that might be a little surprising if they pass on a Tua and a Herbert early there.
Mitch brought that up, and I think it could happen, but I do think that affects them longer term. And maybe they build around Fitzpatrick and finish 8-8 or somewhere around there, and they slip in that 2021 draft, and it's going to be detrimental to them. And Mitch, I actually really like the Clyde Edwards-Helaire take. I think that could be really interesting. Justin, Cowboys trade up and get CeeDee Lamb.
We have looked at Cowboys scenarios. If we are looking at it from a fantasy football perspective there, they got to replace Randall Cobb in the slot. I'd love to see him get a Jerry Jeudy, but I don't see the Cowboys being that aggressive for a wide receiver. If it falls to them, possibly they would draft somebody there, but I think they're going to go defense tonight in the first round.
Who's a player that gets traded tonight? Let's just a player that's on a current roster. I know people are talking about Leonard Fournette. Maybe I saw Christian Kirk. Let's say the Cardinals go CeeDee Lamb at 8. Christian Kirk could be on the move. I think it'd be interesting.
I don't think Kirk gets moved. I don't think if Fournette gets traded, I think it'll be tomorrow because everyone will want to see how the first round goes. And then he won't get moved for a first round pick anyway. So it would be like a 4th rounder.
Right.
So he would probably be moved tomorrow. I don't think we see a player get traded today. I really don't. I don't. Trent Williams. Maybe Trent Williams. But besides that, I don't see anybody going today. Tomorrow will be the day that we see a lot of players get moved.
What are your guys' thoughts on the fake Schefter and Rappaport accounts? If anybody does that on Twitter, I block them instantly. Do I get too riled up about that for no reason? Like, I get really fired up.
I don't know. Dan likes to talk about all those fake trades.
Yeah, Dan, do you want to break the news from a few weeks ago? What big trade happened?
It gets
all of our listeners heard.
It gets annoying, and the worst part of that was, I'm aware of these fake accounts. So I know, especially Rappaport's, I know not to look at them, but I was so engrossed in our podcast, and a friend sends it to me as if it happened, and it shows Rappaport. I'm like, guys, I think Dak Prescott just got traded for Stafford with this exchange of draft picks, and then Mitch was like instant fact check and negative.
Luckily, I could delete that from the feed, even though if you go back on the YouTube channel, which you guys, you're watching, you're on there, Dynasty Theory, subscribe. The button somewhere. I'm not very good with all this, but it's probably down there somewhere. Oh man, what are we? Almost less than 10 minutes away, guys. I'm
getting close.
I've never been more excited for a draft, and I think it's strictly because of all the stuff going on and not leaving my house in however many days for an extended period of time.
We've been waiting for this for a long time. And hey, while our boy Justin's on the line here, and I know Mitch is on his show, the Father Son podcast on Wednesday, and then I'm going to be doing an intervention with him on Thursday as he hops a different bandwagon for the 3rd year in a row. Justin, you were asking for a team. How about this one here? Bandwagon this way. All right. Forget whoever you're going to talk about on Thursday's show. I got a bandwagon for you then. So just want to throw that at you, Justin. All right.
Yeah. Right now, Justin, just so everybody knows, Justin is going to pick between the Cardinals and the Dolphins. Of like all of the teams you could choose in the NFL, you go to the Cardinals or the Dolphins.
Well, he likes what's hot. The nuke trade, Kyler Murray. The Cardinals are like the nice new car there, so he's highly interested. But now all of a sudden the Dolphins are, on the clock here at 5. Could be, that after that tanking for Tua, they might be exciting after tonight with all this draft capital.
Hear from the listeners in the chat. Throw out some random over-unders, and it has nothing to do with football, but just for our podcast tonight. How many times does Dan say the word dysfunctional? How many times does Mitch say, random things? And we're going to be here until the first round's over. So just something fun. Throw something in the chat, some over-unders. Maybe how many times I say the word perspective, because, man, I say it a shitload of times. I really do. The one episode I counted, it was like 50 times, and that's not a joke. And since then, I've tried to cut down because I deleted out a lot of those perspectives.
Hey, speaking
over
of
under, Dan, 5.5 liters of Coke. Justin's taking the over, but Dan, I think you actually have what do you call it? Daddy juice. You have some alcoholic beverages tonight.
I have a daddy soda here to start, but then as we get later in this draft, he might be right. The Diet Cokes might be flowing, they'll be just streaming in my veins here to keep me going. Johnny's Smirnoffing it over there. All right.
I am shocked that is a Blue Moon glass and not a Cowboys glass. Like, I'm beside myself right now. I don't understand what's going on.
Frosted mug in the freezer. I'm hoping to get Blue Moon as a sponsor for us. Maybe we'll see what happens. But speaking of dysfunction, with the Bengals coming up on the clock here, gents, how critical is their draft tonight? Paul Brown does not like to trade their owner. He does not like to sign free agents. The team's, 10 coaches in 51 years. Thank God the Marvin Lewis era is over. But this is a team that's 0-7 in playoff football. That fan base has got to be starving for a good draft tonight.
I think Joe Burrow is the safest pick. And this isn't original at all because other people have said it. But with everything going on in the documentary coming from LSU to the Bengals, he would be the Tiger King, would he not?
Oh,
And I
that
would
should
milk
be his nickname. Yeah.
I would milk that for everything I could.
Okay, so here's
God.
my
What do you
issue
have
with
for me,
Burrow.
Mitch? What do you have?
We've talked about it previously, so this is nothing new that I'm saying. How much of Joe Burrow being Joe Burrow is, I can't think of the coach's name in
Zach Taylor?
in Carolina right now. What's
Matt
his
Rule?
name?
Oh,
Yeah.
Brady.
Yeah. So how much of it was him? Because the
Wait,
LSU,
can we do an over-under on how many names you forget? You're at 3 already, Mitch.
we should be at 1,000 really, because I'm horrible with names. Like even my coworkers, I've worked with them for like 15 years. I will still blank on their names. I'll be like, "Hey, what's up, dude?" Because I won't actually remember what their name is.
Hey, Chief.
But yeah, exactly. So yeah, but I do really, really worry about how much of it was Joe Brady, because Jefferson was the only one that actually was good in 2018. And now Burrow, his big thing is he's a savant. He understands the game better than anybody. The pre-snap reads. But Dan would know this. How much of the pre-snap reads is based off coaching going into the games? How much of it is Burrow just, being Peyton Manning, being that savant who could manipulate defenses? Or how much of it is in college, there's so much space on the outside. You have a brilliant coach come in, runs that offense for a year. No one can catch up. And then all of a sudden, Burrow is the 101. Just something that I'm worried about. Because he has good arm talent, but he doesn't have elite arm talent. It's his highest aspect is how good he is pre-snap.
I think he's shown enough game film, though, Mitch, that he has the tools. He can make the throws. He has the accuracy. I'm more concerned about the talent around him, what they do to help him be successful. If you're the Bengals tonight in that number 1 slot, to me, it's a no-brainer. You have to get your franchise quarterback. You have to get this fan base excited again. But again, the Bengals rely on the draft. So what do they do at pick 33, 65 to put some talent around them? They have to get that second and third round picks right tonight and tomorrow.
True. We already talked about the Chargers. Do they go quarterback? It's obviously going to be very telling. If they pass on quarterback at 6, maybe it is Tyrod Taylor's year, just for 2020 at least. But then other teams, Dan, you brought up the Chargers. If they don't go with running back, not necessarily the first round, because I think we'd be surprised if the Chargers go running back here at the number 6 spot. It's not the movie Draft Day where they reach on the running back. But a few of these teams, it's going to be very telling. If the Seahawks don't take a running back, it's Chris Carson. If the Bengals don't take a running back later on, maybe they do look to extend Joe Mixon. So I think there's going to be certain things that we can really gather from this draft, both from a long and short-term perspective. There's one that, as dynasty owners, the value should fluctuate a little bit one way or the other. And like I said, it's going to be very telling.
Yeah, the Chargers are super interesting. I see him taking an O-line, and Philip Rivers is probably watching at home and saying, "Hey, thanks a lot, guys. I need an O-line with all this talent the last few years, and you hung me out to dry." They go sign themselves a big tackle, and then now it's Tyrod. Because if they pass on that quarterback, at that 6 spot, it's Tyrod time. And I don't know about you guys, but I'm a little bit concerned.
And then we talk about sorry, Mitch.
No, I was just going to completely agree. We talked about it a little bit earlier, but Tyrod is as good as he is to be a stable quarterback for him. He's not going to make him like a playoff contender. He's just kind of a stopgap until they have someone else come in.
And what do you do for the Chargers? If you pass up on a potential franchise quarterback now, when do you get him? And how do you compete and score points with the Kansas City Chiefs and, a Denver offense that's going in the right direction? They're in a division that they need to score some points.
But let's talk about the rest of that roster. Mike Williams, Keenan Allen, Hunter Henry, they're all free agents after this, after 2020.
Austin Eckler.
He signed the 4-year deal.
Yeah, can we hate on Austin Eckler for a while? We could have a 4-hour podcast on why everyone's overdrafting Austin Eckler.
I'm with you, Mitch.
At running back, 15 in Dynasty? Sign me up.
But he's not going as running back 15.
He's going high, JB, isn't he?
He's going a lot higher than that. That's March ADP. If you pull up the April stuff, he's going 11 to 12. And it's
maybe you're drafting in some bizarro world because I'm not seeing it. Give me 1 second.
well, you would know. I mean, you have most, but even 15, he's James White, who gets more rushing opportunity than what James White does, but he's not going to get the PPR. If Tyrod Taylor is his quarterback, he's not going to get the points that's needed in order to return the running back 15 share. And you're already taking, he's 26 already, right? 24, 25?
I think he's 24.
24, yeah.
Oh, it's 8 o'clock.
Let's
Oh,
go.
Ray, where'd you go?
Yeah.
Ray Mencio's bounce on. I completely lost track of time. So 8 o'clock, our first two guests will be joining us. It's going to be Mike Luchene and Ray Mencio from NFL Rough Draft. And they actually do, I'm going to kind of give their intro before they even jump on, but they do fantastic work. And they look at it with a real NFL lens where we're always talking about the strictly fantasy purposes, but these guys, they are so insightful, and their big board, their draft board, it's always just completely on point. And he's finally in the chat here. Ray Mencio, what's going on, Ray?
What's up, John? How you doing today?
Oh, I'm doing well. So I saw you bounced in, you got kicked out, but now you're back. And I started giving your intro to our listeners and kind of singing your praises because you and Mike, you do a fantastic job. And obviously you two co-own several fantasy teams together, but you look at things from an actual NFL lens. And that's something that probably helps you out a heck of a lot more than guys that are strictly looking at it through the fantasy football lens.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, fantasy is obviously, a big part of our lives. But we've been doing fantasy and draft stuff since we were, 10, 11 years old.
Where's Mike? We got to yell at him here. Man, 8:01 and he's not on yet. Dan, what do you? So, my ESPN feed went out.
It's all hype right now. Actually,
Here.
it's commercial. Actually, I think.
Here, I'm gonna try to fix it real quick.
You're okay.
So, Ray, you still there? He might be having technical difficulties.
I think that'll happen a lot tonight. Everyone's using up the bandwidth. It's going to happen.
That's fine. It's understandable. But I really have to figure out my ESPN feed here.
While you're doing that, I like how he said he's been doing this since he was like 10, 11 years old. I mean, honestly, how long you guys been doing fantasy football? I think back to early, like 9th, 10th grade, I was, I believe, cracking into this.
My uncle got me involved. I think I was right around 12 years old, somewhere around there. And then here is Mike Luchene. Hey, Mike, what's going on?
Hey, how's it going? Thanks for having me, guys.
Oh, your volume's super low. And I remember we had this issue last time.
I'll speak loudly. Is that a little bit better?
No, it's still pretty low. And then I think Ray, he's on, but we can't hear him if he's talking.
Are you? I'm sorry. Can you
There
hear
you
me
go.
better now? Or?
Yeah, you're great.
There's Ray.
Ray's good. Mike, we got to get you a little louder, buddy.
All right, I'll work on that.
Come on, Mike. This is unacceptable. No, I'm just kidding. Ray, so again, you're bringing an actual NFL perspective and your big board. What are some things that might surprise some fantasy players? Because when I had Mike Luchene on the show last year, it was after the draft. We talked a lot about Hakeem Butler and what's his name? Kelvin Harmon. Completely blanked. I pulled a Mitch. And those are guys that the fantasy community loved, but the NFL didn't like them nearly as much. So who's a wide receiver that might fit that mold this year?
I think that there's actually going to be a few of them because of the way that just the sheer amount of wide receivers that there are. There's going to be guys that gets kind of stuck too behind, other players. And one of the guys that I'm not a huge fan of is KJ Hamler. It's just because he doesn't really have good hands, and I think he's going to, he drops a lot of passes, and everything he does is kind of intermediate. Eventually you're going to lose the trust of your quarterback if you're dropping passes. I mean, he's dynamic with the ball in his hands, but I think that he's going to, he's a guy that can fall out of favor of some, teams pretty quickly. He's not going to hang onto the ball. And I think he's a guy that will excite fantasy owners because he's the type of guy who could have huge preseason games, whether it's returning the ball or, taking a screen pass 70 yards for a touchdown. So he'd be the one that I'd say in the first couple of days that we might see that is going to might get overdrafted a little bit.
That's a really good point. And Mitch, Dan, and myself, we've been doing a lot of startups where rookies are included. Mitch or Dan, have you looked at Hamler at all? I have no shares.
I'm not on the Hamler train there. Too many drops for me. There's too many other wide receivers I like. He's getting selected before I think about him.
Yeah, he's going to a really weird range to where I'm not looking at him. I'm ending up getting guys like Van Jefferson 4 or 5 rounds later, and I think he could have the same draft capital that Hamler gets. So I've been more going in that direction.
Dan, we don't want to see your crotch, so put that can up a little bit.
Sorry, I need to get some.
No, you're good. Mike, can we hear you?
I don't know. I'm working on the settings. Can you hear me?
A little bit. I think
You're right. You're okay.
just yell a little bit louder. But so Ray dropped some knowledge on KJ Hamler. The drops are concerned, and not exactly the profile, but he kind of fits that category like a Kelvin Harmon or Hakeem Butler that might drop a little bit. Do you have anybody on your board that you think fantasy owners like a lot more than the NFL?
Oh, absolutely. We have guys like this every single year. So let's start with Tyler Johnson. I don't look a lot at Dynasty ADP this time of the year. Ray and I are just really caught up with actual NFL draft rankings, and then we get into it after this weekend, like a lot of people do. But I've seen Tyler Johnson in the second round in some of these drafts. Anything can happen. It only takes one team to like him and take him in the top 100, but he's likely going to be a 5th or 6th round pick. I think when you look at the red flags on him, here's a guy who declined his invitation to the East-West Shrine game. That's a big-time problem. Okay, that's not even the Senior Bowl. Okay, so he needed to show up to the East-West game and have a good week of practice. So his reasoning was he wanted to train for the Combine. Gets to the Combine and doesn't work out at the Combine. So, I think Tyler Johnson is someone who's going to fall. And, we'll see if Dynasty owners adjust. In years past, that hasn't really happened. You see guys like Harmon still go in the second round. I remember Katie Cannon a few years back was going in the 3rd round of some of these drafts after he didn't get drafted. And you see guys like that, like Greg Dortch, for example, last year. We have to let these guys go. It's okay to like them before the draft, but if they don't get drafted and it's not for something, a little bit, if it's not for like a Preston Williams type issue, where he had issues off the field, which is why he didn't get drafted, then you got to kind of adjust your ranking. So Tyler Johnson's 1, and I think Keyshawn Vaughn's going a little bit high right now. He could easily be a top 100 pick, but when you look at his ADP compared to like Josh Kelly, for example, from UCLA, Josh Kelly could go before Vaughn. And, I don't know where he's going exactly in relation to him, but I think it's at least a full round lower.
Mike, you make me feel very good about myself because on a recent episode, this is probably a month or 2 ago, I brought up Tyler Johnson. I think it was me. And if it wasn't me, I'm going to take the credit. But he was a guy that I was looking to avoid. But how much do you look at, people have their models and they put different metrics and measurables in there. And based on dominator rating and things like that, Tyler Johnson pops for a lot of people.
Right. So this is actually kind of a big thing with me, these dominator ratings and things like that. I think the term profiles, this receiver profiles as a number 1 receiver gets thrown around a lot in fantasy football. And I think it's kind of misunderstood. You get guys like Jeff Janis, Justin Watson, and like Andre Holmes. And people say, well, these guys profile as number 1 receivers because they have height, weight, and speed. But you have other guys like Antonio Brown, who doesn't profile as a number 1 receiver. And he actually is a number 1 receiver, or was at least. So I think when it comes to receivers, route running is something that's really, really overlooked in the fantasy community. And you get guys like Jarvis Landry, who runs like a 4.7 at the combine, or Keenan Allen, who ran like a 4.8 at his pro day. That was a pro day number, and it was like a 4.8. And those guys, have been top 15 wide receivers.
Right. And real quick, Ray, we got a comment here in the chat. Somebody, and I'm assuming it was a super flex draft, Hamler went 1204 in their startup. That probably is entirely too early for you.
Whoever took him in their startup draft would love to. I'd love to be in that league right now.
And Bill, he always tunes in. He's going to be a guest on our show next Tuesday. Bill, if you could just drop in the chat, if you can look who went, 5 picks after him. If you could just throw those names in there, and we can get Ray and Mike's opinion. But I haven't looked at Hamler at all, and part of it is because I know, how much, Ray. We talk about models and metrics and measurables. Do you care about BMI for wide receivers? Because that is the rage this offseason on Twitter.
Yeah, you're right. It really is. I mean, there's a correlation for anything if you're going to look hard enough for it, right? And like, to a certain extent, but like, just everyone wants to try to get an edge on everybody else by having like the new niche thing. And it's, everyone wants to do those types of things and look at them. And that's great. But like just comparing guys' BMI and their production, like it's not taking into account everything else. And that's kind of what my issue is with a lot of these models, is that they don't take in, there's a lot of factors that go into it. Obviously playing with Aaron Rodgers is different than if you're playing with, Aaron Rodgers and Drew Brees and those guys who elevate your stats, again, to playing with like Ryan Fitzpatrick. And again, not taking anything away from Fitzpatrick, but, obviously there's a difference there. And, so I mean, the other guy I was thinking of for your question before that was Donovan Peoples-Jones, who, like in some Devy drafts, like the last couple of years, he was going in the first or second round,
And he has tremendous measurables.
Yeah, and he fits that model. He's like he's got the physique. He was a 5-star recruit, but he's not somebody that I would die to have on my fantasy team.
Ray, you're in a startup today. Do you go KJ Hamler or Preston Williams?
For me, it'd be Preston Williams. I both Mike and I liked Preston Williams last year. It was just the off the field stuff. If so I'd take Preston Williams. I think that the Dolphins are a team on the upswing. If he stays healthy, he gets targets. He could be a 1,000-yard receiver, but he has a lot of talent. He's just got to stay healthy, stay out of trouble, and he'll be a good NFL receiver. So I'll roll the dice with Williams.
And Preston Williams actually went right behind Hamler in that startup that Bill mentioned. And I had a tweet recently about you two. I didn't name you, but then I told Mike that it was about you guys. It's people like you that I won't do rookie drafts before the NFL draft because you guys are so freaking prepared. Mm-hmm. You would annihilate people like me.
Yeah, it's funny. I did a bunch of best ball drafts, and then because they were doing that they were doing like a $50,000 pot grant, like where there's a $20,000 grand prize, and then they shut it down because they didn't have enough people. But I was telling Mike, I was up to like 20 teams, as of a week and a half ago, because I was just like, Jerry Jeudy and CeeDee Lamb are going in like the 11th and 12th rounds of these drafts. I'm going to roll the dice on those guys while other people are still taking, backup running backs at that point.
Mm-hmm. Right. Mike, how's your volume over there?
I think it's still the same. I'm trying.
It is. I remember. So you were our first guest. Mm-hmm. It was episode 3 last April. So about a year ago. And it took about 15 minutes. I think you were crawling under desks over there trying to figure things out.
Yeah, I'm sorry about that, guys.
No, you're
great.
Your volume's good enough for me. So, Mitch, you were right. It's 8:13. I'm seeing people in hazmat suits on my TV.
Yeah, there's nothing going on. We don't even have the Bengals on the clock yet, I don't think. But something I want to ask you guys, because there is a Twitter darling, and it's Jalen Reagor. He's been the Twitter guy for the last 6 months now.
Mitch, careful. Ray Garvin's coming on later tonight.
I know.
This is going to be after he has some Hennessy, so be careful.
I'll be super nice about it. He had a really good 2018, absolutely horrible 2019. Didn't run as fast as what everyone expected at the combine, but his like remote pro day was supposedly like a 4.22 or something like that. So Mike,
Mine
how
was
do you,
too.
Yeah, exactly. How do you feel about Jalen Reagor going in? Because a lot of the NFL guys that I'm seeing, they're not mocking him in the first or even the second round of the NFL draft. And I was just wondering how you guys feel about it.
In my mock, I have him going to the Saints in the first round because they've shown some interest in him. I think they're looking for playmakers. He's a guy that I do like a little bit more than the fantasy community because, again, I think that he can – I like guys that have strong hands and are going to run solid routes. And as a route runner, he's still developing, but he's better than a lot of these other guys. But, he had a really bad – pre-draft process over especially the last 12 months. You're right. This past year was very disappointing. But again, I think a big part of that was horrible quarterback play too. So I think that he almost gets a pass on 2019 statistically because of how bad the quarterback situation was at TCU. But he's a guy that, I'm a Steelers fan. If he's there at 49 in the second round and they took him, I would be extremely happy.
Don't be pumping your fist, John, when he says Steelers. As I look at Adams and Gallup behind you there in your office, come on.
I always say I'm a Steelers fan until my fantasy team is involved. It was 3 or 4 years ago. The Steelers played the Patriots on that Thursday night game to open the season, and I had Gronkowski on my redraft team, and he went off. It was like 100 yards, 2 touchdowns. You better believe I was cheering, and my friends were not happy. So my fantasy teams, they're number one. And Mitch, I love how you bring up Jalen Reagor, and Ray, you gave, an answer that we often see, the quarterback and the situation. So Mike, I want to ask you a question. Are you also giving Cam Akers the benefit of the doubt?
Well, here's the deal with Cam Akers. So I see a lot of people talk about the top running back tier in this class as the top 5. I really think there are 4 running backs in the top tier, and then there's Cam Akers and Zach Moss in the second tier. I know Akers certainly he struggled, and some of that should be contributed. Some of the offensive line play at Florida State contributed to that. So I'm not denying that. I think one of the issues with him though is he's got all of the things that sort of I think fans look for. He's got the height, the weight, the speed. He can jump over people's heads, and he's certainly got a lot of physical talent. But some of the more nuanced things that running backs need, he's kind of lacking. He doesn't run with a lot of vision, doesn't run with a lot of patience, and that's something where he's going to have to kind of develop that part of his game. I think if you go back, maybe it's a little bit more than a few years ago now. But if you look at Latavius Murray's workout numbers, Murray's workout numbers were totally off the charts, and he was a 6th round pick. And so you kind of say, well, how can that be? And it's for some of the same reasons. So it's not that I don't think Akers is going to be a good pro running back. I think he will be, but I think he's clearly in the second tier behind the top 4.
And that's fair. So you have Dobbins, Taylor, Edwards-Helaire, and Swift. Is that the 4?
Absolutely. Yep.
All right. And then Ray, you say you're a Steelers fan. Let's say that Akers is the next running back up with the Steelers' 2nd round pick. Would you be happy if the Steelers took him?
That's what I've been dealing with that I think all week because they've shown so much interest in those 5 running backs. I don't think that I wouldn't be disappointed like when they took Terrell Edmonds in the 1st round or Artie Burns in the 1st round because I think that Akers does have ability, but I agree with Mike's assessment. He wouldn't be my favorite pick there. I think that he's a guy who's, he's going to need the right situation to succeed. And one of the things I look at is the ACC is not outside of Clemson. It's not that there's no dominant team. NC State has some good defensive linemen. But,
hey, the Pitt Panthers are there. Come on.
Yeah, exactly. And, that's where I look at it and say, we keep using, and I'm guilty of it too, where I use Florida State's offensive line as an excuse. It's not like he's going up every single week against SEC teams and they're all getting blown off the ball every single week. So, I agree with Mike. I would like him in the third round. If the Steelers trade back and take him, I would be okay with that too. But again, there's something missing there. And for me at the beginning of the season, he wasn't in my top 10 draft eligible running backs. He's not a favorite of mine, but again, that also was including, where Etienne didn't come out and Najee Harris didn't come out. So I think those things actually helped him. Otherwise, I think we'd be talking about Akers towards the end of the third round.
I was just going to ask you, did he move up in your rankings strictly because players did not declare? And you kind of just touched on that. Dan, Bengals, 7.5 minutes left on the clock. Do you think there's any curveball here?
I don't. How could this, even though the Bengals are dysfunctional, there's just no way.
That's three dysfunctionals from Dan.
There's no way even the Bengals can mess this one up. They rely on their draft. They know this is the guy to get here. So I'm more concerned with who the Bengals get in the second round, as that pick's going to be very critical second and third round for them. But it's time. It's time to give the face of the franchise here, and then see where Andy Dalton goes. I wish they would trade Dalton there. I have him in a couple fantasy leagues. I like to make him worth something.
Mm-hmm. I would love to see him get a chance. And they benched the poor guy on his birthday. And then, come on, it was his birthday. Mitch, you're streaming this. What is your clock at? Because I think you're behind just a little bit.
I think I'm ahead of you. I'm at 5:54.
Oh,
okay.
wow.
Yeah, I'm at 6:35 right now. So you'll be breaking the news to us. Mike, how are you watching this? I'm on ESPN right now.
I'm on NFL Network, but I guess it's the same thing this year.
Is it okay? I have Kurt Warner's beautiful face on my screen.
I got a picture. I got Zach Taylor's office right now.
That's funny how it's so different.
Yeah, I got Burrow sitting on a couch.
I got Lewis
Can we
Riddick.
talk about how old those curtains look? Those curtains are older than Joe Burrow.
He's at his parents' house right now.
Well, he's going to get this first overall pick money, and he's going to be able to spruce up that place a little bit. Man. So, Mike, how often do you two disagree, you and Ray? So you're doing, whether it's a fantasy draft, whether it's your boards, how often do you disagree? And then how do you resolve a disagreement, especially for fantasy drafts?
This is a really funny kind of situation because, Ray and I have been best friends since we were little kids. We're, almost 40 at this point. And it's kind of interesting because when it comes to the way we evaluate players, it's sort of very similar. And I guess that's probably developed that way just because we kind of grew up developing it together. And it's kind of the same way with fantasy football because we're co-owners on a lot of different teams. So one of the stories I always tell people, really kind of funny, is there was, maybe about 3 or 4 years ago, we were in the middle of a startup draft, and it was like the 17th round. And, we didn't agree on a player, which is rare for us. So we start shouting at each other about who we want to pick here. And we finally resolve it after, I don't know, maybe 25, 30 minutes. I think Ray was actually right. I think we were arguing about Dante Foreman. But again, it was like the 17th round. Anyway, we resolve it. We get off the phone, no problem. Later that day, my wife, comes downstairs and she goes, is everything okay with you and Ray? I heard you guys arguing. And I was like, what are you talking about? I don't know what you mean. And she's like, yeah, you were shouting at each other on the phone. I heard you. I was like, oh, no, we were just making our pick for one of our drafts. So it's kind of funny because we know, and it doesn't happen often, but we know that we could literally shout at each other and argue about things. And we don't take it personally at all. We come to an agreement, and that's in the rare occasion that we don't agree to begin with.
John, do you yell at Mitch when you guys draft
I was
teams?
just going to say,
There's been one time. Yep.
when I had Mike on the show and Mitch, you seem to miss a lot of our fantastic guests.
I do.
And
yep.
Again, I said I'm going to milk this, but we had Woody Page on the show last night, and he was fantastic. In 45 minutes, we talked about football for maybe 7 minutes, but I wouldn't have traded it for anything. But Mike, when we had you on the show last year, it was just you and I. Mitch and I were getting ready to do our first co-own league, and I asked you for some advice. And it's funny because I think you actually brought up that Deontay Foreman story last year. And I can safely say that, one, you gave me great advice, but two, Mitch and I, we've had very few situations where we've had a hard disagreement. Mitch, what was the situation where I yelled at you? Because I don't remember that.
It was so it was last year. Josh Rosen was traded to the Dolphins, and I offered you Latavius Murray for Josh Rosen, which I mean, it was a horrible trade on my part. You were so mad that you wouldn't talk to me for days afterwards.
So that wasn't a co-owned situation, but yes. No. So Mike, the story there, he offered me, it was a 16-team Superflex league. And in a beast like that, I mean, hell, Mike, you got me involved in a 20-team Superflex league. I love you for that, but I hate you at the same time.
Hey, that's fair. It's totally fair.
And my team was almost unbeatable in the regular season, and I got bounced in the semifinals. I have never been so upset with a fantasy football loss. But yeah, so Mitch, he offers me Latavius Murray for Josh Rosen. At this point, I like Josh Rosen. I told Mitch, hey, I can't carry on this conversation. I'll talk to you tomorrow. And that's actually a true story. I didn't talk to him the rest of the day. It was like a high school romance, I'll talk to you later,
That's hilarious. It's great. You're right. I mean, we're in so many of the same leagues, and, it's kind of funny, I guess, when you can have those conversations with different people that you know pretty well, and, it blows over after a day or so.
I mean, and Dan, we don't co-own any teams together, but we've had arguments, and it really is like a family type situation when you're in so many leagues with the same people, because we, as a community, the fantasy community, it really is like a family, and there is a lot of bickering going back and forth, especially between the two of us, Dan.
John, the pick is in, man.
I know Justin here. He said pick is in, so I put up. Mitch, if you're ahead of us, don't say anything yet.
Mitch, you're on mute, man.
Mitch, you're on mute. Mitch.
I was gonna say we're halfway through his promo on my end already.
Joe Burrow. So
it's official.
I don't know why I put that up, Mitch. Hey, Alex.
The Bengals they're relevant again now, guys. I mean, they have a franchise quarterback leading this team. There's the talent around him. AJ Green's got some juice left. Tyler Boyd is a great boost for Boyd. Hopefully they get Mixon signed.
Wait, Dan, I'm sorry. Half an hour ago on the pre-show, you went on about how there weren't weapons around the incoming quarterback, and now you're saying, "Oh, AJ Green, Tyler Boyd, Joe Mixon." So which is it? You're flipping and flopping.
I'm concerned about his offensive line. I'm concerned if Mixon doesn't sign, but I mean, there are talent around him now. The overall organization, the overall team, that I'm concerned about. Could they protect him? Do they have defense? There's a lot of pressure on this young quarterback here to perform right away.
He'll be okay. He has swagger. Ray, the expectation was that Joe Burrow was going to go to Cincinnati. Where do you have him right now in your Superflex rankings? And is it any different than it was 10 minutes ago?
No, I love Joe Burrow, and I'm happy for the Bengals. I feel for Bengals fans. I actually do. He's a QB1 in a Superflex easy. I would be willing to draft him in the very early second, third round, depending on kind of how the scoring for that standard Superflex. I like Joe Burrow a lot. I like them. I told Mike at the beginning of the end of last year, I'm like, Joe Burrow might be a first round pick. And then it was, a couple weeks into the season after the Texas game, I was like, Joe Burrow's a lock for a first round pick. And then after Alabama, I'm like, he's locked for the number 1 overall pick. He's just, I know he had a lot of weapons at LSU. I think he's going to have a lot of success in the NFL. I agree with Dan. I think they just need to protect him because, outside, even John Ross, has flashed some, dynamic playmaking. The one surprise pick I could see them possibly making in the early second round is going after Cole Kmet, to get a reliable tight end to replace Tyler Eifert.
And that's funny they brought Cole Kmet up because during our pre-show, we were going through some over-unders and some listener questions, and somebody asked, is Cole Kmet a first-round pick? You don't see him going in the first round.
I don't see him going in the first round, but this is actually one of the disagreements Mike and I had. I like this tight end class a little bit better than other people. I don't and it's not from a fantasy perspective.
I'm booing
I
you
don't
right
think
now,
that
Ray. I
it's
don't know if you can
all
see me on the video, but I'm booing you.
Yeah, I can see it. It's okay.
He's ignoring you, John.
That's me just
Most people do.
That's me just going out on a limb a little bit with, because usually when everyone hates something, I'm going to find something to like about it so I can figure it out. But I think Komet is going to be a nice little a weapon for whoever he goes to, because he could do everything. I think he's a better football player than he is fantasy football player.
All right, so Mitch, every once in a while, he likes to be the contrarian, and he's very hot takey at times, and it's sometimes people might call him a troll, and I think that's accurate. You would agree with that, Mitch, right?
Oh, completely. Yeah, that's like my whole skill set is going on Twitter and just making a comment, then seeing what happens with it.
So, Ray, my question for you, Mitch was all about Tua should actually go before Joe Burrow in the NFL draft. What are your thoughts on that? Like, do you think there was that was just a hot take, or do you think there was any merit behind that?
I mean, the thing with Tua is, and I think Mike disappeared on us, but
no, he's back. He's back.
All right, good to have him back.
He's gone again.
He's gone.
Doesn't want to hear you.
Now you see what I have to deal with all the time. I mean, if this was 12 months ago, we were talking about Tua being a lock for the number 1 overall pick. If you're comfortable with his medicals, then there should be no issue at all. And nothing else has changed. He was left-handed 12 months ago. He was somewhat orthodox of a quarterback 12 months ago. Like, none of that changed. It's just, if you're worried about the hip, or any of his other injuries, I get that. But I mean, I still like Tua a lot. I got hammered on Twitter the other day because I said I'm just a little concerned about his Wonderlic score, and people are blowing up at me like it doesn't matter. But it does matter if your quarterback doesn't know how to read a defense. But I like Tua, and I think it's probably only a hot take because we all knew Joe Burrow was going number 1. But again, a year ago, this is the same thing. Next year, it's Trevor Lawrence, right? If Trevor Lawrence ends up not going number 1 next year, what are we going to be? It'd be the same type of conversation.
Right. And Ray, you brought up the Wonderlic score, and that's obviously a hot topic, especially on Twitter. Mike, it sounds like it looks like you're back here. How's your sound? Any better?
Well, that's what I wanted to see. I tried
Perfect.
something.
Wow. Beautiful.
Awesome.
Okay, so we talk about Wonderlic, and last year, and correct me if I'm wrong, but when I had you on, we talked about like combine results for quarterbacks, and your big thing, and again, correct me if I'm wrong, I think it was about arm strength, right? Or velocity.
Right. So a lot of people discount velocity. They don't think it really means much. And I don't think that the quarterback necessarily has to throw 60 miles per hour. It's not so much, the higher the better, as much as there's sort of like a benchmark that I'm looking for in the mid 50s. And quarterbacks that don't throw in the mid 50s have to be able to do something else to be successful in the NFL. For example, Lamar Jackson.
Was Dwayne Haskins a quarterback that came in under the threshold?
Oh, I want to say he was 52, but that's off the top of my head. I think he was a little bit under the threshold, as a matter of fact.
Because I think I remember you saying he concerned you a little bit.
Yeah. I want to say he was at 52, which is a little bit concerning. I want to see 55. 54 is passable.
Haskins was 52, both left and right.
Okay. Yep. Wow, that's a good memory then. Yeah, I guess it was 52.
It's pretty good.
But yeah, I'm looking for 55 or more just because arm strength certainly isn't everything. I get that, but it is something that's necessary. You have to be able to throw into tight windows in the NFL. And Lamar Jackson and Deshaun Watson make a lot of plays, with their legs. And Watson having DeAndre Hopkins there, up to this point, I think probably helped him too, because he was able to go up and get a lot of 50-50 balls.
Redskins pick is in.
Yep, it's Chase Young. Here, real quick, Mike. So, so how important is Wonderlic? So we talk about arm, ball velocity whenever the quarterback throws the ball. Do you consider Wonderlic important at all?
it has its place. So the most important thing for quarterbacks is they have to be able to make decisions quickly. And to some extent, the Wonderlic measures that because it's timed. You only have 12 minutes. But, you know, in another regard, I guess you don't have to compare calf to, you know, cow or whatever, you know, on the field. You have to just be able to make quick decisions, go through your progressions, and make the right play. So it's a little bit concerning when you see 12, 13 from a quarterback. You'd like to see, you know, at least 20. And I think Ray actually went through and looked at the history of successful quarterbacks over the last 30 years. And I believe there were only 2 of them that scored under, I don't remember what his number was, but I think it was like under 15 or something like that. So it's a little bit concerning, but again, it's more about decision making.
The average score for Super Bowl winning quarterbacks is over 30.
Wow. The fact that you even know that, Ray, this is why I will not do a rookie draft before the NFL draft with you two. I won't do it.
You know, everyone else was out in high school going to parties. We were studying draft guides for 2 years out of the way.
No, you two casually in the group chat. Oh, if you guys want to, we could do the rookie draft before the NFL draft. Instantly, I was like, hell no. Not
you
doing
know
it.
what you're doing. We had that one draft. We had a startup draft with rookies included, and your team is a powerhouse.
It is, and I don't like to brag about it. Mitch knows that. I'm not one to brag about my teams and championships.
Never. I didn't get a whole bunch of like pictures of it through GroupMe or anything.
No, and I don't want to say that I made the championship game 2 years running in Weekend Warriors 11, but I did. And you know, the other John, he beat me both years, but I didn't take a rookie in that draft. I'm sure you don't remember, but I did not take one rookie, and I didn't feel comfortable. I wasn't educated, and I just wasn't going to go down that rabbit hole. Mitch, your lines are up.
They are. They better trade this.
How
better
upset
trade
are you going to
thing.
be if they don't trade back?
I honestly will not be a fan of them for the next year. It's been 30 years that I've been a fan of them, but what
are they going to do if Mitch Sorensen denies his fandom for a year?
There's only 10 fans total in the whole nation, and they're the ones who saw Barry Sanders. They're like, hey, I'm going to stick with them. But we're to the point now to where everyone else has already jumped off that bandwagon, and I'm about to, because there's no bandwagon anymore. There's just like a tire left, and that's it.
Well, here, so I said whenever the Lions are on the clock, Mitch's face is just going to be big here.
Well, not the whole time. Oh, they picked. Okay, see, I can't be a fan anymore.
Okay, well, don't tell us because I'm behind.
Yeah, it doesn't say who it is. It just says the picks in.
And actually, because it's your team, I'm going to let you announce it so you can release this information early to us ESPN streamers.
I'll be honest. I hope it's Derek Brown. If they do actually make the pick, I hope it's Derek Brown and not Okuda.
Yeah, we'll see.
But we'll see. It's probably going to be here for like 5 minutes before they actually announce who it is.
Yeah. I still can't believe you're a Lions fan, like you voluntarily, because you're not from Detroit.
No, it was Barry Sanders, man. You saw him run. I'm sure it was like some Thanksgiving game when I was like 8 years old. I saw Barry Sanders. I'm like, hey, that's my team. And that's how I stuck with them.
So, and we talked about this, Scott Mitchell, Herman Moore, Brett Perryman. Like, I love playing with those teams on Madden. On Sega back in the day. Is the pick in on your end?
It just says picks in. I mean, we could be 5 minutes out. Oh, maybe.
I'm on the edge of my seat. I'm waiting for you to break the news to me.
This is taking way too long.
Yeah, I can't look at your face anymore.
This is like extremely awkward.
I can't look at you. Oh, Ray got bounced. He's back in.
Ray's back. That's good.
Ray's back. Ray, what's going on over there, man? You keep bouncing and coming back. Trust me. Well, Ray left. He doesn't care what the pick is.
Yeah. All right.
Mitch, who is it?
They got Okuda, which is fine, but they still should have traded it.
Maybe they just weren't getting anything of, value.
Hey, we're in startup drafts. You could always trade back. There's always one team that's willing to do it.
No, it's the team. It's the team that says, I'll give you my 4th round pick in a second for your 103.
Sometimes you got to take it. You just
Yeah,
say, hey, I was able to trade back.
And somehow they see that as fair. Mike, you there?
Oh, yeah, I'm here.
All right. So the Giants are on the clock. There were, and I would call this a smoke screen. There were people saying, oh, they talked to Justin Herbert. They love the kid. Do you think there's any merit to that?
No way. No, I really don't think so. Daniel Jones played pretty well last year, aside from maybe fumbling 78 times. But he was a rookie. I think that, defense makes a lot of sense for them. If it were me personally, I would take a tackle here. Obviously, just like Mitch said, the Lions and Giants are really in good spots to trade down. If there's someone willing to move up and take one of these quarterbacks, ideally, you move down a few spots, pick up an extra pick, and you take a tackle, in my opinion. But I'm not going to knock him at all if this is Simmons or Derek Brown. You can't go wrong.
Yeah.
Dan, you're quiet over there. And I know it's because the Giants, they're in your division. You're a beloved Cowboys fan. What do you want to see as a fan of the Cowboys? What do you want to see them do? And what do you actually expect them to do?
I'm already a little worried now that Chase Young's in the NFC East. That's a nice addition there for the Redskins. Although
I didn't even think about that, actually.
They still need some other weapons on offense to help that team out there. But for the Giants, I think, the guys are saying, they're a team that trade back a little bit would be the wise thing to do, because I think they need to bolster their offensive line, and they could do that by letting the Chargers maybe bump up if they want to get that franchise quarterback. So I see them getting offensive line. They definitely need the help there. And they got a lot of offensive weapons. So I think everybody who has Sterling Shepard and Evan Ingram and Danny Dimes, they're hoping for some offensive line protection right now. There were talks that not maybe necessarily the 4th overall pick, but that they were interested in wide receivers in this class. I don't think they need one. I like Golden Tate a lot. I know he's 48 years old going on 75, but Sterling Shepard, Golden Tate, Evan Ingram, I know there were talks about trading him. Saquon Barkley could put up 100 reception in that offense. I don't think they need to go after, especially a deep ball threat, because Daniel Jones doesn't excel in that area. Mitch, if you remember during our shows last offseason, you preached the fact that Daniel Jones, he was really good in intermediate range.
Yeah, I loved him. Honestly, he reminded me so much of Eli Manning, but he was somewhat athletic. As we've seen, he was right up with Lamar with the most quarterback won games. I can't remember the exact stat anymore, but I think he actually had 4 quarterback won games this past season.
I think he had 4 games where he had 30 points or something like that.
Yeah.
But yeah, Mike, like you said, he had 1,000 fumbles last year. He has to fix that. And hopefully they improve that offensive line to help that.
Yeah, I think that's probably the safe way to go. And then just real quick, you guys were talking about Washington. You look at that defensive line at this point. So you add Chase Young to Montez Sweat, as the bookend edge rushers. And their interiors, Deron Payne and Jonathan Allen. 4 first-round picks. That's a really impressive defensive line. I don't know. I don't know. They have some issues on offense still, but it's impressive.
And they still have Ryan Kerrigan, who's vastly underrated.
Yep.
Right.
And that's probably how the Redskins are going to attempt to win in the NFC East. Defense in a run game. They've got a little more depth now and at running back. Adrian Peterson's the GOAT. He's never aging, I guess. Geis, we all hope, is healthy and could be well again. McKissick comes back as a pass catcher. Peyton Barber for a little more depth. They got offensive. They don't have the offensive weapons that Dallas, the Giants, even the Eagles have. So they have to win with defense in a run game.
Mike, I have a goofy question here for you, and I'm filled with them. But you mentioned the Washington Redskins and all the first-round draft capital. You've seen the movie Anchorman, correct?
Oh, yeah, a long time ago.
All right, so who wins in a first-round street fight? The Washington Redskins defense or the Atlanta Falcons offense? Because it's all first-round players.
It really is. You're right. I'm gonna say defense. Good defense still beats good offense. I'll go with Washington's defense.
Okay, fair enough. But I could see like Matt Ryan pulling a switchblade out of his sock or something, or being like Steve Carell with a pitchfork. It's like Matt killed a guy. Anyway, so the Giants here, this clock is ticking down. Is there any chance, Ray, do you think they trade down at all?
They should, but it's Dave Gettleman, so who knows what the hell he's thinking right now.
Right.
Yeah, he doesn't trade down ever.
Yeah. I mean, the same thing. It doesn't make sense not to trade down right now, but I don't think that they will. I think that he likes his big, beefy guys up front, and I'd be shocked if it's not a tackle.
I really think it's going to be Tristan Wirfs. From everything that I've read and seen, that's what everybody's saying that they've been highest on so far.
Dan, do you think so? I asked Mike earlier about Justin Herbert. Do you think that was strictly just to, for the Dolphins and the Chargers back there right behind them? Maybe they want to, bump up to number 4 just in case. Do you think that's kind of what they were looking for?
There's 2 teams needing a franchise quarterback. If there's someone there you really want, you are trying to get into that spot. And it would make sense for the Giants to do it. But is it all talk? If there's not 2 teams competing right now, if the Dolphins say, hey, the Chargers aren't going to be able to hop in front, we're okay, we're safe. The price tag might not be there. The Giants have to get a tackle. No matter what, they have to come out with their tackle. Maybe they're afraid that they lose the guy they want. Cameron Fleming, they signed in the offseason. He was a swing tackle for Dallas. He is not a starting NFL tackle for 17 games. So they have to address the tackle position here.
There's a few teams that on the pre-show, we talked about for selfish reasons, we were looking for certain moves to be made throughout the draft. The Atlanta Falcons and the New York Giants, because of the shares that I have in Daniel Jones, Matt Ryan, Calvin Ridley, Julio Jones, Saquon Barkley. I want to see both of those teams improve their offensive lines. So I hope that's the direction they go. While we're waiting for this clock, it's ticking down. We're a minute and a half in, or a minute and a half left. Mike, before you guys jumped on, I kind of gave you an introduction, and I'm sure I did not do you enough justice. So I want you to kind of toot your own horn and talk about the accuracy of your draft boards. I think it was 2016 or 17. You were like top 5. I might have butchered that.
Oh yeah. Well, no, thanks. We've been pretty good with our accuracy for picking the top 100 players to go in the NFL draft. So the Huddle Report is a website, and essentially they just take everybody's top 100 board and they score them. If you have a player that goes in the 100, it's a point. So at the end, different boards get scored. You usually scores from like 70 to 85. So our website, NFL Rough Draft, is actually first right now in the 5-year average. We've won it a couple of times.
Real quick, and I don't mean to interrupt you, but Mitch will tell you I interrupt everybody all the time.
No, it's not good enough.
Who are the names that you're beating out? Because on paper, like you mentioned that sounds really impressive, but I think it's going to sound even more impressive when you mention some of the names that you're beating out. So again, keep tooting that horn.
Yeah, so I mean, we're up against Mel Kiper's big board and Daniel Jeremiah. Mike Mayock used to be a part of this, obviously. Really everyone you could think of. Todd McShay. Todd McShay actually, Ray and I kind of. Ray's got a buddy who works over at ESPN, and he was talking to Todd McShay about us, and he knew who we are and was asking who we know to be so accurate every year. But basically anyone you can think of is a part of this competition. So we've just kind of been a little bit lucky, but we put a lot of work into it.
That's absolutely incredible. And so I don't know what you and Ray do for your day jobs, but when are we going to start seeing you during these live draft shows on ESPN?
It's a hobby for us. We don't really promote our site a lot. We've both got, like you said, we've both got careers. We've both got wives and daughters, and, so it's kind of cool because, we had a big beat writer from ESPN.com who works with an NFL team. And he sent us a message after the combine that said he was talking a player agent who was telling him about our website and how accurate we are. So, when we hear stuff like that, it's kind of cool because we go back to the fact that, we've been best friends since we were little kids. So it's kind of interesting to hear that like agents are telling beat writers about us at the NFL Combine. You know, stuff like that is pretty interesting, but we doubt it'll ever take off anything more than that.
Well, I need you guys to get on ESPN so I can say, oh, back in the day before these two were famous, they were on Dynasty Theory.
I think you guys are going to be famous before us. You know, I have to give you a lot of credit. You just started this, about a year ago, less than a year ago, I think. And you guys have already built up quite a huge following, and really it's well-deserved. You guys are doing a great job with this.
Well, thank you. I appreciate that. And I will say, I have no shame. I will reach out to anybody, anywhere. And with that said, I don't know if there's a more tenacious and determined person that I've ever met in my life than Dan Lamagna. You know, we're on the Ross Tucker Podcast Network, and he even joked when he was on the show. He said Dan would text him and message him and email him and send carrier pigeons. And he's like, man, I'm trying to take a shit right now. Like, that's actually what he said on our show. But Dan is absolutely tenacious. So by adding him to this show, I mean, I'm going to say Mitch and I were great free agent scouts because it was a great acquisition on our part.
Hey, teamwork makes the dream work, man. We all compliment each other well there. And how about those Bulldogs, boys?
So I don't know if anybody's noticing, but on the bottom of the screen here, I've been updating with all the picks. And at number 4, the Giants attack the offensive line. They add Mr. Thomas from Georgia. Ray, do you think that's a good pick there?
Absolutely. Andrew Thomas has been my number 1 tackle for, since the start of the year. And I love Andrew Thomas. I never kind of wavered on him. And I've had him going to the Giants in my mock draft for the past 3-4 weeks. You know, it made sense to me. That's where I had him going because he's tackle number 1. And he could play left side. He could play right side. I think eventually what the Giants should do is put him at left tackle and move Solder over to right tackle.
Mm-hmm.
Andrew Thomas could start at right tackle tomorrow if they wanted. It was a very good pick.
Mike, for once, did Dave Gettleman get it right?
Yeah, I really like Andrew Thomas. I'm with Ray on this. He was a little bit underrated in the media. I still, in an ideal world, would have been great to see them trade down a little bit. I have a hard time believing that nobody wanted their choice of the 2 quarterbacks at 4. Even if you drop down maybe to 8 or 9 and pick a 3rd round pick, a 3rd round pick is still valuable. But you can't complain with the pick. I think it's actually have a good offensive line.
Giants
chairs really like it.
Getting impressive there. If this team could just stay healthy and Danny Dimes takes that next jump, I mean, Nate Solder, big tackle Thomas now. You got nasty Will Hernandez in the middle there. You got the receivers, the tight end. You got Barkley. I mean, that's a lot of weapons compiling there.
I could see them. They like Cesar Ruiz. I wouldn't be surprised if they tried to move up back into the 1st round to take him to complete that offensive line.
Well,
take my Cowboys
you
off.
just stole my question, Ray, but I'm gonna ask it anyway to you and Mike. No, you're good. So, we have 8 minutes left here, and you two have been, once you got the sound figured out, you two have been absolutely fantastic. And we wanted you two to lead off the show because you do bring that different perspective of the actual NFL. And, we live in this fantasy bubble. We all do it. And the best examples last year with Butler and Harmon. But what would let make a crazy prediction here for the rest of round 1 before you two sign off. What's something that you think could happen where fantasy people are just like, what the hell did we just see?
I think we could see Jordan Love go a lot higher than anyone's expecting. I don't like Jordan Love, but I think that teams are going to fall in love with the intangibles. I could see him going. I think what's a good fit is the Chargers. I don't know that they'll take him at 6, but that would be. I could see him going a lot higher than people realize.
And I guess for me, these next 2 picks right here, if one of them is not a quarterback, you would expect Tua and Herbert in some order at 5 and 6. But if one of those guys is still there when Carolina gets on the clock, we could see one of those guys end up in a spot that, nobody really projected.
Whoa, easy, Mike. Listen, I just got done saying that you guys have been fantastic guests, and you're trying to blow up my Teddy shares like that. Come on.
Well, no, I'm not necessarily saying Carolina, but I'm wondering, could the Raiders draft a quarterback?
Yep.
Don't blow up my Derek Carr shares either.
All right, easy.
God, you think you know a guy, and then he starts dropping bombs like this on you.
Derek Carr hate's always good.
I know a lot of people dislike him, but yeah, like, and I talk to my wife all the time about football and fantasy, and she doesn't really care. And it's funny because she was actually in a fantasy league before she met me, and she said that once she met me and all the leagues I was in, I kind of ruined the fun for her, so she quit playing fantasy. But I talked about that she watched the movie Draft Day with me, and I try to talk about different situations, and I said one of the biggest things that could blow up this draft is one of the quarterbacks not going as early as we think. And Mike, it's a fantastic point, because if the Dolphins or Chargers don't take a quarterback here, it shakes this whole thing upside down.
Yeah, well, and I don't want to spoil anything for you guys, but the Dolphins pick is in. So,
and they took Tua.
Who is it? Tell us.
Tua.
There it is.
There's Tua.
Tank for Tua.
Right.
It was meant to be.
Told you. That was my call before.
Good for them.
All right, so we have 5 minutes for. So the line on the DraftKings Sportsbook was 5.5.
I took the under.
I said over.
That's
so
right.
Mitch, I owe you something. All right, so I asked the question for Joe Burrow.
Yeah.
Ray, do you have Tua still? Where do you have him in Superflex rookie drafts right now?
Superflex.
Let's say 12 teams. 12 teams.
Superflex rookie draft, he'd be probably 102, 103. I like Tua. I mean, I might be in the minority. Me and Mike talked about this Mike, I don't remember, it was 2 weeks ago, and Mike was just posing the question, like, how far could Tua fall if he does fall? And I said, I don't see any way possible he gets past 6, really. I just, I think Tua is a dynamic. It's not a great comparison, but I think the best comparison for him is Steve Young.
Now, when you talked about it, you said it was 2 weeks ago. Was it 2 weeks ago or 2 weeks ago?
2 weeks ago. That's right.
Okay. So anybody that has the over-under of 2.5 for bad puns by me, we're about to hit the over real soon.
Yeah, they should have been a lot higher on that one.
Earlier, I said that a team that was looking for Jalen Hurts, their offense was probably Hurtson for production.
We didn't need that repeated, man. We're good.
There's new listeners in here. They need to hear this.
That Jalen Hurts is a good one right there. That's another guy in Superflex rookie drafts. He's going to get taken a lot higher than he deserves to go. He's going to be a career backup.
Wow, you saved the bomb for 3 minutes.
I like it.
Because, Ray, he's a Twitter darling.
We strongly considered leaving him out of our top 100. We really did. Yeah, I don't know. You hear things from NFL.com. He could possibly go in the first round, which to me, I really don't understand that at all. I'm still not. I wouldn't be shocked if he ended up in the 4th round. Quarterbacks are weird. Sometimes they kind of go into free fall.
I'm not even a Jalen Hurts fan, but if he goes in the 4th round, his stock will plummet, especially in a lot of the drafts that we've done where rookies were included. So, guys, this hour absolutely flew, and the insight that you bring, it's absolutely incredible. So, Mike, Ray, thank you very much. Tell our listeners whatever you want, where to find you, stuff you're working on, brag about yourself some more, because I love it.
We're NFLroughdraft.com. Every year we have our top 100 board, gets scored by the Huddle Report. And we're also pretty avid fantasy football players. So you can find us in basically every single league that exists, because I think, we're probably in like 60 leagues at this point. Thank you guys very much for having us on. You guys are doing a great job, like I said, and I hope you guys have fun with the rest of the night.
Well, we'll see if I have too much vodka, I'll let you know how the night goes. But again, thank you, and we're gonna have you on next year, so be ready. But get some damn video for next year. Come on.
Sounds good. Sounds good.
We're too ugly for video. That's why we're radio voices over here.
Guys, look at me. Come on, you can beat this. Come on. Well, again, thank you so much. So
Yeah, thanks, guys. Thanks for coming on.
Hey,
Pleasure having you guys on.
You guys are the best. Thank you very much.
Thanks, Ray. Thanks, Mike.
Have a great night, Jen.
You
Take
too.
care,
Good
guys.
luck.
Those guys are cool, man.
Yeah, they're awesome. Now that we have a break,
just what
I
they
get a
bring to
commercial
the
break.
table. Yeah, go to the bathroom here. When he comes back, I'm gonna go.
Yeah, we're taking turns.
Yeah. I don't want to leave just one of us here because we're going to bore the people that are still here. The fact that I told my wife, I said, we might have 5 or 6 people tune in because they want to watch the draft. And Dan, you know, there's a lot of Zoom parties and people doing virtual parties and gatherings. The fact that we've had double digits consistently, it says one of 2 things. We're doing a decent job, or guys, you need to get a damn life out there. Come on.
Hey, while we're on this show here in my dispersal draft that I'm in, I just got a direct message saying, first time listener to your podcast, and it happened to be with Woody Page. He goes, I'm a fan now. So we got another fan we picked up in the last couple of days here.
It was like the stretch that we've been on, and we've talked about it, you know, and I don't want to brag too much because I'm a humble guy, and I kind of say that with a smirk because if I have the chance, I will brag. But JJ Zacharyson, Mike Clay, Woody Page, Ross Tucker, and people, they like the up and coming guys, and we're up and coming. But we had Michael Liu from Dynasty League Football and Bunk Bed Breakdown over there on BDGE. Like, we have had the best guests, and the fact that people volunteer, like we don't hold anybody ransom. We don't put guns to heads. They voluntarily come on our show. It blows my mind. It really does.
Yeah, we've had some great conversations with them. I think our listeners have definitely appreciated that. And there's more to come, man. There's more to come.
So once Frank jumps on here, because I have to let the guests in, I'm going to go urinate because this.
I'll take my break then.
All right, take your break. This vodka, it's been flowing, Mitch. It's been flowing.
Good. Yep.
How many drinks have you had? Because you got to catch up. I always joke with my wife, and
my wife told me I was an alcoholic if I had 6 tonight. So I have to at least drink 12. I mean, that's just kind of the minimum.
Well, if you drink 6 or 12, is there any threshold you're crossing? Because
I don't know. I was told after 6 it makes me an alcoholic. So I figure I got at least double that. That'll make me like a twice alcoholic or something.
After my first drink was done, I text my wife because the vodka was upstairs, and I always joke with her, and I said, "Can you make me a stiffy?" Because it bothers her. I always say like,
right.
"Oh, JB's having a stiffy," you know, because it's funny. It's a double entendre, things like that. Haha. But
Don't use big words, man.
Mitch, I'm still waiting for you to figure out then and then.
I can't do your and your. I mean, it's all the same. So
You're at the point now that on our group chats, you know that I'm going to correct you, that you actually try to correct yourself sometimes.
I do try.
And I told you, I was like, you were right the first time, the one time.
Yeah, I don't know. So do you think the Chargers are going to go with Herbert here?
Yeah, I do.
Actually, I think they're going to go offensive tackle.
Now, if they do, Tyrod Taylor.
Yeah, I know. But the problem, like, he's still
I have him everywhere too. I have so many shares.
Yeah, that's the thing is you're going to want to sell him. And like tomorrow morning, you're going to want to sell him before that second round kicks off.
I have my phone locked and loaded.
Exactly.
Like
Right?
I'm sending offers out tonight. People in the chat, do they go quarterback?
No,
they go?
the pick's already in. You're late.
Who is it?
Oh, it's 6th pick.
No. Who do they take?
Oh.
Do you know?
Oh, hold on.
I'm gonna piss myself.
Justin Herbert. Go ahead, dude. I got it. You're fine. Go.
That's fine. And damn
All
you,
right.
Chargers! My Tyrod Taylor shares are done.
Yeah, so Justin Herbert's going to come in and probably start after. Let me turn off my volume here so I can actually think. But Herbert's going to come in and he probably won't start the season because, you know, we're going to have that limited offseason. So he's not going to get any offseason work except for the training camp, whatever shortened training camp they have at this point. So we could probably expect him to come in when John and Dan get back. I'll throw it in my projections and figure it out, but I'm probably going to give him about 12 games starting. That would give the first month to Tyrod to get everything going. Then Herbert can come in. And actually, I like the fantasy pieces more as soon as Herbert can start because I don't like Tyrod Taylor as a fantasy quarterback. I like him for his sole position to where he's going to get you 15 to 18 points a week, but I don't like him to elevate Keenan Allen. I mean, Tyrod Taylor isn't the quarterback that's going to be able to keep Keenan Allen, Hunter Henry, Mike Williams, and Austin Eckler and make them all compete to where they're going right now, because they're just being drafted, at their current value, and their current value is fine. But Tyrod Taylor is not the quarterback to be able to keep them there throughout the season. So with Justin Herbert coming in, we know we're going to see some rookie mistakes, stuff that we're normally going to see that we saw last year from Daniel Jones. We saw the year before with Baker Mayfield. But even though I'm not very high on him, he's going to go 106, 107 in Superflex drafts right now, because he has the draft equity. He's going 6th in the draft. Don't make the same mistake that people made last year, because people are down on Justin Herbert, but people were also down on Daniel Jones. And Josh Allen. Don't make the mistake of letting him get to the 111, 112, 201 just because you want to be like, I don't like him. He's going to be a starting quarterback for at least the next 4 years. And that matters a lot in Superflex.
Wait, so I'm shocked. My mom and sister are actually watching this right now. And my mom, we have a group chat, and my mom texts me, my sister, and my wife and said, Mara, John just told them that he tells you to make him a stiffy.
I got pictures for my wife earlier too.
Having a stiffy. Yeah. You want a stiff drink? You ask for a stiffy.
That's what you do.
Come on. All right. I got to update my little banner here at the bottom.
All right. But hey, you talk for a second while I do some projections. You're good.
All right. So we talk about, so Mitch and I were doing these projections, and he's entering the rookies into his spreadsheet. He's kind of had target shares allocated. And one thing, and this is why we double check each other's work all the time, he had Devontae Adams, and he's listening right now. I know he is. Devontae Adams with a 30% target share, but he had him coming in under wide receiver 20. And I looked at the little formula, and he was basing off of rushing attempts. And, nobody cares. The listeners, they don't care about that. But I thought it was funny that 30% target share for Devontae Adams in that offense couldn't get him in the top 20. But there's a little error, and I think you have him wide receiver 3 now.
Yeah, I bumped him up to wide receiver. He was like wide receiver 18, so I wasn't that far off. Just a little.
No. So what we do when we do these projections, and actually, Mitch, share your screen real quick. Show them on the bottom here. Share screen.
I'm on the different screen. Let me see if I can figure out how to do it.
But we go through and basically we put in target share, touchdown percentage. So it's not just 100 catches, 1,300 yards, blah, blah, blah. It's basing it off of historical usage, what we expect in the future. And then, I don't know if everybody can see that's kind of small, but it's interesting information. And this is kind of why we wanted Mike Clay on the show, because he really broke this down really well. So, oh man. So I'm hoping.
So right now, as you can look at it,
Frank jumps in soon. We'll see.
Right. Yeah, we'll see. But so what you're seeing right now is it just averages the fantasy points for us. So all I have to do is go in, adjust.
And I made this spreadsheet, so I don't want to brag at all. I don't like to brag.
Yeah,
I don't want to.
It was a team effort on this one.
Yeah, the team was called JB.
Exactly. Yeah, that's how it goes around here. But if we go over to, let me open up here. Let me shut that off.
Wait, Trader Duck here with the mysterious G-Love username that he made back when he was 12. Herbert's his boy. And yeah. I'm very upset because I actually don't have him in any of my Superflex startups. And I really think it's because I attacked the position somewhat early. So Herbert, I don't really need to attack, that position when he's up. But anyway, Mitch, back to the projections while we kill some time.
So my problem is, as I was saying when you guys were both off, that I could see him starting 12 games this year. With the short off season, he's only going to be able to be in training camp, and I don't see Anthony Lynn giving him all the first round reps in training camp. So I said I would give the first month to Tyrod Taylor, And then I could see 12 games going to Herbert after that. And so what happens with the issue with that is he's not going to be a really good starting quarterback for the rest of the season. Points per game wise, he'll be okay, but he isn't going to be anyone that you actually want to start. He's going to be like a really back end QB3 for you.
But in terms of dynasty, just rookie drafts, where are you comfortable taking him? We talked about him in the 108, 109 range in 12-team Superflex.
Yeah, that's where I would take him. I would take him 108.
The expectation was, I almost said San Diego. Oh my goodness. The expectation was Los Angeles.
Yeah, I would take him there because I think I would even be willing to take him up to the 107 as well. The real issue, the pushing point here is going to be where we see those running backs go, because we know those running backs are going to get hammered. And then you still have CeeDee Lamb, Judy, and Jefferson, who I think are the top 3 wide receivers who could end up pushing Herbert down depending on their landing spot here in the first round.
And you just said hammered. Man, I'm getting there.
Oh, that's good.
I'm getting there, man. Wait, Dan, did you change?
Who, me?
How many Cowboy shirts are you going to wear? So
no, he had a Georgia shirt on, and then he took that off. You must have missed that.
Wait, and then later he's going to have a Yankee shirt and then a
was
Lakers
Dez,
shirt. You're
Dez
Mr.
for the
Bandwagon.
pre-show.
Georgia
for the pick.
All right, if you guys see it, let me know who it is.
I will.
So the pace we're working here, guys, we're going until 1:30 Eastern time tonight.
So I told you it wouldn't really start off till 6:30, and it started happening really quick after that. Have you heard anything from L. Frank?
No. At 8:15, he said, let me pull this up here on my cellular device. At 8:12, he said, see y'all at 9.
Okay.
Well, that's all right. So, Dan, carry us for the next 19 minutes because I'm going to take a nap.
Yeah, you're good.
We got you, man. Hey, I think these teams are doing what they have to be doing right now, especially those last couple picks. What do you got, Mitch?
What's that? Sorry, the pick is in, and it's Derek Brown. So they got the awesome interior lineman who's, I mean, he's the only guy that really has a shot of being the next Aaron Donald in this draft. So,
and it makes sense for this team because their offense, it's not bad.
Their defense is awful. I mean, right now, they probably have the worst defense in the league, and I don't even know if it's close. They have nobody.
And I always say, again, selfishly, teams like Carolina, Atlanta, I don't want them to improve their defense at all. I want them to be the only argument would be that the opponent's drives are not prolonged. But I want them to fall behind. I want them to fall behind quickly, and I want them to light the scoreboard up.
That was a solid pick. As you look at their defense, that more than anything, their defensive line was really weak. So, I mean, this will give some help for Kawan Short there in the middle. And I mean, they got some edge rushers. Brian Burns, if he could keep developing. Bruce Irvin's there, a little bit older, but a little bit of a rush. Shaq Thompson, that linebacker.
Cardinals are going to be pretty interesting coming up because if they take a wide receiver, that's going to blow up a lot of stuff.
I'm going to call this right now. And it's again, it's not based on an actual source. It's not based on my originality. It's going to be CeeDee Lamb.
No, it's not.
I'm telling you, CeeDee Lamb.
There's no way the Cards are going receiver. No way.
Take that to the bank.
Not after signing Nuke.
It would make more sense for him to get Judy.
They don't need a judge right now. I'm here all night, guys. Like
I know. We got another 4 hours of this, man. I might be calling it early.
Here's Ohio. It's going to be the Ohio State corner here.
I'm going to tell you right now, if you bounce early, you're getting replaced.
I'm getting replaced. Well,
I got work in the morning,
the case.
KB.
I have to work too. We all have to work. Mitch is going to the office. Well,
Mitch and I really work.
Kinda. Yeah.
See if I can get JB fired up, Mitch.
No,
yeah, I know.
We've seen what Mitch calls work.
Love, because I'm in Bauer.
Wait, Trader Duck, he's taking over Mitch's spot. So, Mitch, if you drop, the duck is in. We're going duck hunting, baby.
That's good. Oh, so I was looking in my closet today, and we still have the Jabril Peppers Browns jersey that we bought last year after he got traded to the Giants that time. But the problem is it costs more to mail it to someone than it does that we actually paid to get it in the first place.
All right, we have 13 listeners in here right now. We're gonna run a little contest.
Uh-oh.
The Falcons are actually we're gonna do it for Dan. The Cowboys are picking 17th overall. If within the next 5 minutes you throw out who they actually take, we'll send you the Jabril Peppers jersey.
Browns jersey.
It's a Browns jersey. It's nothing great. But literally type a name in the comment box below if you're right, and you're the first person to pick that player. So if
you get one guess as well, you can't name like the entire big board of Mel Kiper.
So if Duck, Demon, and Justin all pick the same person, whoever threw the name out first. So we all know you want a Jabril Peppers jersey.
Right? What do you do with the Jabril Peppers jersey? I don't even know what you do with that.
It was cheap.
I
think we paid like $17 for it.
I can't find firewood anywhere. So I just moved a couple weekends ago, and I finally have a fire pit in the backyard. I can't find firewood. So maybe I'll get the fire going with Jabril Peppers.
There we go.
And
the pick's in already.
Nobody, Chris there. All right, thank you, Jerry Jeudy for the Falcons. Cowboys, Jerry Jeudy. All right.
I'm trying to give our listeners a clue.
Defense. I actually think they might go O-line. I could see Ruiz going there. Dallas loves building up that O-line. They just love it.
They're going to need to run the ball to keep the Giants offense off the field.
Okay. The pick is...
Woo!
Defense for the Cardinals.
No, but who they take?
Oh, they got Simmons. The safety, linebacker, cornerback from Clemson.
JB,
here's the beauty.
Picks early.
Here's the beauty of this show, though.
Going wide receiver.
I'm gonna make different clips, and we're gonna send them out as little mini-sodes, so 5-10 minutes, and I'll release it tomorrow probably. But when I just said take it to the bank, it's not making the cut.
You didn't mean take it to the bank. You meant like it was like an option to take it to the bank if someone wanted to. Yeah, it was just,
all right. So who is that, Mr. Simmons?
Now these corners are sliding down the board, guys. You know, we talked about earlier about Jeff Okudah going early. He's still on the board now.
No, Okudah went to the Lions, man.
What? Wait.
He went 3rd overall, man. Come on.
Yeah, he's not sliding too far.
Dan, look below, Dan. I have it scrolling on the bottom of the screen.
I'm not used to that scroller. It's not on during the show. I don't even think I've looked at it yet, JB. As nice as it is, and I complimented you knowing that it was going to be on the show.
CJ Henderson will go pretty quick here within the next probably 5 or 6 picks. And then we'll probably see a dive down to Jalen Johnson, in the 20s somewhere, I guess.
I'm going to make a proposal to the NFL next year. No defensive players in the draft. We don't want that. I don't play IDP. You can save that. And I respect the IDP players because there are people that still chastise Superflex. So I would never do that to another format.
Okay, guys. So here's something that's actually, a decent talking point here. We've seen Burrow, Tua, and Herbert all go within the top 6. That means Jordan Love is going to be going probably the next 10 picks. Because there's no way that no one's going to pick him up when those 3 are already gone and off the board. And he is the last, tier. He's the last above Jalen Hurts guy that's left. So who takes him? Is it going to be the Raiders?
This won't happen. But 14th overall, the Tampa Bay Buccaneers. As much as we love Tom Brady, and he's ageless, he's going to play until he's 110 years old. Wouldn't it make sense to have him sit behind the best of all time for 2 years?
So do you know who's actually been mocked to a lot? The Packers.
Yeah, Bucks want to win now.
Aaron Rodgers is going to throw a fucking fit.
Yes, he will.
We're uncensored tonight, so I can say fucking.
Yeah. He will do the exact same thing that Brett Favre did. Like, he won't even talk to him for 3 years because of it.
And guys in the chat, throw a name down there for the Cowboys 17th overall. Right, wrong, it doesn't matter. You're going to get a free Jabril Peppers Cleveland Brown jersey.
Obviously, Justin doesn't want to win it because he said commit. So obviously, he doesn't want it, which is good. I don't want to pay shipping to Canada anyways.
If Cole Kmet goes to the Cowboys, I will end this feed right now because Blake Jarwin. I never get it right. Right here. Blake Jarwin jersey. It's coming next week. I didn't order it yet, but let's just say.
So you're going to have
two Cowboys jerseys in there. Exactly. That tells us something, Mitch.
Yep. Wait, exactly.
Dan, you are a wrestling fan. Do you remember Rob Van Dam?
Yeah, man.
When he was in ECW, it was the whole fucking show. And it was just like, listen, so all the listeners out there, all 11 of you, Dan is he's a family man, and he had his daughter on the show earlier. That's why we love the guy. He's a big family man. And I said the word hell on 2 or 3 shows in a row, and he messages me. He goes, JB, I think we have to talk about something. And this is the voice I give you when you message me. JB, we got to talk. You can't say hell when I'm listening to the show with my kids. And being me, I snipped back and I said, oh, sorry, sir. I won't ever say hell again. But this isn't, I'm not going to release the ones where we drop F-bombs. So don't worry.
JB, this is for the listeners who travel on their way to work and their kids are in the car. They're dropping them off to school. We can't be cussing on the podcast.
I'm teasing you. Actually, I talked to Mitch when we first started this, when it was Super Flexology many moons ago. And I said, we should make this explicit. And instantly he said, we can't do that. He said, people listen in their cars, people, so when it's a live YouTube feed where we're not going to release this, we're not going to release certain parts of it. Yeah, let's get a little adventurous. Come on.
Remember, I'm going to quit Dynasty if the Jaguars pick Jordan Love here. So, yeah, you guys might just end up having Trader Duck come in. Just have him pop right on my spot.
Well, wait, you're not out of the clear because the Jaguars picked 20th also.
Oh, yeah. I forgot about that.
Wow,
that's right.
Double
Hey,
Justin
on the line here too. JB, you showed us our ratings today here for our pod, and we're up in the United States. We keep climbing, but we went down a couple spots in Canada. I don't think he's sharing it enough.
I'm going to show this because I actually am very proud of this. I think we've worked very hard. Let's see here. Let's get
a Scotland listener there tonight, boys. Graham, appreciate you, man.
Mr. Worldwide. Hold on. Let's see here. Where the
Cowboys going McKinney.
That was a great pick by the Cards, too. That's exactly who they needed.
Yeah, Simmons, man. He flies around the field. That Cardinals team's going to be exciting to watch between the offense, and then Simmons now is a piece to the defense.
I wish the Cardinals could have got Okudah, because if they could have put him on the other side of Peterson, that defense would have been awesome. But
that had me thinking.
Simmons is great. Yeah,
people can't read this. But anyway, so this is it's the chartable rankings, and I have no idea what it's based off of. But in the United States, we were up to 13th in fantasy sports. We were number 1 in Great Britain at one point. We're down to 7, and then 85th in Canada. So Justin, what are you guys doing up there? Is it too much marijuana? Like, are people too high? Like, bring them down a little bit. We got to get people listening to Dynasty Theory.
Hopefully Justin's doing something about that. Our request is in there tonight. You got to keep our momentum going, even in Canada.
We like our friends up north. I never realized there's so many Dynasty players from Canada. Like, there's a lot.
Hey, the dysfunctional Jags pick is in, just so you know.
All right, Mitch, if you get it, break it, baby.
This is a team where even if this pick pans out, they'll trade him in 3 years. Let me go to my Jags on the top 5 here. We're the number 5 on my dysfunction list, guys.
Line should be number 1 right now.
Mitch, Frank's Eastern time, right?
He's Louisiana, yeah.
Jacksonville Jaguars, 1 season, 1 better than a record of 6-10.
Uh-oh. Did you tell him the wrong time?
No, I told him Eastern time. I always say Eastern time. But I'm going to say right now, our next guest, I met him doing a rookie, or not, it wasn't a rookie. It was a mock draft, and it was a live show for the Monocle Dynasty podcast, which they just kind of got started, but they joined one of our happy hours. Good guys. But Dave Wright, he's going to be joining us here shortly. And I think he has a really interesting way of thinking about things. And it seemed like he was very methodical in his approach. So he's going to be joining us here in 7 minutes. He's very excited. He's the one, if you guys saw earlier on Twitter, he asked who's doing his hair, who's doing his makeup. So when he comes on, he might look disheveled because we didn't provide him with that service.
Jacksonville pick is in.
There it is.
CJ Henderson. So we just barely talked about him. He was the next cornerback that was going to be taken.
Wait, Mitch, didn't you just say that he was going to be the next one?
I said he was going to be the next 6. Yeah. Next
That's
6
enough.
picks.
Solid pick.
But yeah,
So top two
Right,
corners.
so Mitch
off the
lives
board.
another day.
I do so far. But we're going to see a lot of tackles go really quickly here. The Browns are probably going to take one. The Jets are going to take one. There's
No. Jets are going wide receiver. I'm telling you.
Okay, so we need to make a bet on this because I guarantee it the Jets are not going to go wide receiver because the tackles that are left, they're going to get, one of the top 3. So if they get Wirfs, they're not going to pass on him for a wide receiver. They have Perriman.
All right, so we have Demon, Justin, Graham, Ben Hartley, G Love, who's Trader Duck. Give us a bet here between Mitch and myself. He's going tackle for the New York Jets. I'm going wide receiver. It's going to be CeeDee Lamb. I'm telling, and you can take that to the bank.
I got one. So we might actually have to do this for a couple of them because we'll have to actually go out and order it. But have you guys ever watched it's called like Hot Ones on YouTube? They have people eat chicken wings.
Oh, I thought it was porn. I'm not.
No,
porn.
but they do like hot sauce. And there's one called The Last Dab. And
No,
it's supposed to be...
I have very
No.
sensitive taste buds. I'm not doing it.
I bet you are sensitive. There's no doubt in my mind you have sensitive taste buds.
All right, so let's think here. All right, so I have one, Mitch. It's not as controversial or taste bud snapping or whatever, but we take part in a lot of the Scott Fish Safe Leagues.
Mm-hmm.
So whoever loses has to pay for the entire, and we'll just do a $50 startup. And it can be next month, it can be in 2 months, but before the season starts.
Yeah, I'm good with that.
All right, so there's a shake right there.
So what's this bet again? Just for one last time for the listeners.
Mitch has a tackle for the Jets. I have a wide receiver, and well, he's going to be a pretty bad wide receiver because it's CeeDee Lamb.
And it's as long as it doesn't get, if the Jets trade, then we'll have to
If the Jets
reassess
trade,
later.
Dan pays for the startup for us.
Perfect. Okay, and we'll join the like $300 ones. I think that's great news. I like
I
it.
get in this one there. The
Wait, so
Browns
Graham's
pick's going to be
It's
big
gonna be
here
a
for you,
tackle.
Mitch.
So Graham, and I hope I'm pronouncing it right, Graham, Graham, but he said, did COVID cancel trading here? I want to see some trades. I really do. We take part in startups and constantly we're wheeling and dealing. I don't want to see this go straight through. Now, let me ask you guys, and I actually like that he brought this up. Do you think it's because of the format and the way it is? Do you think people are like, I don't want to, risk running out of time. I don't want to risk a internet connection issue, something like that. Do you think that's a reason we're not seeing trades?
Good, Jay. If that trade wasn't done during the day before all this, time limit came and Wi-Fi connections, I think you're right.
Ben Hartley, I love you, man. Should see some wide receivers come off the board with the next
when
pick.
the Raiders,
you can
49ers,
remove-
and Broncos will all go wide receiver. I completely agree.
Right after these next 2 tackle picks.
Yeah,
Ben,
I'm going to side with Mitch here, JB.
it'll be Tristan Wirfs.
Ben, you can remove the question mark at the end there.
Oh,
That's
they
a
got
damn
Wills.
guarantee.
Okay. So that means Wirfs is still available for the Jets. So yeah, I get a free league. I'm cool with that.
There's one
Wait,
tackle.
who did the
JB.
Browns pick?
Jedrick Wills.
Alabama.
Is it WILLS?
Mm-hmm. Junior.
Before we lose it on the
He's not
chat
getting the
there.
junior here because, funny thing, what I wanted to do was keep the team name and then add the player they selected. But
you
at the
ruined
bottom
that.
here, it's a limit of 200 characters.
Oh,
So Wills isn't getting the junior.
yeah, you're good. So we got a big bet going on next. That'll be good.
Man, he's a big boy.
I gotta pee again.
No, here we go.
Wow.
Too much info.
Yep.
Demon 49 before mentioned the edge rusher from LSU chasing going to Dallas as a prediction. That's my prediction to get that lovely Peppers jersey from you guys.
Nice.
It's funny whenever you bought it, Mitch, because we do the pristine auction, the auction drafts. You know, you get different jerseys, and that's how I got Michael Gallup, Devontae Adams, the Saquon Barkley jersey giveaways tonight. We're finally doing that. That's from Pristine Auction. A-Rob, Sterling Shepard, all the jerseys we gave away, Tyler Boyd. But when you bought this jersey, it was actually draft night last year.
It was. Yep.
And you said, I got Allen Robinson,
Uh-huh.
and Jabril Peppers. And when you sent me the picture of the Browns jersey, I said, he doesn't play for the Browns anymore.
It was like $17, so I don't even feel bad about it. But it was, what do you do?
Oh, man. All right. I don't want to see offensive line is great for some of these teams, and it's expected. And the Browns, I have a lot of Nick Chubb, so I like it. But this isn't the razzle dazzle. This isn't the pizzazz. I want to see some big moves and right on time.
Yeah, this is when it's going to get interested for fantasy football here. And like you said, right on time here.
I do my head toss, check my neck. Baby, how you feeling? Head toss.
I'm feeling good, guys. Happy to be on here.
Dave, right. Thank God that I wore that Superflex Scott Fishbowl 9 shirt last night. Again, shameless plug. We had Woody Page on the show, and I wore with Woody. I
That's a great shirt.
We had a Woody.
So I decided not to go with the Baker Mayfield look tonight. I presented myself a little bit more, presentable. I'm excited to be with you guys. How are we all doing tonight?
Good. Yourself? So you're a Browns fan?
No, I'm not. I'm a big Baker fan, but I won't tell you what team I'm a fan of. So,
all right. So Dave, real quick for our listeners, you're a writer and ranker for DFF Dynasty and co-host of Tale of Two Rivals podcast. I met you. We followed each other on Twitter for a while, but I really met you in the Monocle mock draft. And instantly, and I was telling Mitch and Dan, I said, there's this guy in this draft. I like the way he thinks. I like the way that you really came across. And I don't want to feed your ego too much, even though I thought you were going to wear Burberry or Armani here tonight. So, the Scott Fishbowl shirt, I love Scott. So it's okay. But I really thought Burberry was going to be here. But I really like the way that you presented yourself and your thoughts and the way that you work through some things. So instantly I was like, I want to have this guy on the show.
I mean, I think you said it perfectly. What else can I say to that? I mean, what an introduction. Thank you. I had a lot of fun on that show. There was a lot of smart drafters and it was in the show, and it was some smart things. I hadn't done a startup in a long time, and it was fun to see where I had got like my gut feelings were, and where actually my ranks were. So it was as you guys know, mocking is always a worthwhile exercise. So it was a lot of fun. I had first time I've actually interacted with you, and it was a really good time. So I'm happy to be on. It was an honor to get invited on here.
And I don't want to say that you can never win a mock, but if you could, I definitely won it. But anyway,
I'm sure you did.
Come on. So Dave,
he had a good mock.
I did. Anything in the top 10? Did it surprise you at all?
No, I mean, I was just talking with a couple of friends of mine, and it went chalk. I had some worries that Tua was going to slide. I thought maybe some teams were going to move up for a quarterback at 3 with the Lions, but nothing happened. It all Tua went right where he was supposed to. Then it was, then the LA Chargers got their guy. So this is, the Tyrod Taylor fans took their little tear went down their cheek a little bit, but this was kind of expected. I think if you were a Tyrod, you should have sold by now if you had Tyrod in Superflex.
I tried and I couldn't. I even wrote an article.
one would take it.
I wrote an article 3 weeks ago for Fantasy Pros, and I said sell him, and I have 7 shares still. I couldn't sell him. Anyway, Dave, the New York Jets are up. They have 2 minutes left on the clock, and Mitch, I think he's ahead of us on his stream, so maybe they picked already. I don't know.
Nope.
But what do you think they do here? Because Mitch and I actually have a bet going.
I mean, they should go offensive line if I were them. They need to protect.
Here,
Sam
real
Darnold.
quick, I have to see how I can boot somebody from the show. No, it's CD Lamb. Come on.
It's not going to be, dude. There's no way they can. They have to get O-linemen. Have to.
As Sam Darnold's biggest issue, can he avoid mono in 2020? If he can, he could do anything.
Well, all the proms will be canceled, so he'll be okay.
That's pretty good. That's pretty good. All right, so you think they go offensive line?
The pick's in.
That's what I would do if I'm building a team. I need to protect my quarterback. You can get around. You can get away with replacement level receivers. Now, if I'm a fantasy guy, I don't want the any of those top 3 receivers going to the succubus in Adam Gase, so that he will just.
Wait,
I feel like
somebody else earlier said succubus in the chat. Was that you?
It maybe. I mean, I've started using that a lot recently. A co-host of mine, he likes to use that term for Adam Gase, and he's a fantasy succubus. He just takes the fantasy value of everything and makes it not good anymore.
Mitch, what was the other word? Unfortunately, I can't scroll up high enough. Somebody used a word in the chat, and it was a made-up word. I've never heard it before.
Oh, it was like, I don't remember.
It wasn't this, but it was almost like bamboozled. Like it wasn't that, but Dan, what do you think here? You're quiet over there. I see sweat dripping down your face because the Cowboys, they pick 17th overall. So you're getting antsy.
I'm starting to get excited, but I needed to get through this Adam Gase pick here. He's going to mess up whatever he drafts, so it doesn't really matter. I'm looking
Where
at
are they at in your rankings?
Not impressed. Jets in the dysfunction rankings.
I'm going to guess they're 30th or 29th.
They are fourth most dysfunctional team there.
Well,
two winning coaches ever in the history of the Jets franchise, guys. Joe Namath cannot come out of retirement. You have the Gase at Le'Veon Bell saga, which is just besides myself with the Jets.
It's funny because we never see a bad team with fantasy relevant players, and I say that with a monsoon of sarcasm. Dave, redraft dynasty. Dan's over here, and he always says, "Oh, this team's too dysfunctional. I don't want a player from their team." Do you ever think about that when you take a player, or if you have two players closely valued? Do you think, okay, this team has a more functional team?
I'm challenging this right away, Dave. Before you answer John's question, I got to put some context into what we're saying.
Hold on, wait. Before you completely break it down, we have to figure out if I win this bet.
Yeah, Mitchell.
Who was it?
Mekhi Becton. Okay. I get a free league.
Louisville.
Yeah, that's a tackle, John. I know you don't pay attention to anybody that's not a skill position player.
Becton's that up-and-coming wide receiver I heard about.
Yeah, the 6'6" guy who runs like a 5'4".
Right. All right, Dave.
Right.
So you're happy with this pick,
yeah.
Yeah, big time. This is great news. I mean, this is great news for Sam Darnold. This is great news for the top receivers. This is also makes me look good like an expert. I come on here and I call the first pick, so I'll take it.
Very good.
I've had 2 calls already where I said take it to the bank. Well, as I say, those checks, they bounced.
All right, Dan, break down your dysfunctional reasoning behind it.
My only point of dysfunction, if you're on the board, Dave, it's your turn to pick, and you have 2 guys that look very similar, and you're just stuck. You don't know which one to take. At that point, I am looking at the franchise and the coach and the ownership who's has a better chance probability of being successful based on history. That is my point of dysfunction. So if it's like Sam Darnold and pick a quarterback, you're tier and tier with them. I'm taking the guy with the healthier organization.
And that's how I think I fall within on your side of this. I mean, you can get a lot of garbage time. I mean, Allen Robinson had a lot of great opportunity back in the day with Blake Bortles and honestly with Mitch Trubisky at times too. But that's a separate argument. But as far as I want the best players on the best teams, because that's the people who are going to be scoring touchdowns. No matter what your scoring is, especially in seasonal, touchdowns are going to be what's going to make you separate from your competition. Yeah, you want depth. Yeah, you want the PPR guys, but touchdown can swing a week for you very easily.
And it doesn't mean I wouldn't take an Allen Robinson or Jamison Crowder. It's just, again, all else being equal, JB, you can't take me so literal. If there's too much dysfunction, I'm going with the better organization. Mitch, do I win that challenge? Do I get another one later?
Yes. And if you're in a league with me with Jamison Crowder, you're not going to get him anyway, so you don't have to worry about it.
Touche.
Dave,
He's criminally under.
Dave, I used to like you until about the last 7 minutes.
I have that effect on people, actually. So
this happens a lot.
I'm putting Dave on my favorites list right now. Excuse me, guys.
It's funny. So when we did that mock draft, it was on Zoom or whatever it was on. But the first time that it was the first night, I looked behind you, and I swear to God, I thought there was a man behind you. And I realized then the next night it was Marlon Brando, I think, in the Godfather poster. But I'm actually, like, who the hell is this old guy standing behind him?
I have someone in my headphones tell me what to say here. Actually, it's my Ernie Adams from the Patriots. So that's where I actually get my takes from. But yeah, big.
So I want some insight from you here because Mitch and I have been back and forth. Dan, he's chimed in. The Raiders are up here at 12.
Pick
They
is in.
pick again at 19. Do they go quarterback here at 19? None of the above.
You've got to think it's time to get your quarterback some weapons. You want, I know Henry Ruggs said to reporters that the Raiders have been calling him nonstop, but I think CeeDee Lamb in that offense, he's not very a thick BMI receiver, but he's got a good frame. He can go up and he can handle some throws that necessarily might not be right on target. I want CeeDee Lamb in that spot if I'm the Raiders, and especially for Mariota when Derek Carr is no longer the quarterback. So,
guys, I don't make claims like this loosely, but you can take this one to the bank. It's CeeDee Lamb.
Yeah, I think you can go 2 for 2 here. It's going to be CeeDee Lamb. Yep.
I'm rooting for Judy, but I could see the CeeDee Lamb pick for sure. I think a few episodes ago, I think we did say that, having the conversation. We saw Lamb going to the Raiders and then Judy potentially to the Niners right after. So
Lamb makes a lot more sense because you already have Waller who could play inside. You have Tyrell Williams who's going to be on the outside. So you could put CeeDee Lamb on the outside as well with Renfro there. CeeDee Lamb just makes so much sense for a wide receiver there.
If they take Ruggs, that means the spirit of Al Davis is back.
Exactly. It's like the most Raiders pick ever.
Sorry, guys.
I don't know about you guys. I've come a long way on Ruggs. I've come a long way on Ruggs recently. I came in thinking, oh man, I'd rather have Lynn Bowden over Ruggs to start with. I was one of those guys that I'm putting him in my spreadsheet. I'm like, come on here. Lynn Bowden's a better wide receiver. Now I've come a long way. I have Ruggs officially in my top 2 tiers of wide receivers. Where do you guys fall on Ruggs? Especially if he goes here to the Raiders.
My son is 8 months old. I'll take him over Henry Ruggs.
Oh, it is Ruggs.
Is it really?
No word, boys. Al Davis has returned.
Spaceman is 2 for 2.
Okay. All right. So here's my biggest issue, right? I love Ruggs. And I've actually been higher on Ruggs than a lot of people. Ruggs with David Carr is absolutely horrible. Ruggs with Marcus Mariota is absolutely terrible. I love what Ruggs will be able to do for the offense because I think he will immediately make that offense better, but I actually like him less as a fantasy contributor now because I don't trust either of those quarterbacks to keep pushing it down the field because he's going to need, like on those long balls, you're going to be lucky to get a 50% catch rate on him. So he's going to need 4 or 5 of them a game. And I don't believe for 1 second that either of those 2 quarterbacks are going to be willing to do that.
Mitch, who does this benefit?
It's going to benefit Renfro, Waller. I think Tyrell Williams is definitely, he wasn't high to begin with, so I think he's just going to kind of hang out there. But, I love it for like Jacobs. Absolutely love it for Jacobs because you're not going to be able to bring that guy into the box anymore. Ruggs is going to be able to make it to where you're going to have to always have a safety over the top of him. He has that elite speed.
Would you say that Tyrell Williams is, I know a lot of people like this phrase, he's dust?
Might as well be, yeah. He's rosterable, but as far as putting him in your starting lineup each week, I don't think you can. He's someone who you're going to be like, oh, hey, that cornerback sucks and that's who should be on him. And so you're going to use him based off that. So it's more of a DFS play than anything.
If he can stay healthy, he might return to the old Chargers, Tyrell Williams, where every once in a while the Gazelle makes some plays. How Ruggs will work in that West Coast offense will definitely be interesting. Mayock and Gruden look happy now, so they got their guy.
Yeah,
they have a vision.
So Ruggs is off the board.
We're CeeDee Lamb to
guys, take this to the bank. It's CeeDee Lamb.
It's gonna be CeeDee Lamb. It's gonna be Justin Jefferson, and I'm never gonna shut up about it.
It's gonna be the 7th round, and I'm gonna say CeeDee Lamb.
Oh,
dang. Hey, in the chat there, boys, Ben Hartley. He might be on the Carr train with us, JB, at least a little bit there, noting the deep throw accuracy of Carr.
He is an accurate wide receiver. He just doesn't do it often enough is my problem. And I actually think he can be a really good quarterback. He's just shown it in the past 3 years that he's not willing to go deep enough.
That's what she said. And let me see. I'm going to pull it up real quick on PFF, the deep ball rating here. Oh, God. Did they change their website? Oh, God. If they change things up, I'm going to be completely lost. Oh, no, I think we're good.
Ben has a good point right now. He's like, Kyle Shanahan is giggling like a girl because he is so high to get Lamb. But
That was a gift for Shanny. Whether he wants Lamb or Judy, he got what he wanted.
Yep.
The Raiders are coming along, though.
Yeah.
Carr, Jacobs, the Gazelle, Renfro, Waller.
Well, if you remember last year, John Gruden and the Raiders, they were the joke of the league because of what they did in the offseason with that trade with the Bears. And they were respectable. They were 7-9 in 2019 here, and they're making moves.
And they're up again at 19, so they're not done yet.
So from a analytical standpoint, which is I really help how I want to approach the wide receivers, Ruggs does not check any boxes. He doesn't even qualify for breakout age. He doesn't have a very high market share of that offense at Alabama. I understand he had a lot of competition there, but historically he has a very low hit rate for this type of receiver, especially as a round one receiver. This is a very high bustable player. However, I did a deep dive on him a couple nights ago, and I started looking at it. If you look at a lot of players who don't break out in college, they have a lot of just not irrelevant seasons. They just don't produce at all. That wasn't the case with Henry Ruggs. He was consistently around that 15% of the market share or better, but under 20%. And that makes me think that he really is a unicorn type of player, and that he really only comps to Travis Benjamin and Marquise Goodwin, but he's more productive than Marquise Goodwin was in college. He's actually more productive and more athletic than Travis Benjamin. So he really is just this unicorn player, and that's the one hole in my armor from an analytical point of view where it could doubt me being so low on Ruggs. So I don't know how you guys feel about that, but what are your thoughts? So do you guys agree with me, disagree with that kind of point of view? Or
so if you look at his speed, and I did a lot of looking at the combine over the last 5 years, and things kind of line up with a player like John Ross, Philip Dorsett, players that were taken really early in the draft, first round draft capital that didn't really pan out. Now, one thing I looked at, and I'm not saying this is it means anything, but wide receivers with the bench press, if they came in the first round and they had under 15 reps and they were taken in the first round, like I said, in the last 5 years, they have amounted to nothing so far. It's interesting.
That one would make a lot of sense because they can't get off press. And that one would, if you can't bench that, whatever the threshold is, would tell me that you're not strong enough to get off press coverage. So I could completely buy into that one.
I have my spreadsheet somewhere. I have to see if I can find it.
I remember that. Oh, 49ers trade to Buccaneers.
What'd you say?
I watch his highlight film. He is. What's that?
Wait, Mitch. What
the 49ers traded to the Buccaneers, so CeeDee Lamb probably is not going to go with this pick.
Ooh. Wait, weren't the Buccaneers? The Buccaneers were the next pick.
Yeah, so they must have traded ahead. Maybe they are going for CeeDee Lamb. They want to jump the 49ers.
Now, people were upset with Gronkowski going there because they thought it was going to be negatively impacting Chris Godwin and Mike Evans. And our Dynasty Theory Listener League chat blew up. And that's why I love that chat, because everybody's engaged. We rarely agree, but it's always great conversation. If CeeDee Lamb goes to Tampa Bay,
it would be awesome.
It's gonna blow up. I want to see the compensation here.
I will put good money on it. This is gonna be Tristan Wirfs.
Is there an offensive lineman?
Yeah, it's
true.
Wait. Buccaneers have 13 and 14 now.
Yeah. I bet you it's Tristan Wirfs. That one makes a lot of sense.
Here, somebody's TV's just a little bit loud.
That's me, man. I turned it up to hear Shefty there.
Yeah, I know you did, Dan. You're always messing me up here.
Keep me on your toes, buddy. Wow. Bucks are in it to win it, man.
Well, Bruce Arians, he's 115 years old. He's not getting any younger. He doesn't care about the future. He wants that championship right now.
He's like a fine wine, but Tampa Bay wants that championship right now. Ownership is saying, let's go. We're all in. The Bucks with a new head coach every 3.5 seasons. Worst win percentage in NFL history. So there's been a lot of dysfunction historically. It's time for them.
All right, Dave, who do you think it's going to be?
Dave, if Dave goes 3 for 3,
yep.
we as a Dynasty Theory podcast here, we have to do something for him. So, Dave, who is it? Oh, wait,
I think it's going to be an offensive lineman. Oh,
it's Wirfs.
Oh, so there we go.
No. Maybe they're just showing him right now.
They just showed him.
Oh.
Yeah.
Yeah, so I think it's going to be an offensive lineman, but if it's not an offensive lineman, I think they're going to go corner to try to shore up that defense. So that's their two options right there for me.
No. Don't hedge your bet. I need a definitive answer.
You need to protect Tom Brady. That was I think that was the big difference between the Chargers. If he was choosing between the Chargers and Tampa Bay, the Chargers had a really good offensive line, but the Tampa had more weapons. So now Tampa needs to fulfill their promise to Tom and protect him because he does hear footsteps at time when he's not protected. So I think you've got to go offensive lineman here.
All right, hot take. They go DeAndre Swift.
Wow. If they go with him at 13, DeAndre Swift is my
Especially if they trade up for him, because it would just set Twitter ablaze because you don't draft running backs in the first round anymore. I'm all for like the hot takes on Twitter. That'd be the best thing ever.
It would. I have not checked Twitter the whole night here. But if they go DeAndre Swift, this Twitter is going to be ablaze. Actually,
this is great. This has been interesting. The last couple of picks have been really fun to listen to and watch.
Hey, real quick, guys. So I talk about bench press with first round wide receivers. Henry Ruggs did not take part in that event at the combine.
Oh, that's right. He didn't.
So is that a red flag for me? Maybe. Dan, throw that red flag. Oh, Dave, get out of here. I don't even know why I invited you.
Picks in.
Athleticism doesn't really matter as much. Like that kind of testing doesn't really matter for wide receivers, and from what I've seen. So
I'm just saying, over the last 5 years, in the first round, wide receivers that did not exceed 15 bench reps, and again, it could be completely irrelevant. And I even talked about that. I said, it's an interesting fact. So we'll see. But man, I want to see this pick.
Tristan Wirfs.
Samples.
Is it Wirfs?
It's Wirfs.
It is.
Why do the Bucks do that? Move up one spot. They give up pick 117.
Oh, they did trade the 14. On the screen here, it showed both.
It's Tristan Wirfs.
3 for 3.
The rich keep getting richer in the Niners.
Yeah, I haven't seen compensation yet at all for it. So if any listener sees compensation on Twitter, whatever, put it on the comments for us if you can.
Yeah. That was Shefty said his report was 14 and 117 for that 13th and the last 7th round pick.
What could have happened instead of Tampa Bay worried that San Francisco was going to pick him? He was the last tackle on the board. So they could have worried that someone else was going to trade up with San Francisco to get him. And they just didn't want to take the chance of that happening. And honestly, if you have Tom Brady, you do whatever you can to solidify that offensive line. So if you lose a 4th round, 2nd round pick, whatever for it, who cares, because you have Tom Brady now and Gronk. And Gronk, if he could stay healthy, he's a really good blocker too. So getting a tackle, and that side of the line is going to be pretty solidified now because you can put Gronk right next to him.
Win-win trade then.
Mm-hmm.
The Niners still get their receiver here.
Yep.
Jason Licht actually making good moves. That's a little surprising after his recent track record. So
right. I'm sad it wasn't DeAndre Swift because that just would have been awesome. Not even Swift. It would have been someone like Zach Moss just to piss off Twitter. That would have been pretty good too.
Hey, Ruggs was the first big shocker of the day. Mm-hmm. So we got a little twist in the draft here.
So this means Denver has a really good chance without trading up to get Judy in their slot.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, that's awesome for them. I might have to not hate Drew Lock anymore.
John isn't here to say that. To hear that.
That's true.
Mitchell never admit he said it.
Never happened.
Bucks like Rojo, after all, one of our comments. Yeah, I have heard a lot that the Bucks like Rojo.
Yep.
Even going back to last year.
I have to have him high in my projections right now because there's no one there. And even if they bring in a rookie, Rojo's still going to get work. So at his price right now, I don't mind him at all.
We got a big tackle now. The Bucks are trending.
So this could be 2 years in a row where we sit here and say the Buccaneers are taking a running back. They're taking a running back. And there's still a lot of time.
Yeah, they're not still a lot of time. One, but yeah.
You don't think they'll take one throughout the whole draft? Like in the first 4 rounds?
I don't think they're going to take one that pushes Jones out of a job.
So he lives to fight.
I mean, they're going to take one because they don't have anyone behind him. They have Dare, TJ Logan, and some Ware kid that I don't even know. So they're going to have to draft someone. But it's probably going to be a round 5 or 6 guy, and then we're going to have to hear, just like we heard Darwin Thompson all last season.
Darwin Thompson.
He's going to take it over. No, if you're drafted in the 4th round, you're probably not.
All right, Spaceman, come back to Earth. Who we going with?
I don't think it's possible. I'm to the moon right now, guys. This is
you're essentially 3 for 3. You said you've called 3 picks in a row here.
And that's funny because I don't think I called a single pick right the first before I got on here. No, so I'll take it. But I think the next 2 picks are wide receivers. I think Denver's going wide receiver, and I think San Francisco goes wide receiver. Who goes first? It's a good question. I think Lamb fits San Francisco a little bit better because Judy kind of wins, and I mean, he's not quite as physical as Debo is, but I could just see. I like the idea of Judy with Denver and then Lamb with San Francisco.
It's funny because, again, my third shameless plug, but when we had Woody Page on yesterday, he said the Broncos, they like Jerry Jeudy. There were talks that they move up to 8 or 9 to get him. Well, they haven't moved up. They might not have to move up. And Jerry Jeudy fits that offense very well. Cortland Sutton, Noah Fant, my boy, Drew Lock, give him weapons.
I was just saying, actually, I have to like Drew Lock now because they're going to get Jeudy. And
see, you're late to the party, Mitch. You're late to the party, baby.
I know. That sucks.
You just sounded so defeated.
It's really just, I like Mitchie more. And that's, the biggest problem on Twitter is everyone has Drew Lock. But it's all good.
Well, what if the Jaguars take a quarterback at 20? You're never going to play fantasy again. And
yeah, you get all my teams and they're paid for. So
trust me, I've seen your teams. I don't want them.
Yeah, championship caliber.
Dan, you're quiet over there. I know you're nervous.
He's getting antsy. He's starting to shake. He's like, Cowboys, 5 picks.
Checking the board here. The board. I'm excited about these offensive picks coming up.
We'll have to scroll up and see love to the Cowboys. I missed that one.
Here, let me ask you a question. So the 49ers are here at 14. Mm-hmm. The Broncos are at 15. It seemed like the Falcons, they were interested in Henry Ruggs. Well, he's gone. So I doubt the Falcons take a receiver.
No, I don't see him taking a receiver at all.
So let's say the Bucs or Broncos pass on Jerry Jeudy or CeeDee Lamb. He could drop to the Dallas Cowboys. And I think there's a very strong case then if they have Amari Cooper, Michael Gallup, Blake Jarwin, Jeudy or Lamb, that we should have Dak Prescott for Dynasty as a top 3 quarterback. And even though I had the Michael Gallup jersey, I always mess this up. Over here, I'm not a big Cowboys fan.
I would take him over Kyler every single draft if that's the case. I mean, I probably will in a lot of drafts anyways. I'm not going to either draft both of them because I don't really like where they're going in drafts right now. But if I had to choose one of the two, I would take Dak over Kyler every time.
Yeah.
John's teasing me right now. There's no way one of these wide receivers are sliding.
Jefferson's going to be there for sure.
All right. So
that's
Dave, you said CeeDee Lamb, right? Is that your pick?
That's where I'm leaning CeeDee Lamb here.
All right. So we have a minute and a half left. We have about 3 minutes left until 10. This is, if you go 4 for 4, I might have to buy you a steak dinner or something, a virtual steak dinner.
You keep moving far here. First it was 2 for 2. Now it was 3 for 3. Not 4 for 4. What's going on here? Come on.
Well, once you sign off, I'm going to say, oh, he didn't go 5 for 5, so he's done.
I'll put it in the chat what my picks are, and I'll see if I can go over the rest of the round here.
No, I heard you were going over to hang out with the Monocle guys. I told you that's a breach of contract.
No, I hung out with them beforehand so I could have as much time with you guys as possible.
Nice.
Good. That's what we'll take the sloppy seconds.
Well, I'm better second time around, so.
Oh, okay. All right.
Sorry, I'm a little too risky for the show. My apologies. My bad.
No. We're good. This is the after dark version of Dynasty Theory, so all bets are off. I've dropped a few F-bombs here and there, so it's fine. Okay, so the Niners, they have 35 seconds. It's still ticking.
Shanny's smiling, man. He got his guy, whoever that is.
Yeah.
I think John Lynch got disconnected.
John Lynch, why isn't this internet working?
The pick's in. Oh, he's nervous. He's shaking his leg.
Yeah, Shanny's pumped.
There he is. All right, Lynchy, what do we got? He's like, am I on mute?
I mean, they also have to invest in defense here. Shoot, they should, because they traded away the linemen. So defense to try to reinvent that offensive line and that get some pressure, which they couldn't do in the Super Bowl. So that actually makes a lot of sense too here.
Yeah.
No, again, we want explosion here, Dave. Come on, we don't care about defense.
Referees didn't call a holding call the whole Super Bowl either, though, so that didn't help the Niners. And I have no skin in the game there, but I don't know how 0 holding calls.
How
called in the
pissed
Super
does
Bowl.
Jerry Jeudy look right now? He looks irate.
He looks pretty calm on my screen. What do you mean irate?
It's because your screen's froze.
Yeah, Dan, your screen hasn't updated since
No, he's
the last
talking
time
about
the
your
Cowboys won a Super Bowl.
There we go.
All right, so I just see pick is in. Does anybody see who it is?
I got it.
All right, who is it?
Javon Kinlaw. The tackle. Good.
Wow.
Good job, Dave. Last second.
Wow.
All right, Dave, we're here
I
at
have
10
no
o'clock.
words right now.
4 for 4. I'll give it to you. Let our listeners know where to find you, what you're working on.
So you can find me at FF_Spaceman on Twitter. I write for at DFF_Dynasty on Twitter, the Dynasty Football Factory. I like to really work with spreadsheets and numbers. I'm also on a Tale of Two Rivals podcast. Please check out my pinned tweet. It's a very large database of over 1,800 fantasy relevant rookies dating back to 2000. And it has every stat you could possibly imagine. So for people who like to build projection models and everything, it's made for you. So yeah, guys, thanks for having me on. I really liked hanging out with you. I hope I came off okay. And yeah, thanks for having me on.
Love that
awesome.
intro you
Thank
had
you.
tonight, Dave. Appreciate you, man.
Yeah, thanks, dude. It's been a lot of fun.
We're going to have
Awesome
you
to hear,
back
yeah.
for another show, and maybe we do a little cross-promotional work.
Awesome. Yeah, I'd love to have you guys. I'd even just interact with you on Twitter a little bit more. It'd be a lot of fun. So again,
Yes,
guys,
sir.
thanks again.
Absolutely.
All right, we'll
Thanks,
see you,
Dave.
man. Thank
Thanks,
you.
Dave.
All right, so joining us here for the 10 o'clock hour, we have Scott Connor and Frank Scandurro. And Frank, I told you 9 Eastern time, baby.
I know. Did you really?
Yeah, it's fine, though. It's fine. All right, so we have Frank Scandurro. Scott,
You
what's
just
going
said
on, man?
you just said 9.
I
9 my
always say
time.
Eastern.
That was
We know it's John's fault,
I
Frank.
go
Don't
by
worry
my
about it.
time, too, here in Mountain. It's like my time.
Whatever. And Scott's hanging out in a cold basement because he has a tassel cap on. University of Kentucky. What's going on, Scott?
What's up, guys?
What's up, man? How you been?
Good. This is like the sweetest hour to be on right now. That this window, we should see a lot of action. I don't know. I'm just thinking did the Niners just basically trade DeForest Buckner to hit the reset button and take Javon Kinlaw? That's exactly what they did.
Exactly.
Just so they can get under the cap.
Mm-hmm. It's a good move. I mean, it's smart. It's what good teams will do.
All right, guys. So, Frank, Broncos are up. They have to go wide receiver, right?
I mean, with the fact that CD fell there, I would think, yeah. I mean, you got Drew Lock, you signed Melvin Gordon, you got Lindsey, you got Royce Freeman, you got Sutton, you got the tight end last year. I think if you want to compete in that division, with Kansas City and now the Chargers got Herbert and they got, offensive weapons over there in Los Angeles now, and the Raiders just took Ruggs. I think if you want to compete, and you're going to have to put up points in the AFC West, and it's a no-brainer to take CD or Judy, whichever one they like the best. I would take CD personally over Judy, but we'll see where it goes.
Now, for my fourth plug of the night, last night we had Woody Page on, and he's very close to the Denver Broncos. He said they love Jerry Jeudy, and he said they might want to trade up for him. So, Scott, Jeudy or Lamb, what do you think they do?
I think Judy fits a lot better with Denver. That would be my pick for him.
Mitch, you're vital to the state of Utah, so you weren't on the show yesterday.
It's true.
You actually still have to go into the office. What do you think?
I mean, I would say Jefferson. No, just kidding. It's going to be Judy. I really think Judy fits what they need. They need a slot receiver, and I think Judy can fit both the outside and the inside. I think he's a great fit there.
We have Trader Duck here saying Lamb makes more sense. Nobody asked you. No, I'm just kidding. Great guy, great insight over there. It's going to be interesting. I think both guys are playmakers, really. But based on what I've heard and, the information that Dan and I were told yesterday, I do think it's Jerry Jeudy. We heard the Broncos, they wanted to move up for him. but now at 15, he's still there. Frank, up to this point, so forget about the Broncos. Has anything surprised you through the first 14 picks?
Oh, yeah. I mean, the fact that Ruggs is the only wide receiver to go, I'm surprised that Miami took Tua with all the stuff that we've heard over the last few days about his failed physicals and all that. But, I mean, to win in the NFL, you have to take a risk. And if you think Tua can make it through and sit this year, maybe even sit this year, if you have to let him sit this year, and he can give you 8 to 10 years after that, I mean, you got to do what you got to do. I mean, I understand that everybody was talking about how, they passed on Drew Brees with the medical and all that, and look what happened there. Maybe they took Tua, so if Tua becomes, a Russell Wilson type, they don't look stupid twice. Maybe, I don't know. But it's been a wild draft, I can tell you that much. I love it because the Saints sitting at 24, we got a lot of talent still left on this board for us.
Wait, you're a Saints fan? I had no idea.
Yeah. Crazy, huh?
Scott, so we have a comment in the chat. Sutton's sell window has closed. How does this impact his dynasty value for you, if at all?
Well, let's see if they take Judy or Lamb. That'll change my answer.
Judy.
Boom.
I will say this. I apologize. I blame it on the coronavirus and all the shit we've been dealing with. That I just looked and you did say 9 Eastern. I apologize.
Don't admit that, Frank. Don't admit that.
I never like to say that I was right, but
I have to. It was my bad. I apologize.
No,
sorry
I'm
for
just giving
taking
you a hard
your
time.
window, Scott, and making you share it now.
No, all good, man. I think this is better for Sutton's value than it would have been if they would have taken Lamb.
And
I think.
Wait,
Go
did
ahead.
they take Judy?
They took
Judy. Yep.
Yeah, they took Judy.
My feed's behind, man.
Oh, sorry, Ben.
I'm more shocked. I'm more shocked that the Jets didn't take Lamb.
They have to get a tackle to protect Donald. I mean, they have to protect him. They have no one. I mean, even the free agents.
We already know how I feel about Donald.
Right, yeah.
I've said this with other guests that we've had throughout the show, but Frank, I might boot you for that comment. You watch your mouth.
You ain't booting me.
No, you're not going anywhere. And it's funny because whenever I told Scott that he was at 10 o'clock, he said, I better not be sharing this time slot with anybody. And I said, you're not. And then Frank, you jumped on here.
Well, shit happens.
I'm just stirring the pot here.
Would it be a podcast with me on it if there wasn't some kind of, shit that messed up?
No, you're always creating some
it
issues.
It follows me.
We expect it from you. But Dan, we got to talk to our boy Woody. He said Jerry Jeudy was the guy.
We revealed it first last night, man. He was on it. He didn't let us down. And it's the pick that makes sense.
Scott, so you're active on Twitter. You see a lot of people, and I'm not going to throw any names under the bus, but people, they say, I have a source, and they're telling me this. What do you think about that? Because I'm the person, and nobody's telling me anything. I have no sources, but I like to wait and let things happen and see what happens. You have people, they want to break the news, and then they're completely off base.
Yeah, I mean, I've basically stayed off Twitter all night. I've been hanging with the RotoViz crew, just kind of going through the draft, doing the same thing here, and just watching it ourselves and not getting on Twitter because everybody on Twitter is spoiling the picks. There seems to be, if you have enough follows, you're going to get a retweet of what the next pick's going to be. So it just kind of kills the vibe of watching it live a little bit. But I want to bring up Drew Lock, top 15 quarterback in Dynasty, easy at this point.
Oh God, I hate it, man. But
I was buying.
I hate it.
I was buying him when they bought Melvin Gordon, and you looked at just the mismatches they would have with Sutton, Fant, and Gordon, 3 different levels of the field, and now they add Jeudy to that. I mean, I think they are doing everything they can to surround him in the next 2 years. You're going to get make or break with Drew Lock, but I mean, at this point, are you moving him? I think it's hard to even put him over someone like Jared Goff at this point. I think he's in the same argument at this stage. I mean, same discussion. If you just look at maybe the offense isn't as good for Denver, but the weapons, I mean, he's up there with the best of them right now with these weapons. I mean, that's the biggest mover for me on this deal. I don't think it impacts Sutton all that much. There's still a lot of truthers on Sutton. His value is going to stay where it is, but this move for Locke is huge.
I'm happy Scott brought that up. I think he's right on with it. All John Bauer shares aside, I mean, even Woody Page, who's been covering the Broncos for 20-some years, 30 years, last night, we asked him, what do you think of Locke? Is he their quarterback of the future? And he says he's got that it factor. He may not be John Elway, but, he carries himself like a quarterback. He looks like a quarterback around there. So I think they have a good feeling about him in Denver, and they are surrounding him with a lot of talent.
All right, Frank, Atlanta, they're on the clock, about 4 minutes left. I'd be surprised if they don't go defense or offensive line. What are your thoughts?
I think you have to go offensive line. Their offensive line last year was not very good. And then you bring in Gurley. You have Julio. You have Calvin. You have an older Matt Ryan. I think it's you got
There's just no tackles here at this point, though. I think they go defense. I think they go Chase on LSU.
God, I would hate it. They
know Dallas is interested.
We're the only team in the NFC South that doesn't draft LSU players, and it boggles my mind.
Now, what if the Falcons go CeeDee Lamb?
I mean,
Matt Ryan.
Yeah.
Yeah, but what does that do to your Calvin Ridley shares?
I don't want to talk about that right now.
They're a team that needs defense, though. Scott, I want to agree with Scott again there. You look at their roster, they've got, if that offensive line could just stay healthy, we say every other year Matty Ice does well. This is the other year where he should have a good season. They got to get some defense.
Oh,
they were pretty bad till late in the year.
Look at the division. They got Brady, Breeze. I guess Bridgewater in Carolina. But Carolina's got McCaffrey and they got Samuel, Robbie Anderson, and Sutton. Not Sutton. Who's it? DJ Moore. So they're gonna have to keep up with teams or try to stop them at least and slow them down in certain possessions.
This tackle class was basically 4, and then no others should have gone in the first round. So, they would be really reaching if they took a tackle here, and they took 2 linemen last year.
Even with the fact that you play in a division with Kamara and CMC, if you want to take a cover linebacker like Patrick Queen, you have Patrick Queen and Deion Jones now, and you could be able to put either one of them on one of those running backs and cover them out the backfield. They're both great cover linebackers. That could be a place that they look at. Or the safety from Alabama as well.
Quite frankly, I want any piece offensively in that division. It's just explosive.
Yeah, I'm worried about it next year.
There's going to be a lot of track meets, I think, and it's one reason. So Mitch and I, we've talked about our projections and what we're working on. Mitch, you have Calvin Ridley and Julio Jones in the top 5 right now.
I need to bump it down a little bit. That was just the first run through, but they're super high. Austin Hooper's gone. You don't see Hayden Hurst getting close to the same workload. Todd Gurley is going to get some, but he's not going to get a ton of it. And so it's the main 2, and that offense is going to be really good again this year. Julio Jones, you could put him in the top 3 almost every year and feel completely fine with it. And we've seen last year from Tampa Bay is you could have 2 wide receivers from the same team, hanging in there. And I think that could easily be the chance with the line, especially with their defense, because their defense is complete crap too.
I think the second half of this first round is going to be interesting. And initially we slated to go until 11 o'clock. We're not even halfway through this first round, guys. Mm-hmm. It's going to be a barn burner. I have my handle of vodka here, so I'm ready to rock and roll. Scott, what are you drinking over there? Anything good?
No, I've been up since 4 a.m, so I just hammered a cup of coffee because I got another couple podcasts to do after this. So,
wow, I thought we were special here, so I get it. I understand.
No, you guys are special. Come on.
We had Dave Wright earlier, and he said, "Oh, I was on another show earlier." I said, "Oh, great, we get your sloppy seconds."
Oh, here we go.
Come on, Atlanta.
I will say this, John. Being a good podcast, though, somebody would have sent a message out about 8:02 when I wasn't here. Just saying.
Corner.
Just saying.
You text me. You messaged me at 8:12 Eastern and said, "I'll see you boys at 9."
Right, 9 my time, which I'm here. It's 9:13 in New Orleans.
They take AJ Terrell, John. I thought the Cowboys were going defense, but the best player on the board, CeeDee Lamb, is there.
Oh, I'm telling you, I love Michael Gallup. Right there, Michael Gallup. He's my man. But if CeeDee Lamb goes there, I'm telling you, Dak Prescott, there's all the Kyler Murray hype. Oh, DeAndre Hopkins is there. Does anybody have better weapons? I know we talked about the weapons that Drew Lock has. You have Kellen Moore calling the plays. You have Mike McCarthy getting rid of the clapper, as Dan says. Dan has his Santa hat on. This is Christmas Day for him. And here, real quick, I said whenever it's the Cowboys pick, I'm going to make Dan front and center here.
We got to do that for the next 10 minutes.
No, we can't look at him for that long. You're right. You're right.
Clock's under 5 now, so
there we go.
Sorry, Dan. We like you, but I can't look at your face that long.
It's all good. It's all good. I'm breaking out the Super Bowl rings. I got the Santa hat. It's CeeDee Lamb time, boys. I got that feeling.
If they go CeeDee Lamb, is there any question that Dak Prescott's a top 3 dynasty quarterback?
Nope.
After Lamar and Mahomes?
I'd already take him over Watson if you really put my feet to the fire. It's hard to take Watson over him at this point right now.
I mean, people were taking Murray over Watson already. And I think some of it's a really short-sighted snap reaction. But if CeeDee Lamb goes to the Cowboys, I don't want to be graphic, but Dan, you might have to change your pants if he goes to the Cowboys.
I'm going to be on all my dynasty leagues trading for Lamb in about 10 minutes. Here we go.
And we all know
matter. They're going to go. It doesn't matter. They're going to go 8-8. They're going to tie for the division against the Eagles. They're going to lose in the wild card round to the 7 seed or some shit. It doesn't matter.
The clapper's gone. There's hope, Frank. The clapper's gone.
I still think it's going to be Ruiz. I don't think they're going to go with Lamb now. I think they could go with Ruiz instead.
Traditional Cowboys pick would be Ruiz.
Is there a bigger crybaby fan base than the two that we have here, the Cowboys and the Saints?
Hold on. We're not crybaby. We legitimately get, besides the Vikings game, we legitimately get screwed, okay? Kyle Rudolph did the exact same shit that George Kittle did.
Right.
Kyle Rudolph did the exact same shit George Kittle did. George Kittle got called for it. Kyle Rudolph did it, okay?
I'm just giving you a hard time. So, Scott, you're a Bengals fan. Is that I'm guessing that?
Oh, yeah.
Scott, enjoy Joe Burrow, my friend. Enjoy him. You're going to love him. He's going to do great things for the community, too.
Yeah, we were I was shooting it up with the RotoViz guys, and I think the thing about Burrow is he's unequivocally a better rusher than Tua. And it's I don't even think it's really close. And I think Burrow has an insane floor for Dynasty. I mean, I think his floor is maybe something like Jared Goff. I don't know if he'll ever have a ceiling of top 5 in Dynasty, but I'm really excited about the pick because I think he's a great floor pick for Dynasty, but also for the Bengals. I mean, it finally gives them some stability, and I'm kind of curious on what he's going to do in his first year. It's a little behind the 8 ball with all the rookies and not being able to do really anything until training camp. But I mean, I wouldn't be shocked if he had a top 15 season his first year from a fantasy standpoint.
Well, did you hear when he had that conversation with Peyton Manning, and Manning told him, look, I had more losses in my rookie year than I did my high school and college career in 7 years started and combined. He goes, and then I went 13-3 my second year. So take every bump and every lick that you get in your rookie year and use it as motivation and as a teaching tool.
He also told Joe Burrow, I wouldn't mind if you broke my interception record as a rookie.
It's very true.
So, Scott, take your, not literally, but take your fan hat off there. Where do you rank Joe Burrow in Dynasty right now? And does it change from where you had him 4 hours ago?
No, it doesn't really change because I think everyone expected this pick. At least I did. I mean, for the last probably 2 weeks, it's been pretty much locked in. And a lot of the smoke that's come out about, Miami trying to put together a package, that really got heated up this afternoon there were rumors that Miami was going to try to get the 3rd pick without giving up the 5th pick and then packaging the 3rd and the 5th pick for Burrow. And I'm sitting there going, well, if that offer's on the table, I think you have to at least look at that regardless of what you think about Burrow. But I think at this point, I mean, I would say right ahead of Daniel Jones, right in the Baker Mayfield, maybe right behind Carson Wentz, Josh Allen range. So maybe quarterback 9, quarterback 10. I've seen people ranking Aaron Rodgers over him. But if you play in a lot of leagues, the market on Rodgers isn't anywhere close. I mean, you can't get the 101 for Rodgers. So I think quarterback 9, quarterback 10 is fair. So, I mean, what are you paying for? Are you paying for a guy that maybe can only take a couple steps up? I don't know. But I just think a super, super safe floor pick in Superflex Dynasty. And I'm kind of debating on Okay.
They're showing CD.
Yeah, Cowboys pick. Let's see.
All right,
Enough
bring
Joe
Dan
Burrow.
up. Make
And
that
real
the big
quick-
screen.
Real quick, Scott, I think Burrow, his value is somewhat insulated over the next 2 years.
Here we go.
Yep.
The stress,
All right,
the
Dan.
pressure here.
It is Christmas Day for this Cowboys fan.
It may be Christmas Day if they take CD Lamb.
If it's CD Lamb, this offense might put up 40 a game next year.
I'm
May
going to
see
sell
there.
every share that I have.
Dan, where's your feed?
The
in relation
defense is
to
going to give
everybody
up
else's?
50, so it doesn't matter.
I see McCarthy right now, but I'm trying to cheat and look at the ESPN app here. That's been a little quicker for me, and it still shows on the clock.
Dan, get a towel because you're sweating over there, man.
I tell you what, though, if they don't take CD here, Miami's stupid not to take him and match him up with Tua.
Can you imagine Tua, CD Lamb? They're going to get DeAndre Swift at 26. That offense could be something.
Come on, baby. Come on,
Look at
Dallas.
these two idiots. Look at them talking.
Hey,
to each
easy,
other.
easy, Frank. Easy, man.
Yeah, you ready to go 8-8?
This is the first year I
You ready to
haven't
go
seen the
8-8, Mike?
clapper there.
8-8, baby.
Wait, Jerry Jones has so much swagger and confidence. He's going to say, pass our pick. We don't
We
even
got
need
him.
it.
Oh,
CD
shit.
Lamb. Wow.
It happened.
Gentlemen,
Wow.
holy cow. That offense is going to score 50 points a game as long as they keep that.
Dak's stock is
Wow.
up, but Michael Gallup,
wow.
I think that hinders his value a little bit. I mean,
I actually
It
think
does-
it hurts Amari Cooper the most. There's no way you can have him in the top 6 or 7 at this point.
right.
Wow.
Yeah.
Wait, real quick. I have to get rid of this jersey. Hold on.
I got to listen to all the hype here.
You're
Do your
good.
thing,
You
guys.
put us on mute. You're good, man.
Dan, go away. Wow, Dan. If Dan comes back with lotion, we got to kick him off the show. All right, so we have to get the update here. We got Lamb. All right, instant reaction. Frank, what do you think?
Honestly, I think it's a stupid move. They didn't need it. I understand it's CeeDee Lamb, and he was my number one wide receiver coming in. But at the same time, like, you need defense. You need to be able to stop somebody once in a while.
The Chiefs say you don't.
Well, the Chiefs also have Mahomes, who's leaps and bounds better than Dak Prescott. And if you're going to argue that, that's for a whole different podcast. But at the same time,
you also had Will Grier over Sam Darnold. Will Grier's going to be packing groceries next week.
yeah, but he also cost Cam Newton his job. Like
No,
I said,
I'm
he was
just
going
giving you
to.
a hard time, man. I'm just giving you a hard time.
I don't understand it, man. Like I get it because you want to be able to compete offensively, but like we saw last year that the whole Dallas team disappeared for certain games. Is that CeeDee Lamb going to change that? If they don't change that, you know what I mean?
But how honestly, and I'm not. I always give Dan a hard time if I can. But how much of that was dictated from Jason Garrett and that offense? He was still feeding the ball to Jason Witten, and you have Blake Jarwin stepping in, but then you have 3 explosive wide receivers. Could this be a situation like the Broncos in 2013 or 14 or whatever year that was, where we saw 3 receivers in the top 18? Could this be one of those crazy situations? And then who does it impact? Is Zeke hurt? Is Gallup? Is Amari? Somebody has to lose something.
Zeke's going to lose something because they're not going to be running him so much now.
I mean, this
They're
is the
also gonna
dynasty theory. So, I mean, who really cares about what it does for the Dallas Cowboys? We're talking fantasy. Dynasty, I think it hurts Amari Cooper a little bit. I think this really crushes the peripheral options. Targets for Tony Pollard, targets for Blake Jarwin. People banking on those guys taking a step up this year. I think you maybe have to dial that back. But like Drew Lock, I mean, this is what we live for in Dynasty for Dak Prescott. I mean, this is just full steam ahead, screw everything else, trying to put up as many points as possible. So I think for Prescott, this is absolutely, major arrows up, and then it hurts the peripheral options. I think it definitely hurts Tony Pollard, and it definitely hurts Blake Jarwin.
And Scott, that's a great point because I absolutely love Tony Pollard with the departure of Randall Cobb. I thought he would be more utilized in the slot. And now it's like, unless you're going to run 4 wide receiver sets and throw Pollard up there, what happens to him? And Mitch, I'm sorry, I didn't mean to cut you off.
You're good. I was just going to mention, I think it really hurts Zeke too, because we saw Zeke's target share already drop in 2019 compared to 2018. And I was thinking it was going to be going up in 2020, but I don't think we could do that at all anymore. So I think we're going to have to drop him back down to kind of the attempts that he got in 2019 moving forward, if not even less at that point.
This definitely kills Zeke's value. He's not going to get 350 touches this year.
All right, so let's talk about rookie drafts here because they're going to be starting next week and as early as Sunday morning. Frank, you're picking between a wide receiver and it's Jerry Jeudy or CeeDee Lamb. At this point, who do you take? And again, just like I asked Scott earlier, is it any different than it was 4 hours ago?
No, I'm still going to take CD just because of the talent,
Oh, so Scott just threw something in that garage he's in over there.
Yeah, I mean, I think at this point, this has been actually very easy for me to dissect from Dynasty. I think given the depth of this receiver class, I actually think the Eagles are really going to go after Jefferson hard here in the next couple picks. Yep. Wouldn't be shocked if they move up to try to get him even a couple spots. But yeah, I think you got to clearly put Jeudy over Lamb. I mean, the draft capital you could say is pretty much even for him, but if you just look at the early targets, I think it's definitely going to favor Jeudy. And I don't know. I know you guys probably already covered Henry Ruggs, but I think at this point he's off the board, probably wherever I would consider him. I'm looking at moving him even below Michael Pittman, Bryan Edwards, any receiver that goes within the first 2 rounds, I would put probably ahead of Ruggs at this point. So I think it's very easy to rank the receivers that have come off the board thus far.
I was really high on Ruggs coming in. I think I was higher than most people were. And I was like, no, he's going to be fantasy relevant. But now I don't think I'm going to have him on any team because there's going to be one person who's going to be willing to take him higher than I am. And I'm just not going to have any shares at this point unless he drops.
Isn't that that's a total Raider move though. Like they could move cities every year. Like they still take the speed guys. Like they just want the speed.
That move though, I think it's really good from an NFL perspective.
Sure.
It's somebody that takes the top off the defense. It's a Marquise Brown. It's a Tyreek Hill. And I know everybody says, well, Henry Ruggs, he can run routes. He's not just a speed guy. But this is really good for that offense. And Derek Carr, the dump-off king, as long as the Raiders don't go quarterback at 19, my Derek Carr shares, they're doing a little shimmy over here. They really are. So
I think the Ruggs thing, you hear people, how many times have you guys heard over the last couple months? Ruggs is great for the NFL. He's terrible for fantasy. And I was actually fine with Ruggs. If he would have landed like in Denver per se, I would have been fine with Ruggs in a deeper league, where you start one of those flex leagues that you don't like, John, where you can start 7, 8 receivers. I'm fine with drafting 5 Ruggses and putting them all in the lineup in one shot because I can start 7 or 8 receivers. So give me a Ruggs, McCole, Hardman, throw all those guys in a lineup like that. But if you're only able to start 3 or 4 of them and you got to pick between 5 or 6 of those guys and which one's going to have the spike week, that's where Ruggs is off my board. So I was fine with him in certain formats, but I think the landing spot's just a double whammy for his value.
Scott,
how many Ruggs makes a carpet?
Oh God,
that's my 4th grade pun tonight, guys.
That wasn't it. No, that one doesn't count. That one, you're still.
Don't let John fool you, because in the league that I run, that's 10 flex and 2 quarterbacks. He went 15-0 last year. Okay, he loves those leagues.
Well, there's a difference between being able to crush them and actually liking them. There's just a difference.
I just do a little bit of this, a little bit of that.
Yeah.
So who do the Dolphins go here?
Oh.
Do you go Swift?
No, they can get him at 26, I think. I really do think that. Offensive
Maybe they get Ruiz.
Well, Scott, you said there were 4 tackles, and now there's really nothing left. Maybe defense? I
think that the best player is Chason, where I was talking about Dallas potentially getting, but I think at this point there's multiple needs that Miami needs. So it will be curious to see what they go here. Maybe they go as safety.
Mitch, did anybody go CeeDee Lamb in the Jabril Peppers challenge?
No, not that I saw.
No. All right, so we're gonna do one more. We'll figure it out.
There's one more tackle left. It's
Ezra Cleveland. He'll go in the 1st round.
Yeah.
And then the guy from USC, Jackson. Everyone loves him because he's only 21 right now.
This could be McKinney, though, to replace Fitzpatrick. Which I don't understand why teams have done that. Somebody else did it earlier. The pick they traded away.
It was the Niners.
It was the 49ers.
Yeah. But I think that was a salary cap move that Dave earlier he talked about. And Dave, I gotta give him a little tout here. He went 4 for 4.
Who'd they get?
Austin Jackson.
Austin Jackson. Yep. He's that 21-year-old tackle.
And I think he's a right tackle, which they need with Tua. So maybe that's why they reached on him, because he's a lefty.
Yeah, that's probably a good pick. At least they look like they know what they're doing.
These linemen, these defensive players, like, it's boring.
John's so upset right now. He's like, this sucks.
Listen, I said next year I'm going to call Roger Goodell and I'm going to say offensive fantasy relevant players only, or I'm boycotting. And he's probably going to say, yeah, I'll listen.
What do you guys think the Raiders do here? They double up and take another receiver?
Wait, real quick, Scott, I'm going to respectfully tell you to be quiet because of the comment we just got. Graham Thompson, Scott does a pod, Dynasty and Chill. It's great.
It is great.
Thanks,
you know,
Graham.
the best episode was whenever I was on it, because Scott does have a fantastic show. And, you know, I always respect the people that do a solo pod. And I don't know if there's anybody out there that does a better one than you, Scott, honestly.
I appreciate that. Yeah, it's I just love it to get on there, and if something's on my mind, I mean, Dynasty's in my mind like 24/7. I'm no joke. I wake up and have dreams about it. I mean, there's times where I'm sitting there going, man, did I reject that trade, or is it still sitting out there? But yeah, it's nice to just get on the airwaves and just talk about whatever's on your mind, because there's always something.
No, you do a fantastic job. And, you know, we're sitting here at 10:30. We're waiting on Ray here, but if you guys want to stick around a little bit longer, I'll allow it.
God, isn't Ray podcasting? I was just talking to him earlier, and it's like, dude, I listen to 25 podcasts a day, and I swear, like 10 of them he's on.
He's on all of them. Yep.
I know, it's ridiculous.
I mean, when it comes to Devi, he's one of the top resources.
Oh, yeah.
Mitch and I, we have a group chat with him on Group Me, and we pick his brain constantly.
Poor guy, because I'm sure he gets it from everybody.
Oh, yeah.
Hey, Scott mentioned thinking about Dynasty a lot, man. You know, you might be having some flashbacks from the fishbowl, Scott. We need a little rematch there, pal.
Oh, I know. I remembered you. I remembered you were in my division, and that was I thought I had it. I had a pretty solid team, but I think I got knocked out in the the second week of the playoffs, where you only 10 people, only one person emerged.
Mm-hmm. You had Lamar too. I'm pulling up your roster right now.
I did have Lamar.
I love Scott Fishbowl for that, though.
See, the problem was Scott must have listened to Mitch, and he had Duke Johnson, and that messed you up.
Oh,
Sorry,
Mitch loved Duke Johnson. So we co-own several teams, and he constantly, let's trade our first round pick. Let's trade our first round pick. Man, I don't want to, but I did it anyway.
It was a brilliant idea at the time. I mean,
all right, guys. Scott, we'll start with you. Our listeners, they already know apparently, but let them know where to find you. Talk about Dynasty and Chill. Toot your own horn.
Yeah, thanks guys for having me on. It was a blast. Got to see some good picks on the clock. The CD Lamb pick, I'll always remember that with Dan getting to do that live. You can find me on Twitter, Charles Chill FFB, Dynasty and Chill, writer for DLF. Have another FFPC podcast called Chasing the Helmet. That's kind of where my bread and butter is playing high stakes fantasy. And check that out. That usually drops Friday nights, and then Dynasty and Chill drops whenever I feel like putting out an episode. So thanks for having me on, guys.
No, it was an absolute blast. And Frank, let our listeners know where to find you.
You can find me at Frank Scandurro on Twitter. I'm part of the DHH family. I'm always on different podcasts. Haven't been since the Corona stuff happened, but once this is all back in normal, I'll be getting back on guest hosting a bunch of them. Dan, it was great to meet you for the first time.
You as well.
I don't know how you put up with either of these two.
It's not easy,
especially John. You got a special place in heaven.
Appreciate that, man. Appreciate both of you guys. Keep up what you're doing.
I mean, look at John.
Thanks a lot for coming on, guys.
Literally, I get on at 9:00 and he's like, "Oh, Michael Gallup this, Michael Gallup this." 9/8/15. He's like, "Yeah, Michael Gallup's jersey's getting off the wall." You know,
it's going to be a Lamb jersey next show. Watch.
That's what I do. But again, Frank,
having me on.
Scott, thank you guys both so much.
Yeah, thanks for having us.
No problem, man. Y'all have a good night.
Thanks,
see you guys later. All right, it is 10:33, and he has probably had a little bit of Hennessy. I didn't mean for that to rhyme, but maybe I did this time.
What's up, man? You're just in time for the Raiders' second pick, too.
All right, we have the legend.
We need to go over in a second how bad that Ruggs, how his fantasy value is dust now. Like, I was higher on Ruggs than most, but I don't even know where you draft him.
Can y'all hear me okay? My wife put me in the garage, so I'm on my AirPods, and I'm sweating, It's hot. I'm not even watching the draft right now. I'm happy as a Dan. I'm just. Let's go.
Ray, before we really dive into football, how much Hennessy have you had tonight? Hennessy and hotcakes, right, baby?
Well, I am on a keto diet right now.
Oh no!
So
come on.
There are no hotcakes, but the Hennessy is in my veins right now.
He's ready to go, our man Ray.
Yeah.
All right, so the Raiders are selecting right now, and
They selected
all right, who they take?
Corner from Ohio
cornerback.
State, Damon Arnett.
Arnett.
That's kind of crazy. I didn't think he'd go.
I'm done with them already before I could even start.
Right?
I'm just done.
Well, this is 2 years in a row now. Who did
Trayvon
Farrell?
Owen.
Last year, Farrell.
Farrell.
Yeah. Like, this is 2 years in a row. They take people early that we didn't really expect. Now, Ray, let me ask you. I know you take part in Superflex leagues. How do you feel about Derek Carr with the fact they passed on quarterback twice?
I mean, you're asking about Derek Carr, John, but I don't think, listen.
Don't Ray, I like you a lot, but don't say it. I know where you're going.
I think there's going to be a quarterback change sooner rather than later. I'm sorry. I that's what I believe, JB.
With these picks, they're not making a big splash going into this new stadium here tonight. When you had opportunity to get the big receiver and you pass, and now I think they reach on this corner. I'm concerned what Gruden's thinking right now.
I tweeted it out a few minutes ago. My biggest takeaway from the Las Vegas Raiders is go buy Hunter Renfrow if you can.
Mm-hmm. Yep.
If you can get Renfrow, I think Ruggs is a fantastic NFL fit for the Raiders. Fantastic NFL fit. Don't know about fantasy.
Listen, I never, and Mitch, Dan, Ray, all the listeners, I don't like to toot my own horn. But about 2 months ago, I wrote an article for Fantasy Pros, and I said because of his yards per route run, Hunter Renfrow at his price was a tremendous buy. Well, Ray GQ from Destination Devi, he agrees, so I feel good.
Yeah, man. I think it's the obvious pick, and maybe I think even right now, I think you probably can acquire him for a lot less than after he has, back-to-back 6-7 catch games. So, Darren Waller, if you're in tight end premium leagues, you're probably not getting him at a reasonable cost. I think Hunter Renfrow is the buy. I really do, and I don't know how this isn't, and I'm not sure. Isn't Tyrell Williams? He's a deep threat as well. So who's the intermediate? I mean, it's Waller and Renfrow right now. That's what you're looking at as the possession receiver.
I am so jacked right now. Like, if I had any muscles at all, I would rip my shirt off and flex for you guys. But trust me, you don't want to see these spaghetti arms at all. So, Ray, Mitch made a promise to everybody earlier. He said, if Jacksonville takes a quarterback, he will quit Dynasty. He will quit the Dynasty Theory podcast. Because when he hears Gardner Minshew, he gets so hot and bothered. Like, he gets hot and bothered over there. So do you think there's any chance that Jordan Love or even the fantasy Twitter darling Jalen Hurts gets taken at 20th overall?
And again, I'm not watching. So I think Jordan Love, if Jacksonville wants to go quarterback, this is the last spot for him. If it's not Love, Gardner Minshew safe this year, at least safe for another year. And even if it's Jordan Love, hell, I still probably – I know the draft capital, but I wouldn't be as concerned about Jordan Love. And I'm sorry, Mitch. I know you love him.
I do.
But I wouldn't be as concerned.
I actually love Mencio more, so I'm okay with that.
Ray, you're down in Texas. I don't know what you guys do down there. That's a nice ass garage. Is that a big screen TV back there?
It's not big. It's moderate. It's
only 70-inch.
It's moderate.
My wife tells me size doesn't matter, so it's fine.
Constantly. But we were talking about the Raiders earlier, and Darren Waller, I think you have to put him at tight end 3 or tight end 4 now. I don't know really who you're going to put over him. You can't really do, in Dynasty, you can't really put Ertz over him anymore.
Wait, no. Mitch, I'm sorry. 2 months ago, You
I
were
know.
whistling a different tune.
I was, but
This is excellent for Waller.
Yeah, who do you put over him? Hunter Henry? There's
Nope.
Right? There isn't. He's tight end 3 right now.
Waller is hungry. He got a second chance in his NFL career. He's not going to relinquish it. I mean, they brought Jason Witten in. He's 75 years old. I don't give a fuck.
Yeah.
So what about Josh Jacobs? How does that help Jacobs as well?
I don't think it hurts him.
Yeah.
I think fantasy-wise, his problem's always going to be the PPR value. Like, he's going to be really good, but I don't know how many pass attempts he's going to get. And until they actually show that they're willing to throw the ball to him, I'm always going to be a little bit hesitant on buying Jacobs, because although he'll get all the carries, he'll get even less pass work than someone like Nick Chubb does.
I always knew I liked Ben Hartley. He's in a few leagues with us, but I think I found a new best friend tonight because everything he's throwing out, I'm picking up. I bring different guests on, and every guest we've brought on, they've pissed me off one way or another. And Ray, you're no different. Oh, Marcus Mariota. No, I'm just teasing. But you leave Derek Carr alone, man. With your big ass TV back there.
Oh man, have the Jaguars made their pick yet?
It's
the pick is in. I don't know who it is though.
So I'm jumping in here late. So I guess after they make their pick, I can ask my question of you guys to see what you guys have thought so far. Come on, Jacksonville. Save my Gardner Minshew shares for another year. Please.
I know. If I lose Winston and Minshew shares all in 1 year, all of my teams are screwed. Like, I'm just done.
Well, here's my thought. If the Jaguars pass on them, do the Patriots get Jordan Love? I think they do. Now, if they don't, Jarrett Stidham better rise up people's draft boards for Dynasty.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, yeah, the Pats are at 23. Oh.
My worry with that one is Bill Belichick. Is he going to stay long enough for Jordan Love to become a thing? Because Jordan Love probably won't be anything next year.
If Bill Belichick is staying for 2020, there's no way he's not going to stay beyond that, because this is an ego thing. Can I win after Tom Brady leaves? Because otherwise, Dan, turn your TV down a little bit. You're jacking that up. I know you are. You're laughing. But
I'm experimenting with some things here. My bad.
Yeah, you're experimenting with the volume. It's too damn. But if Bill Belichick stays for 2020, again, it's an ego thing. He's going to want to see, can I win in 2021? Can I develop a quarterback? And I think the answer might, like, if I trust anybody, it's Bill Belichick. I would trust him with my 8-month-old son. I'd take him away for 18 years, make him into a Pro Bowl quarterback, bring him back after.
The Jags got Clavion Jason.
Oh, okay. I saw that name pop up for the Cowboys earlier. Okay.
Yeah, I'm glad we passed on him. But good pick for Jacksonville. And I think Minshew's safe. A lot of people, there was a lot of smoke, especially the past couple of days, right? I'm seeing Tua and I'm seeing her. I'm seeing all these quarterbacks, and in my mind, I'm like, I don't see it. Like, and everybody talks about, well, he's only a 6th-round pick. Well, he's only 6'1". And I'm thinking somebody posted a stat like of what he did production-wise as a rookie compared to I don't know why we're so quick to dismiss him.
Well, Mitch, do you want to tell people why we're quick to dismiss him? It's your favorite thing.
Draft equity, because that's all we care about in Dynasty. If you ask a question, it's like, hey, draft equity. Oh, okay.
If he was taken in the 2nd round, he honestly would probably be a top 15 startup quarterback pick right now. I hated Minshew. I was all about Nick Foles, and I hated Minshew. And I am man enough to say when I was wrong. And it doesn't happen often, Ray. It really doesn't. But when I am wrong, I let people know.
I'm not even joking, guys. 45 minutes before the draft started, I sold Gardner Minshew out of fear. I packaged them up. It was Minshew and Christian McCaffrey that I moved in a heavy 24-team copy Devy Superflex league. But I moved Minshew as a part of that CMC package out of fear. Like, I really didn't want to trade Christian McCaffrey, but I wanted to get
you have to tell our listeners, what did you get?
I got Kyler Murray.
Has to be a lot. Yeah.
Kyler Murray, Marlon Mack, tight end premium, 2 points per reception. And you have to, not tight end premium, you have to start 2 tight ends. So Kyler Murray, Marlon Mack, Blake Jarwin, and Rondell Moore, wide receiver out of Purdue.
Yeah, Rondell Moore's going to be awesome. So that's good.
And Ray, I've taken part in 2 or 3 Devy drafts so far. My first Devy draft, I gave you a choice. And I already told listeners that Mitch and I, we pick your brain on Devy. You are the doctor of Devy.
Yes.
You're the king. You're the king of college. That's
I am. That is true.
But I said, who do I take out of these guys? You said Rondell Moore. I didn't know who the fuck he was. Guess what? I took him. I love it. I'm thrilled.
Good. But that's, that's the thing, right? And you're right, Mitch, draft equity. It's always, but that fear like hit me. And I was like, fuck, they're really going to take a quarterback. Oh my gosh. Like, and then if that happened, you couldn't move Mencio. Like you were just, no. So it was that risk that I took. Hindsight, I don't hate the deal. But anytime you give up Christian McCaffrey, it doesn't feel good. I don't care really what you get back. It just doesn't feel good. But
I like that return for you though. And Dan, interdivisional opponent, who do you think they take here? It has to be Justin Jefferson.
I think this is Mitch's boy here.
Okay, Ray, Justin Jefferson, let's say he goes to the Eagles. Where is he in your wide receiver ranks? Because this is the best opportunity for a wide receiver, I think.
Depending on how, I'll say I want to see 24, I want to see pick 30, and I want to see pick 31. Because I've got a feeling that they might go wide receiver. And if they take the guy that I'm thinking, it might change things. But if Jefferson lands on...
Is it Mims of the Packers or...
Rager?
Yeah.
If Jalen Rager goes in the first round, Ray, you might strip down butt ass naked here and run around your garage.
I've got action on it. Right now. So I've got to ticket in. I've got action on it. I relied on good intel, and we'll see if it pays off right here. But
Daniel Jeremiah had him going 24th to the Saints, I believe.
Rager himself told me 5 teams in the first round told him if he's there when they pick, he's their guy. And those 5 teams are still on the board that he told me. So let's see.
I like how Ray casually says, "Oh, Rager himself told me, no big deal, whatever."
Yeah, he's a really cool kid, man. He's a really good guy. But Jefferson on the Eagles right now, I don't want to be like instant reaction, but he's probably wide receiver 1 or close to it for me right now based off these landing spots.
Let me ask you, though, is it kind of like a J.J. Arcega-Whiteside Paris Campbell situation where we bump him up significantly because of his landing spot and then he busts?
Well, he was already at number 4 for me overall. He was already 4. So I don't think that move – I'm not a fan of the Judy landing spot at all. And I love CeeDee Lamb, and I think 2-3 years down the line, 2 years they can get rid of Amari Cooper. The deal is 2 years they can move Amari. At that point, CeeDee is developed. He's the number 1 in Dallas. Jefferson would be right there.
Ray.
I know. I like him too. I like him too. But what is this? Mike McCarthy, right? He had Jordy Nelson and Devontae Adams. And if I was just slotting in names and roles, I think Amari Cooper is the Jordy Nelson, and I think CeeDee Lamb is the Devontae Adams of McCarthy's old offense. I don't know, though. I don't know, Dan.
Yeah, I know everyone was concerned earlier in the show when Lamb went, and they're worried about Gallup, worried about Carr, but, it's still like same offensive coordinator and Coach Kellen Moore. And look at Cobb last year, 55 receptions, 828 yards.
No, hold up. Rager just went. Rager went to the Eagles.
Eagles.
I fucking told you.
Holy shit, dude. Dude, if you need to get off and do some victory laps on Twitter and then come back, we'll still be here.
Rager making Ray money.
Holy
Rager.
shit.
I told you.
Dude, serious. Like, if you need to go and do some victory laps and some awesome Twitter videos, we'll be here in 15 minutes.
Hey, give Ray the floor now, man. JB, this is a clip you could cut for him.
Let me tell you, everybody was concerned about Rager because, and I'm not even being funny, I feel like I put a lot of pressure on that kid to go run a 4.2. I told him that, but his talent and what he brings to an NFL offense, it is made for the NFL today. I thought there was no doubt in my mind Rager was going round one. I've been saying it. He reminds me of a more explosive version of Percy Harvin. He can return punts. He is the Eagles' number one wide receiver sooner rather than later. Carson Wentz is in love. No doubt. No doubt. No doubt.
That's amazing, dude. It's
great,
absolutely amazing.
Great landing spot, and I just won money. And I'm trying to pull up my ticket right now to see what I put on it.
Wait,
Cash out.
I am crushing the prop bets tonight. I am crushing the prop bets tonight.
Good for
It's
you,
a
dude.
good night. It's a good night.
I am really sad about my Justin Jefferson shares, though. I have a lot of Justin Jefferson shares.
What if he goes to Green Bay, though?
It'd be fantastic. I think there's still New Orleans, Green Bay. I mean, the 49ers, there was talk about Judy or Jefferson landing in Frisco at pick 13. That's value. I still think there's 3 good landing spots in this first 4 with Minnesota. The Dolphins get to his receiver.
True. Wait, Ray, let me ask you a question. You brought up Minnesota. I thought about that at first, but I think they're going to run a lot of 12 personnel, and you have Thielen that runs out of the slot a lot. Do you think Jefferson's a good fit there?
Yes.
Okay.
Yeah. Because he did in 2018, he wasn't a slot receiver. In 2018, he played outside, and he still commanded a 30% market share of the receptions. He had over 800 receiving yards as a true sophomore after doing absolutely nothing as a freshman. So I really think, JB, that it was more product of Joe Brady doing a great job of scheming his players and saying, all right, we're going to put you here. I mean, they just did a fantastic job. And honestly, we can have a whole show on LSU and their draft prospects and how good that team, how good those individuals truly are, and how good that team was. I think you can do an entire show on Joe Brady and the LSU skill position players who are going in the NFL draft. I mean, it's crazy. I'm happy for Rager. Zero doubts. I'm very happy for that kid.
Forget about a podcast. ESPN could do a 30 for 30 on Joe Brady in that offense.
Yeah.
They really could.
Yeah.
And I mean, again, are you wearing pants right now? I know Jalen Rager.
Listen.
You don't have to show us, but I'm just asking you, friend to friend.
I'm happy. I'm really. What's fun about this game that we play though is you can hang your hat on a player, for a year, and even when times get rough, you stick by that player, and it shows. And JB, I know I know Chris Carson was a big fan of yours. You know what I mean? And Damian Williams for Mitch. If he would have stayed healthy, but. It's fun to have seen this roller coaster with Rager, and a lot of people were like, he's going to fall out of the first. I've studied him quite a bit, and the analytical numbers are there for him, even in a down season. And he's been my wide receiver too, all pre-draft process. So I think this landing spot right here, I might move Rager. He was already wide receiver 2 behind CeeDee Lamb. He's probably going to be my wide receiver 1 post-draft out of this class so far. And let's see where Jefferson lands. Great spot for Rager.
Now, let me ask you a question, because Jalen Rager, he did not have a productive 2019, but a lot of that could be chalked up to the scheme, the quarterback situation. Are you giving a running back like Cam Akers the benefit of the doubt as well?
I don't want to make excuses for players, so I don't want to frame it like that, JB. I'm not giving him the benefit of the doubt. But context absolutely matters. And if it didn't matter, then why wasn't Joe Burrow, who's this great why wasn't he quarterback 1 after the end of last season? I'm not making excuses or giving, but context matters. We talk about it, and it's almost like hyperbole now how bad Akers' offensive line is, but it was. It really was. It was bad. And despite that, he still had over 1,100 rushing yards, 20-plus receptions. I don't know what he's got the athletic profile coming into college. I just don't know what's not to like about him. If you prefer other running backs to him, fine. But I don't see what's not to like about Akers.
I
Hey, I'm
like him,
here.
and I think landing spot's going to matter. And Dan, you've been quiet. I know you're
Yeah.
sweating this out. Dan got your wide receiver core, man, is top notch.
Come back to that, man. Come back to that. My phone's blowing up here that JJ is a Viking.
Okay, that's
Cool.
a great spot. I don't think it's better than Philly.
Yeah, they need another receiver, though.
They do. They did. Absolutely.
Yeah.
I'm undecided, though, because look at last year and the way we looked at Adam Thielen and Stephon Diggs. Nobody was excited to have them on their teams. So now you throw a rookie in, as good as Justin Jefferson might be, Mitch, and settle down over there. But I don't know. I actually think this might be a good situation for people like Mitch that value Jefferson higher than the consensus. This might be a good landing spot where he gets an opportunity, but most people don't see it as that.
Yeah, he's someone that I'm not going to be able to go out and, trade tomorrow because no one's going to be looking to go and acquire him. Everyone's going to go look to acquire Jalen Reagor now. But it's completely fine. I think where he was priced, that's where he's going to go. He's still going to be the 108, 109, 110, the 110 pick in rookie draft. So it's fine. But I was hoping for better. That's all right.
I actually think you can get him slightly cheaper.
Patriots just traded out their pick 2 to the Chargers.
No, because they got Herbert. I was thinking, they're going to get Love, but that doesn't make any sense at all.
No.
It's been a long night.
Is there an offensive lineman available? Because the defense, as long as they're healthy, they might be okay.
Ruiz is still there.
I can't see them. Do you think they go Cole Kmet? People talked about Cole Kmet earlier.
Yikes.
Hunter Henry, he's franchised.
Oh.
I don't like Cole Kmet.
Ezra Cleveland. I bet it's Ezra Cleveland.
Shouldn't he be a Brown?
Should be.
Leave me and my jokes alone. Come on. All right. So I got to update my board here. So is the pick actually in for the Vikings?
No, Dan's ahead by a fair bit.
Dude, Dan? Holy I thought the pick was in.
Nope, just barely got announced.
Well, wait, real quick, Ray. A couple weeks ago on our show, it was live. Dan said, breaking news, Adam Schefter just said there was a trade between the Cowboys and Lions. Matthew Stafford's going to the Cowboys. And then he said, oh, sorry, my friend. He blew smoke up my ass.
Dan, you can't do that, Dan.
And I know better. I know better, Ray. But I was engrossed in the pod, and it was a good friend who says, "Hey, guess what just happened?" And I got caught up in the moment, man. But
don't you dare.
My source was solid here with Justin Jefferson.
Okay. I mean, you guys asked me, how do y'all feel about Reagor in Philly?
I love it. I would have liked any first round wide receiver that went to Philadelphia.
But so you think he's still going to be around rookie 108, 107, 108, 109 range?
Reagor, I think he'll get bumped up a little bit, but in super flex, I think running backs are still also with Tua and Burrow, and maybe in some leagues, depending on need, Herbert could squeak in there. But I could see Reagor being 106, 107.
I honestly think Reagor could end up being the wide receiver 1 off the board in a lot of leagues now because people are going to be worried about CeeDee Lamb because he's not going to produce immediately. Judy is the only one that's kind of close there. Ruggs, we don't have to worry about at all. And so now you put Reagor in, you look at it, he has the best landing spot right now. He should be outside of Alshon, when they're not playing the 12 personnel set. I think he has to be wide receiver 1 or wide receiver 2 now. So that puts him at 105 or 106 in super flex drafts. And I think
there were some leagues
fair.
though that if you look at startups, CeeDee Lamb and Jerry Jeudy weren't going 105 or 106. And that was with the expectation they were going to be the wide receivers 1 and 2.
That's where I was always going to take him though. I know people are going to bump up those running backs and they're going to be overdrafted. But me personally, I had going into the draft, CeeDee Lamb and Judy going 105 and 106 in rookie drafts. That's where I would have taken them every time if they were there. I didn't care where the running backs went at that point.
Now, Ray, you know that Mitch, he liked Ruggs a lot. Let's ask how he likes him now.
I already said it killed him, dude. Like if he's on the board at 205, I don't think I would draft him right now.
I think he's in the
harsh,
same
Mitch.
boat. I think it's almost the same situation as Marquise Brown from last year. Both of them were wide receiver ones off the board. Ruggs significantly higher draft capital, right? I think Ruggs is going to do what he did in college. He's going to go out there and mark my words. It's going to happen. Mark my words. Week 1, 5 receptions, 147 yards and 2 TDs. Week 1. It's happening. Book it. Week 2, 2 catches. Week 3, 1 catch. Week 4, 3 catches. You bench him. Week 5, 5 catches, 201 yards and 3 TDs for Ruggs. And then you start him the next week and he goose eggs you. He won. I think that's what's going to happen with Henry Ruggs.
He's going to be, Dan knows more than anybody. He's going to be on a couple billionaire makers this upcoming season. He just will be. And you're going to have to be lucky enough to have him on your team those weeks, and he has a good chance of winning you $1 million. But as far as my fantasy lineup every week, there is just no way I'm going to be able to start him. He's just not. There's boom or bust, and then there's really boom or bust.
Yep.
And Rager will be interesting too. You brought him up how we like him in Philadelphia. I think long-term potential is really nice there. And every time I hear Rager, I do think of you, Ray. But I think the beginning of the season, you have that rookie learning curve. You have Deshaun Jackson, you got Alshon Jeffrey until they get hurt. So I think he may be more of a mid-season, later season, and long-term potential guy in Philly.
So here was my thing about Rager the entire time, and this is why I like him so much. There will be a learning curve. They still have Deshaun Jackson and Ertz and Goddard, but what Rager is going to be able to do from day one is return punts and do little gadgety stuff on offense, right, to get him acclimated. And I'm not comping him to Tyreek Hill. That's not what I'm saying. But that's how Tyreek Hill made his hay early in his career, was on special teams. Rager is that team's punt and probably kick returner from day one, and he'll play in packages because he was a top 21 pick in the draft. And when they move on from 33-year-old Deshaun Jackson and Alshon Jeffrey's out of the way, he's probably going to be their wide receiver 1 next year.
Real quick, so the Chargers, they moved up and they traded 2020, was it a second and a third to the Patriots?
I haven't seen any trades as far as what people are getting. I just see the trade comes in. I haven't seen anything else.
But this move says to me, and I wasn't a fan, but this move says to me the Patriots are okay with Jared Stidham at quarterback in 2020. That's
Chargers got Kenneth Murray, and I love Kenneth Murray. That Chargers defense is already so good. And Kenneth Murray is an absolute stud. His off the field stuff is even better if you know anything behind it. He has a special needs brother and stuff, but yeah, he's absolutely amazing.
Gave up a second and third round pick to get there.
Wow.
Good for them.
Oh, Jordan Love's fan. Look, that dog looks pissed off. Do you see Jordan Love's dog? He didn't look happy. It's been a rough night. Get it?
Oh, brother.
Come on, that was fun.
Killing us, JB. Killing us with the jokes.
That was fine.
We lose 5 listeners every time I make a joke.
You guys, what did you think about Judy to Denver? For me, I still feel fine with Cortland Sutton. I think if it hurts anybody, I would say Noah Fant would probably be the losing benefactor of targets. But I still, people are talking about sell Cortland Sutton, and I'm just
no.
I would like him. If you want to sell Cortland Sutton, I will gladly take him.
Same here. Yeah,
Ray, I don't know if you saw this, but we knew Jerry Jeudy was going to Denver. You want to know why? Because we had Woody fucking Page on.
Did we have Woody Page on?
And
I think we had Woody Page on.
Jerry Judy's going to the Broncos. I said,
Dude, Woody Page with this
settle down.
I need to pod Woody Page with shades on, walking around my phone. I saw that cool guy.
Did you see half of the episode? It was on his ear. I was trying to give him an earful. He took it too literally. Guys, I'm throwing out pun gold here, and you're not even listening.
Pun something. But I think so. As far as the Broncos go, I like Judy. I don't think Drew Lock is the guy to be able to support 2 good fantasy wide receivers, and especially if you want to add Noah Fant into it and you want to add Melvin Gordon into it. So
I think it's better for Drew Lock than anybody else.
I mean, it's going to bring his price up, right? Like Scott said, he's going to be quarterback 15 in Dynasty, and I think that's more than fair. But I don't see him producing Matt Ryan type of numbers next year that we should see with Julio Jones and Calvin Ridley. But that's what people
volume's going to be the issue, I think.
Yeah, but that's what people are going to expect. Soon you're going to see Judy going above Calvin Ridley. It's just going to happen now, and I just am never going to be able to take him at that price point.
So, do you think Drew Lock is a sell in Dynasty?
No, because his price, I don't think he's going to go anywhere. I think he has enough weapons around him now he'll be the starter for a few years. So I wouldn't be willing to sell him now. And I'd probably be willing to buy him as well. But I think as far as the rest of his pieces go, I have a hard time believing he's going to be able to help Sutton produce, Judy produce, Fant produce, Gordon produce. I mean, we saw it with someone like Eli Manning. I think Locke is better than what Eli Manning is, right? But we saw how all those guys were getting drafted really high, and Eli Manning kind of sucked. And then all of those guys kind of tanked because of it. And that's something we could easily see with Drew Lock.
Okay.
Can we talk about the scene whenever a player gets drafted and the reaction from their families? I don't know if there's anything like that in sports. It's incredible. It really is. Like the opportunity granted to them. It really is. Like you see players cry, and it's like these guys are big athletes, and they're sitting there sobbing. Like I just think there's something really emotional and real about that.
Yeah, I mean, in these guys, man, they pay attention to what we say. You know what I mean? It's amazing what these players look up about themselves and like and retweet. And, you know, I don't have any kind of inside sources. I just kind of me and Rager somehow started communicating. I'll tell you, he saw all the negativity surrounding. He was like, right after the combine, he told me, I'm much faster than a 4.47, 4.5. Like he was like, I'm going to, and then as the process went on, he was like, I'm going first round. Like, trust me, I'm going first round. Like I see all the hate. I see all the criticism. He was like, there are reasons why I'm going first round. And I mean, it's the talent, man. Coming into 2019, if you didn't think Jalen Reagor was a first round pick, you were ridiculous. Like there was no doubt he had that talent, and he had the analytical numbers to back up his on-field play. So good spot for him. I of all the landing spots tonight, fantasy-wise, I'm trying to think of anything, you know, from a skill position. We haven't had many, right? Mm-hmm. What's a better landing spot for a player?
There isn't one.
No, I think that's it. And you talk about Jalen Reagor and the way he performed at the combine, and it wasn't great. And I don't think there's anything more priceless than your reaction on Twitter that night. But Zach Moss is another guy that did not perform well at the combine. He's not going in the first round. But do you think he's a guy where NFL teams look at him and say, we know the combine wasn't your best night. You tweaked your hamstring. Do you think he might pick up a little steam here and maybe he goes earlier than fantasy people think?
Absolutely. I think, and I'm not the biggest Zach Moss fan, but the reality is, doesn't matter what I think, right? Doesn't matter what my fantasy analysis is. All the buzz, again, coming out of the NFL is people like him. They like his makeup. They like what he brings to the table. So I'm fully prepared for Zach Moss to go a hell of a lot higher than any of us, especially myself, anticipated. And when that happens, I do not have take lock. I will adjust.
Mitch, you love Zach Moss. What are your thoughts?
I love Zach Moss just because I'm a Utah fan, but I didn't have him too high in my rankings. I mean, he's still behind what I consider the big five, and it's all going to depend on landing spot after that. I could end up liking Keyshawn Vaughn more. Just that one's going to be all landing spot dependent. If Zach Moss ends up going in the fourth round to the 49ers, I'm probably hardly ever going to draft him because I don't want any fourth round running backs.
Dan, not about Zach Moss, but what are you thinking?
I'm trying to trade for CeeDee Lamb right now. It's not working. I've
got one
Judy.
Share. Are you in the league with me? That's the real question.
What are you offering?
Jerry Judy. It's not working though.
Really? Huh.
Going back and forth. It's not happening. And I'm not going to overpay.
Lamb. I don't know.
Dan, you're happy about
I'm sure as
that,
hell
huh?
not taking Rugs.
I'm stoked tonight, Ray, man. Just like Rager going that early, getting a CD Lamb in the first round. That was a
Side note, I'm really happy in all of these DLF Champ Series leagues that I'm in. I don't have any rug shares because I looked at him so much. I'm like, I'm going to take Rugs. I'm like, no. Someone always drafted him ahead of me. And man, in those leagues, I'm so happy I don't have him right now.
So what are the draft capital enthusiasts going to say, Mitch? I mean, he was the first wide receiver taken.
Same thing. But that's only when it's convenient. We only use draft capital when it like suits our purpose because no one talks up Marquise Brown either. Like Marquise Brown, no one talks about him either when he was and there's no one around him. He even has a better spot than Ruggs has because there's no wide receivers. There's only Mark Andrews and no one wants anything to do with him. So, I mean, what do you do?
Mitch, you talk about the DLF Champ Series. I'm in 5 of them. In 3 years, I'm going to love when I get $5,000. I'm going to love it.
Well, I'm in it with 2 leagues. We're not in the same one, but we're in the same series, so you're not going to win those. So we don't have to worry about that at all.
I already spent that money, just so you know.
Sorry, Scott sent me the check. So, yeah.
Ray, you're in one of those leagues. I like the format. I think it's very interesting.
Yeah, I like it a lot. What did I do? I don't know what kind of team I have. I think I have a really good team. It was the fastest startup draft I've ever been in. There were only 8 trades the entire draft. 8.
I don't like
8
that.
Total trades.
I don't like it.
8 total trades. But I'll say this: the group of guys that I'm in with, they're all really engaging, like in the group chat, and they're willing to make deals. But I've hit the jackpot with this Jalen Reagor pick because I took him and Jefferson in that startup. So I will be wheeling and dealing here soon. But interesting format. Enjoy the league, and more importantly, I enjoy conversing and engaging with good people. So when you got a good group chat and guys are active, that makes it so much better, right?
Mm-hmm.
Well, that's how we met you in a safe league. And actually, Mitch met you before I did, and I remember he brought you up. He said, "This guy knows Devi," and I'm like, "Who the hell is Ray? Who is this guy? I don't know him. I don't like him." But then we got to know each other. We started conversing, and I mean, then Destination Devi just absolutely took off, and it's crazy. Like you have the #1 Devi podcast in the world, I think.
Yep. I do.
Oh, yeah.
Yep. Hey, not to break up this moment here, but the Saints take Cesar Ruiz out of Michigan there. So more protection
he was
for Drew Brees.
Soon.
Yeah, Drew Brees. Yeah, that's good. I mean, that's a good NFL pick. I'm sure they were pissed because Rager told me that they were one of the teams if he was there.
Mm-hmm.
Right, and I said that before we started talking. I said Philly, Green Bay, New Orleans. It's good stuff. Good
All
stuff.
right, I don't know why, but I extended the invitation to some slouch that was out.
At least he doesn't have his sunglasses on this time. That's going to be rough enough.
I was ready to smack those. Oh, come on.
Oh, yeah. There they are.
All right, so we have Justin. He's jumping on here from the Father Son podcast. What's going on, Justin?
What's going on? Rager, baby. Let's go.
We got a little Rager party going on between Ray and Justin.
Me and Ray. We just over here celebrating. Let's go. Rookie wide receiver 1.
He is. I mean, really, who do you take over him? You're going to have to be a big Broncos fan in order for there to be any conversation of Judy going over him. But besides that, it's Rager.
Now, I asked this question today because, again, I'm hearing rumblings that everyone's favorite running back, there's a chance he could fall to the top of the late second, early third. Like NFL teams aren't as enamored with Jonathan Taylor as we are.
Yep.
And I just asked the question, what happens when Moss and Edwards-Helaire and Swift and Dobbins and go much further ahead of Jonathan Taylor? I don't know. I'm just asking the question. That's all I'm doing. I'm just asking the question.
Well, there's a local reporter here in Pittsburgh that I can safely say I don't always respect his opinion, and I won't mention his name, but he thinks that the Steelers are making a move for Taylor in the middle of the second. And if he goes to the Steelers, I think 2020 could be interesting because Connor's there.
Yeah.
But I don't think the Steelers extend him. And I love James Conner. It's a great story. He's a Pittsburgh kid, everything with the, what he overcame. But I would be shocked if if the Steelers extended him beyond 2020. So Jonathan Taylor, a little longer term, could be interesting in Pittsburgh.
Another trade, man. Vikings are out of their pick. Niners are hopping in.
Yeah.
DeAndre Swift, maybe one ahead of Miami.
Maybe this is DeAndre Swift.
So I still think Clyde Edwards-Helaire is going to be the first back off the board.
I got money on that, man.
So many rumblings on the NFL side of things that everyone loves him. Whether Dynasty does or not, doesn't really matter. Those NFL guys love him.
Yep.
In all the startups we've done, Clyde Edwards-Helaire is the rookie running backs I have the most shares of.
Mm-hmm.
All the startups that included rookies, of course.
Yeah, I've got action on CEH, so we'll see if that comes to fruition. And speaking of Pittsburgh, one of the guys that I know pretty well talked to, the guy at the combine who does at the 40, he's the guy that stops and calls him back, Pittsburgh guy, said that he asked about a couple of running backs, and when this individual asked him about Edwards-Helaire, the dude from Pittsburgh was like, yeah, we like him and we like him a lot. Like that was the and I tell people and I tweeted this out and got murdered for it. Art Rooney, the damn owner, said in January, we need to get back to Steelers football and find somebody that can run the ball. Like those were the owner's words, that we need to get back to that. So, hey.
The 49ers just traded up to take Ayuk.
Wow.
The NFL guys have been huge on him. They have. Yep. They've been talking about it for weeks that he's going to be the first round pick because everyone had him slotted going to Green Bay. I don't like it.
6 spots. They gave up pick 31, 117, and 176 for Shefty.
I mean, that's another rookie that I'm not going to have a lot of shares of. I hate Jimmy G to begin with.
Do you hate Jimmy G or do you hate the premise of the offense?
No, I love Kittle. Kittle's all that I care about.
No, I'm saying there aren't that many pass attempts to go around.
As long as they all go to Kittle.
Justin, you liked Ayuk, didn't you? His athleticism.
I love his dynamic ability in that first round draft capital. I already have 2 shares. I'm probably going to trade him away now.
Exactly. You're like, get him out of here.
Right. Sell high, baby. But he's going to be a good punt returner, I think, in the NFL.
You know what this helps? This helps Debo and George Kittle. Because Ayuk is going to be the new Marquise Goodwin, the field stretcher in that offense, and he's going to open up all that underneath stuff. Jalen Hurd, maybe another sneaky buy candidate. I'm not concerned about. I think this solidifies Debo as the wide receiver one in Frisco. I was nervous for him when they were talking about Jefferson and Judy. I was nervous for Debo. Debo's locked and loaded. Wide receiver one for that team.
Yeah. Well, this is the same thing as the Henry Ruggs effect for Oakland or Vegas. It's the same
just
thing.
Not to the extent, but it's close.
Now, I'm going to tell you right now, if Seattle goes running back at 27th overall, I'm going to fucking throw something.
They like trading back, so that's a rumor too. But, Dolphins could go Swift here. I wouldn't be surprised.
I would love Swift to go there.
I'd be shocked if they don't go. Now, let me ask you a question. What if the Baltimore Ravens go Clyde Edwards-Helaire?
That doesn't make sense for them, but
I would.
Why? Because of the 38-year-old running back and Mark Ingram?
Because they don't throw the ball to running backs. I would hate it. It would kill his skill set. If anything, I would want Jonathan Taylor to go. Right, exactly.
See, Mitch, I understand overall your premise with the rushing quarterbacks. They don't throw the ball to the running backs, but Kyler Murray did it plenty. There were 95 running back targets last year.
But Lamar didn't. Lamar threw, if I could pull it up, I would. He threw the least amount to running backs.
He also only had 400 passing attempts all year.
It's percentage-wise. It doesn't matter if he throws 100 times or 20 times. It's all based off percentage.
But Mark Ingram was never one to be known for pass or catching the ball.
Wait, what?
He can do it, but he's never just absolutely flourished. If Clyde Edwards-Helaire is in Baltimore, he'll be just fine. But I've been saying that Antonio Gibson's a nice late round flyer for the Ravens. They run it out of shotgun a lot. He did that in Memphis. It makes sense.
I'm surprised Patrick
I
Queen.
can't believe I'm not watching the draft. Like
I know, dude. I feel bad that you're sitting there in the garage not watching it.
You have a big TV back there. Turn it on.
Here's the thing. Kudos to y'all. I'm not missing it. I'm enjoying it. Like being on the Dynasty Theory show. I'm enjoying this. Like legit, I'm not even watching the draft, and I don't feel like I'm missing anything. Good stuff y'all are doing, man. And you know, before it gets too late, I want to say that y'all have been crushing it. I've enjoyed the content, the guests, and this setup is phenomenal. I'm not even watching the draft, and I'm having a good ass time.
Thanks, man.
Appreciate
it's been
that.
fun. It's been a lot of fun.
I'm actually shocked that we started at 7 p.m. Eastern time. We're going on 4.5 hours. It feels like it's been 30 minutes.
Yeah.
And my show notes tonight, it was 4 questions, and somehow we've stretched it out to 4.5 hours of content. And we actually have more viewers right now than we had 3 hours ago, which is absolutely incredible. And I see some of the names. They've been sticking around all freaking night. So I want to thank you guys that are
Hey,
viewing.
we haven't given away the Barkley jersey. Do you want to do that?
No, we're going to make them wait a little bit longer.
All right, just throwing it out there.
Now, I said people are going to ask questions if next week on Dynasty Theory they see a signed Saquon Barkley jersey right there. No, but seriously, I have it boxed away. We just moved a couple weeks ago, and I will leave it up to the listener that wins the jersey. If they want me to ship it off now, that's great. But with everything going on, I will hold off if they want me to. So,
Wow, Brandon Ayuk.
It's crazy.
Wow.
I didn't expect that one. Trade
Ray,
up
you're a
one,
little
too.
you're more connected with the rookies overall. Does that surprise you? Because I didn't think he was going to be a first round wide receiver.
Off of what I saw compared to who's still left, yes, but the buzz was, like Mitch said, I mean, as soon as the season was over, the buzz was people had higher grades on him than N'Keal Harry. So, you know, he went to the combine. I thought he would be more explosive than what he was based off of how good he was at Arizona State. But am I shocked that he's a first rounder? No, because that's what we heard. Would I have taken him? If I was Frisco in that spot, I probably would have gone a different direction. But it makes sense for their team. But for fantasy points, I really don't have much interest in him. I'd sell to somebody who's loving that landing spot.
At this point, is Chenault going to end up being a first rounder?
No, shouldn't be.
You don't think so?
No.
I'm wondering because it's going to be like him or Mims off the board next, right?
It's got to be Mims. But
Mims at 30.
Sleepy sneaker, sneaky sleeper. I said sneaky. What did I say?
You said sleeky sneeper, I think.
Yeah, whatever. The Hennessy.
Say my boy, Ray. Come on. Who you got?
KJ Hamler. Don't be surprised.
That
if
wasn't
you
my
hear
boy,
KJ
Ray.
Hamler.
Whoa,
He's not my boy either. He ain't
Ray,
my boy either.
we had some guys on earlier tonight that say KJ Hamler equals bust.
Yep.
I'm not a fan.
Should be
I'm
a
not a
fourth round
fan.
pick.
Someone will love his speed, and then maybe they take that jump on him. Hopefully Pittman or LaVisca. I wouldn't mind seeing one of them sneak in.
Dan, how are you doing over there? Because I know it's past your bedtime.
The diet.
Well past.
But buddy, I'm on the CD Lamb high right now. I go all night now.
You're fine.
We're good. We're good. I'm anxious for this Miami
All right.
pick right now.
Dan, you missed it. I said this actually hurts Ezekiel Elliott's fantasy value because he's not going to get – because I thought moving forward he was going to go back to his 2018 when he was getting more pass attempts, get more targets. Now I don't think there's any way he's going to move up in targets compared to what he got last year.
Nope.
So –
And
Give him the
it's
yards, give him the
drop him down.
touchdowns.
DeAndre Swift.
Oh,
Wait, there's another trade. Green
Wait, what
Bay's in
happened?
there now.
Green Bay wanted their wide receiver, baby. They said, I don't like this.
I'm so confused.
No.
Dolphins
DeAndre
traded out.
Swift.
Dolphins traded.
Oh, okay.
Wait, what?
Dolphins traded out, Ray.
Oh, PFF. Oh, they deleted it.
Oh, bastards.
What'd
Wait,
you
what
say?
happened?
I've got this. I could share this. Oh, they deleted it. They deleted it.
Oh, man.
Wait, what happened?
They had the DeAndre Swift pick loaded and a picture, and then they deleted it.
Oh,
PFF,
horrible.
Come on. This is why
That's
I don't
bad.
trust the PFF grades. I'm putting them on blast right now.
That's
It
right.
is so subjective.
Hey, if you understood the PFF grades, you would like them more.
If Carlos Hyde is graded as a top 12 running back, that's fucking bullshit. I'm sorry.
It's Mims or Higgins here. It's got to be Mims or Higgins.
No. Oh, wait. Sorry. I was just watching
the
the TV and it showed Jordan Love's name. I'm like, no, they did not.
Okay, if Green Bay takes T. Higgins, is he your wide receiver?
Oh, God. No, I won't. I still won't draft him.
He moves up a little bit, though.
He'd move up. I like T. I like T, but he still wouldn't move up.
Wait, Ray, let me ask you a question because I saw a tweet earlier today, and I'm not sure how accurate it was, but it was a tweet I saw, and it said before halftime, T. Higgins' stats compared to after halftime,
Yes.
it was ridiculous. So it's like, is his dominator rating and all that stuff greatly affected because they didn't have to throw the ball in the second half?
Yeah, who did I heard that as well, or I might have been on
It
that
was
show.
from Josh or something like that, and I think Scott Barrett replied.
Yeah,
to it,
Scott-
so it
yeah.
got more
Yeah,
buzz.
Scott was
It
on
was
it.
It got more buzz.
Yeah.
Was it Rish?
Oh, here we go. The pick's in. Yeah, they traded it. Jordan Love.
Jordan
Jordan
Love.
Love.
Jordan
Love. This is crazy.
What? Wait, Green Bay?
Favre Rodgers all over again.
Dude, Daniel Jeremiah has been on that for months now. Like, he's had it for a full month.
Now that's interesting because one, how does Aaron Rodgers react? And two, is it kind of like a wait 2-3 years and Jordan Love is automatically quarterback one? Like where are you taking him in Superflex rookie drafts?
On the spot.
on the fucking spot.
I mean, gosh, he's still after Burrow and Tua. Still after Herbert for me as well. I think he's still QB4. But depending on the league you play in, you might get a little bit of a discount.
Oh,
for
you
Jordan
will.
Love. Because people, he's behind Rodgers. So if he just say, for instance, he fell to 112 or he's sitting around at 201, I'd be trying to trade up to get him and stash him away.
Definitely a good
It's-
stash.
Dude, we talked about this early before you guys came on. Like, Aaron Rodgers is going to give Jordan Love what Brett Favre did to Aaron Rodgers' company. They're just not going to talk to each other. He's going to be the guy that's like, I ain't helping you compete. Not my problem. I honestly hate it for Jordan Love. I absolutely hate it.
How
It's just
fired
like
up
what
is Aaron
Ben-
Rodgers?
it's like what-
and
It's like what Ben did to Mason Rudolph, even though Mason Rudolph probably deserved it, but he said, I'm not here to train you.
Yeah.
And it's what I think Joe Flacco might have taken that approach a little bit, but these guys, they have too much pride, especially Aaron Rodgers. And now this
Especially Aaron Rodgers.
maybe Aaron Rodgers plays for 7 more years now. I don't know.
the poor guy Rodgers, man, they just don't want to get him any help.
Oh, that's off. They traded up for that too, right?
He was probably thinking,
Can I say
give up
one,
the
can I say one
rounder.
thing? Devontae Adams.
Right now,
helps his stock a lot.
it's Devontae Adams, Alan Lazard, and Devin Funchess.
Yeah. And hey,
Jace.
so here is kind of an off-topic Packers point, right? Go buy Sternberger in every league that you can.
Yeah.
Because there's been a lot of talk with the local papers that they're actually going to move him out to the slot. So they're going to play a little bit of 12, but, have him in the slot instead of having, like, Valdez-Scantling out there now. So Sternberger could be that round 15, 16 guy that could end up being, like, a really back-end tight end one.
Would Sternberger be a tight end one in this class? I think probably close
Yeah.
to it. Yeah, come out. I love that.
I
pick,
would
though.
be the tight end one in this class, Justin. It's me or Cole Kmet, and I've seen him play.
Right now I have Sternberger 13th, and I think if they don't get a wide receiver, I think that's going to bump him up.
Dude, Rodgers has to be so mad.
I know, right? Like, he's pissed. He's probably throwing stuff.
Mitch, what drugs did they legalize in Utah for you to have Sternberger at 13?
But who do you... It's because
Xanax.
who do you have around him? Like, Jack Doyle?
Well, Trey Burton might...
Name 12 tight ends, and then we'll go from there.
I can't even name 2 tight ends.
Exactly. That's the point.
Hey, at this point, is Green Bay concerned about Aaron Rodgers? Is there actually a decline? I mean, I don't think so, but what
There
a message
has to
that
be
sends to
something
your locker
that they're
room.
trading up for Jordan Love.
Wait. Tomorrow, the Patriots make a trade for Aaron Rodgers.
Yep, exactly.
That would blow everything up.
My one friend would be so mad because he hates Aaron Rodgers and loves Tom Brady as a Patriots fan. So
they would trade like a 4th-round pick and a couple briskets for him, and
you guys are in fantasy scenarios right now. Again, you give up a 4th-round pick for a backup quarterback. That's a morale buster.
Mm-hmm.
Mm.
Yeah, I mean that's crazy.
Oh,
they have him on the.
I didn't see Jordan Love going to the Packers.
All I know is Seattle better not get a running back on us, JB.
I'm telling you right now.
Please, no.
If Seattle takes a
Jonathan
running back,
Taylor.
I'm so nervous right now.
Here. I'm going to flip out.
There'll be Taylor against Carson against penny fights in the street.
Need one more year out of Carson. Come on now.
I swear to God, I will lose my shit. I got to tweet something right now.
Love said
I'm safe now.
Learn behind Rodgers. He thought.
Yeah, exactly right.
Poor guy.
Oh God. That sucks. Like I actually feel bad for the guy, right? Like you could have gone to almost anywhere else, and if you would have went to the Seahawks, I'd been like, oh, Russell will help him out, but like Rodgers, I'm like, no, that's not gonna happen.
I swear, I'm gonna go nuts here if they go running back.
Oh, I don't want to talk to anybody. If it's Jonathan Taylor, I'm probably breaking my camera right now.
If it's Jonathan Taylor, I have a few shares of Jonathan Taylor. I love it, but Chris Carson.
No,
I would like it so I could hate Jonathan Taylor a little bit more.
Yeah, stop it.
See, I can hate on Jonathan Taylor because I'm like, he's only going to split time with Chris Carson.
JT,
of course.
If JT lands in Seattle, he's a 2-down back, and I mean he's Derrick Henry for Seattle. He's a 2-down back there, I think. Rich Rebar made a good point. He said, I think a lot of people are discounting, how not proficient he is in the receiving game. And as much as we like to think, these players can develop at it and they'll take their time, they'll just fucking find somebody who can do it. Like, we don't need to waste 3 years. Like, you're good at this, you do this, and you come in and do that. I mean, I love him. I love him. But I think he's a 2-down back. Derrick Henry catches an occasional pass here or there. It doesn't mean he won't catch the ball, but there's a difference between catching the ball and being deployed as a pass-catching weapon, and I don't ever think Jonathan Taylor will be that, ever.
Mitch, real quick, who was your comp of Jonathan Taylor on Twitter about a month ago?
Chris Carson. He's a faster Chris Carson.
That's exactly what you said, and it might be coming to fruition here. And I swear, I got this nice Yeti microphone. I might bust it in fucking half here in about.
So Dan might know more about this than I do, but I heard on a podcast, I can't remember what it is, but coaches don't really coach up guys in the NFL. It's more the position guys that are coaching up each other. So like you get drafted to the Cardinals and Larry Fitzgerald is helping you do the routes and stuff because the coaches are doing so many different things. And you have to worry if someone like Taylor goes somewhere to where they just put him in that 2-back set like Derrick Henry and they don't try to help him become that pass catcher because they have someone else that could already fill that role. That's something that I worry about.
Here, is anybody ahead of me here?
No, it just says pick is in.
Who's talking on our screen?
Wingo.
And I got Riddick.
Yeah, Justin's got a little better.
It says on the clock where I am.
Mine says pick is in, and I'm talking. I think it's Luis Riddick. I'm not really sure.
I'm not even watching.
Ray's got the inside.
Ray, turn that TV. That's a big ass TV screen.
Justin's ahead of us, so we'll let him break it down. And I pray it's a running back, just so I can laugh really hard at John breaking everything in his house.
Here, we're throwing up. Actually,
okay.
No.
Big screen.
No, screw that. I'm throwing myself up big here.
Yeah, don't put Justin back up there. He's got that pretty boy hair, man. He's making us look better.
Who they take?
It's Louis Riddick talking still. They haven't.
I'm a little bit ahead of you. You're still talking.
Like I swear, I'm gonna fucking lose it here. I really am because I think
I
have
JB. It doesn't mean they're gonna take a running back. We're worried about it, but
they're doing a special message from their.
They need defensive help here.
They're breaking down every running back there is.
I think I have 15 to 20 shares of Chris Carson here. My palms are actually sweaty here. Like I'm not lying.
I already have like 5 Jonathan Taylor shares, so I'm Hopefully not. I don't see him.
That's more shares than total quarterbacks you have on your rosters, Justin.
You're not wrong.
That's awesome.
You're not wrong.
Well, I can fade quarterback and super flex.
I do it and I capitalize elsewhere. It's okay.
I've seen your teams. I'm not worried.
Oh,
Man.
We'll see.
I'm trying to wait for this pick, but I'm struggling.
All right, it's talking now. Here we go.
Justin, turn it up a little bit.
It's way over there. You're not gonna be able to see it or hear it.
No, turn it up.
It's almost on max. You can't probably hear shit.
There we go.
Come on!
To be honest, I know Ray knows who that is. I honestly have no idea who that was.
I know he's not a running back. That's all I care about.
Back in a
Who
minute.
did take? I couldn't hear.
It was Jordan Brooks, Texas Tech linebacker.
Come on.
I don't even know who that is. I'm not even gonna lie. I have
Pete
no
Carroll
clue.
had him in his interview, took his shirt off, said, "Yep, you're my guy." Taking you.
I have no clue who that is.
I told you they need a defense. See, we're safe, JB.
Does he have two hands?
Oh,
Jordan Brooks.
Oh,
come on. It was a joke. It was a
That's
joke.
terrible.
Joke.
Ravens
Right.
taking Jonathan Taylor or Swift. I can see that. This is exciting.
Okay, yeah. This could be a spot for JT.
I would love
Wait,
it.
so
I would-
we might not see one running back.
It's possible.
Well,
Definitely possible.
wait. I'm going to ask you a question. If the Titans take a running back, that
stop.
tells you a lot about Derrick Henry and what they think about him beyond 2020.
Miami Dolphins will take a running back. They will take.
They
a
have an
running
early
back,
pick in
Dolphins.
round 2, though, and they still have Xavier McKinney on the board, who they liked. I know all the Dolphin stuff now. You see, Dan, I know all the Dolphin stuff now.
Ray, what do you want, man? What do you want?
This is a few weeks ago. You and I were in agreement, and this is what I asked. I just think that we've got to start looking at running back draft capital a little bit different. And I know a lot of people are like, oh, it's historically it doesn't really matter, but let's start like just because in the past first round running back draft capital was gold, right? I just think that teams are getting a little bit smarter, and backs aren't going to start coming off of the board until the second, third round. And I don't think a third, fourth round pick for a running back is the same as that would have been 6, 7, 8, 9 years ago. I just think it's different. I just think it's a little different than before. And I know a lot of people gave me a hard time over that, but I just think we should be reevaluating what draft capital means for running backs.
Ray,
No,
you're
I
preaching to the
agree.
choir, and there's a few names in the Twitter community that I won't name, but I agree with you. And traditionally, third round is the cutoff. Wide receiver, running back, third round. But if I'm an NFL coach and GM, you can wait till the fourth round, I think, and get a really productive running back. You're going to start seeing that capital slip a little bit.
Yep.
And I'm not saying Jonathan Taylor's going to go in the fourth round, but you're going to start seeing guys go in the fourth round that it might be Antonio Gibson. And I said this 2 months ago, and I don't throw many takes out there for rookies because I don't know a ton about them. I'm not people like Ray Garvin, who's the king of the kings, but
The
Antonio
Podfather.
Gibson, he fits perfectly for Baltimore. So I think he's a perfect person in the fourth round. But Ray, you're preaching to the choir, man. We're going to see a big shift here in running back draft capital over the next 5 years, I think.
Yep.
I agree with that. People are starting to realize that running backs don't matter. Like with the Melvin Gordon contract, that was little too. So now, like the second round is going to start becoming like a first round kind of equity. Eventually, you're going to see it like I think level out to that.
What?
Isn't Queen still on the board too?
Wait, what?
What?
Well, we got silence. Running backs do matter in Miami, though. When your depth charts, Jordan Howard, Kalen Ballage, Patrick Lard, and Myles Gaskin, they got to take a little pressure off soon to be Tua there.
Dan,
Yeah,
I
really
swear you
second
said
round
Cole Kmet for some reason.
Oh.
No tight ends,
So
JB.
just to offer a slight contrarian take there,
Shocker.
what if we end up seeing some more guys? You know how people used to trade up for, like when Lamar Jackson went 32 to the, or was it? Yeah, it was 32 to the Ravens, right?
Yep.
We could see some more of, I think we could see some more of that where they trade up to the very end of the first round for running backs because they get that 5th-year option. And then they could just drop them after that because they get that automatic 5th year to where that fourth round now, they still have those escalators in their contracts. The escalators even more than what they used to be in the CBA. They hit even faster now. The round 2 guys didn't even get it before, and the round 2 guys get it now. So I think there's definitely a chance that we see some more trade ups. You get that first round draft capital, like kind of like a Rashad Penny kind of thing if Penny didn't suck. Right. And then they just ditched him at that point.
I love these comments real quick. Does anyone run your chat? You guys are missing a ton here. Let me run this
Trader
shit.
Duck. He should be like trolling on Twitter right now.
I would love to have like a social media intern that would just run everything. And then we have a comment here. He's drunk.
JB, he's
drunk.
You are missing these. That's a problem. You see, JB to Trader Duck is the one that controls that chat. That's the challenge we have here.
Here, real quick, Ray, we have a question for you. Can Parlay Ray comment on how his evening's going betting wise?
Yeah, right now I've got 11 wagers that have been graded, and of the 11, I've hit 5 of the 11 right now.
Yeah, that's good.
So, what are you buying us? Like, how much money do we have at our disposal?
How many leagues are we getting based off this?
I'll be able to jump in a couple of leagues. I'll tell you the one that paid out the most that I hit was the New York Giants. Their first pick, it was plus 850. First offensive lineman drafted, Andrew Thomas. It was plus 850.
Wow, that was 850?
Yeah, I got it. I got that action, and I put a nice amount on there. But
all right, Ray, when this quarantine's up, fly me out to Dallas. We're gonna fucking party, man.
Yeah, we're gonna find CeeDee Lamb, and we're gonna hang out with CD. And hey, real quick, because
CeeDee Lamb, Woody Page, let's do it.
My wife texts me. There's an emergency inside, which means my 6-month-old woke up. But I want to ask y'all, where is Dak Prescott, Superflex wise? Where's he at? Did y'all
quarterback
3? So behind Lamar and Patrick Mahomes?
Absolutely locked. No question about it now.
Despite the Michael Gallup jersey, I'm not a Dallas fan. So Dan's going to say, well, Dak Prescott's the 000 in Superflex startup because he's before 101. But I can't put him below quarterback 3. I like Kyler Murray. I like Deshaun Watson. But it goes Mahomes, Jackson, Dak.
But are you not, and I'm just asking because I'm not, are you concerned that he doesn't have a deal and he ends up on a different team other than Dallas? Or does this CeeDee Lamb pick solidify, look, we're going to build around Dak. He's the guy. We're going to work this out.
Yeah. Dak's the guy. I think Jerry's playing hardball. Jerry's going to the table and putting his cock on the table. Part of my French. But you know, that one won't make the feed. Don't worry, Dan. Listen.
Listen, 5 hours in, you can say that. You could be okay with that.
Dan drives his kids to school. Not now, but he did. And he listens to the pod. He said, John, don't say hell, but I bust out a cock every once in a while. You know, no, Jerry's playing hardball, and he's going to give in eventually.
Jerry will cave in eventually. I'm a little bit concerned, Ray. I mean, obviously it'd be nice to have him there with a new head coach and some changes, but Jerry wants to win. He wants to win now. He will sign Dak.
Do you know who's really happy tonight? Dak Prescott, because he hasn't signed that deal yet. He's like, it was 35 yesterday. We're going for 42 today.
Yep.
I mean, what do you do? You're like, no, we're not going to pay that. Of course they're going to pay that now.
Mitch, you haven't seen the movie, but it's like in draft day. He's like, that was the price 30 seconds ago.
Yeah.
It just went up.
Wow.
Well, fellas, I appreciate y'all having me on.
Hey, thanks for coming on, man. I really appreciate it.
Always a pleasure.
We'll see you, man. Talk to you soon.
Nice meeting you, Ray.
Okay, Ravens picks in.
Patrick Queen.
Oh, man.
Yeah.
Is that who it is?
I mean,
that's
he drops far, so.
Yeah,
Wait,
that was
who
the
was
most
it?
obvious pick there.
Patrick Queen.
Two linebackers in a row. Outside and inside.
Tennessee's up. This is.
Maybe Tennessee gets Jonathan Taylor.
Stop. Actually, I wouldn't. Then Henry's gone next year, so I wouldn't.
They do need some depth.
One guy that I hated was Aaron Jones. If the Packers take a running back here, and I hated Aaron Jones, but because of his price, I've bought him a lot this offseason. I'm going to be super pissed.
Hold up. Dude, Green Bay's not going to be picking for like 4 rounds at this point.
Wait, what happened to the 30th?
Miami has it.
Miami traded it to so they can get Jordan Love.
Okay,
Jordan Love.
I don't have my ticker updated. I'm sorry.
You're a ticker.
I'm sitting here talking about my cock.
God. Okay, well, we passed that point now. We're good.
Where did I get it?
Back to football, please.
I know, right? You wanted to come on.
I did. I wanted to embellish in my Rager.
I know, right? Dude, he's locked in, wide receiver run.
Woo! I got
The
all
only way
shares.
someone will take, like, Judy's the only one that has a chance, right? Because someone is just a Judy fanboy is the only way.
You're gonna have people still take, I think, Lamb and Judy over him just because it's the namesake.
And Dallas.
Dallas,
Yeah.
and then you also have Denver and whatnot. But like, I think that Rager's wide receiver one in this class as of right now.
I have one CeeDee Lamb share that I'm going to do everything I can do to trade tomorrow, and I think it's going to be impossible.
Trade back for him in a year.
No, because I don't even trade for Amari Cooper. So.
Yeah.
All right, so DeAndre Swift has to go to the Dolphins at 30, right?
It doesn't have to.
But
could be Clyde Edwards-Helaire.
No, because they wanted Xavier McKinney at 18. That was one of the things, and they also wanted Jones, the offensive lineman from I don't know where from, but at 26, and he's still here. So, and they have an early pick in round 2, I think 205 or something like that, right? 204.
Yeah.
Dobbins, Swift, someone's gonna fall, and they like Dobbins, I think, almost as much as Swift. So, like, why take a pick here if you have a?
I really want the Chiefs to select some B tier running back like Keyshawn Vaughn
Perfect.
or Zach Moss. You know what I mean?
Stop.
Just something to piss everybody off.
Mitch, real
Barrington
quick.
Evans.
So there's 3 running backs really: Swift, Taylor, Edwards-Helaire. If the Titans don't take a running back here, well, even if they do, Minnesota's not taking. Well, let me ask you a question. Let's say Minnesota takes a running back. That tells you a lot about Dalvin Cook.
Yeah, but it's not going to happen. I mean, if it does, Dalvin Cook all of a sudden becomes like the hardest sell in Dynasty. He'd be harder to move than Aaron Rodgers is at this point.
If the Chiefs take a running back, we have to come up with a wager here.
All right. I'm all about wagers. Let's get it.
Here, I'll be right back with a.
Hey, you missed it, Justin. Guess who owes me a fantasy league? That would be Mr. John Bauer owes me a full Dynasty league.
What was it? What was
As
it?
he
What was
walks
it?
away.
He had the New York Jets selecting a wide receiver, and I was like, there's no chance they're going to take a tackle.
Really? Yeah, I was surprised. I mean, as a future potential Dolphins fan, which I think is almost basically solidified, I got teased so bad with Lamb being there still, and I was like, Cowboys can't pass him up, but I thought, maybe they're going to go chasing because they need defensive help. But like, Dan, I saw your reaction. I was laughing at it. Loved it. It's exactly what I wanted. There it is.
Oh, come on, Jay. You can hop on the Cowboys bandwagon.
I can't do
Lamb,
that.
man.
No.
That offense is going to score 50 points a game.
Next Thursday, that's the episode. My dad's looking forward to it. He's around the couch.
Gonna be fun. Gonna be fun.
Mitch
is gonna warm me up first. He's gonna prime me, and then I'm gonna take you the rest of the way, pal.
Yeah,
It's gonna be good.
I think Jefferson's wide receiver too. I'm not even lying. I think with Thielen being 30 years old, like how much, I think an opportunity's there. I know that's what sucks is like it's like a good landing spot for opportunity share, but at the same time, like you mentioned, slot performance for Jefferson, so it's like it's tough. I mean,
I know that's the problem, right? It's because he's going to play outside. Because they play so much 12 personnel there. But he's going to have so much target equity just because there's no one else to throw to. So you kind of have to bump him up no matter what, right? Dude, I love Irv Smith right now. He's 22 going into the season.
He's my tight end 12. So
yeah, I can see that.
Yeah, I mean, I have in our one league, I think it's 241. I have Mahomes and Dak. I love that. Thanks for giving me that Dak.
So, dude, I'm so excited because in one league that I won last year, I traded DJ Moore for Dak really early in the offseason. And I was like, should I do it? And now I'm like, I'm completely okay with it.
That's fine. Me as a QB hater, I'm what the heck is on Mike Vrabel's behind him? He's got white Frozone in the background. What is going on? And these coaches like draft rooms are hilarious. I love it.
Did I miss anything or no?
What the?
You missed Mitch informing me that you owe him a Dynasty League.
Yeah. I expect that to be paid shortly in a DLF Champ series.
Oh, jeez. I can't join anymore. If I join the other one, I'm co-owning it with Jur.
Mitch, I'll do that.
Well, that's good. You owe me. You should do that.
No,
I appreciate you doing it, though, man.
Sorry, autocorrect.
I appreciate it.
All right. Do you want north, east, south, or west?
Ooh.
So
It's live. He's picking it for you, Mitch. Paying up on the spot.
That's what I do.
Oh, you already signed up?
No, which
He's
one?
asking you.
Oh, sorry. I was looking at the comment section.
What region do you want?
We have to play in the West because the West is going to win every series.
Oh, Titans picks in. Let's see.
If it's turn up.
Isaiah Wilson, offensive tackle, Georgia.
It's almost like the NFL knows that running backs don't matter.
That's
right?
7
They
tackles.
just lost Conklin, right?
Yeah, they did.
Damn. What else you got into that?
The dog, man. 2 linemen.
I love the reactions for offensive linemen, especially. I don't know what it is.
All right, who was it?
Isaiah, not Simmons.
Isaiah Wilson, another tackle from Georgia.
Dolphins are on the clock, so Swift.
Here comes another Bulldog.
I think it's McKinney. And
Yeah,
then I think
that would make sense.
Minnesota goes O-line or defense, and then Kansas City takes one of the top 3 running backs.
Clyde Edwards-Helaire.
Stop. I don't have any Edwards-Helaire.
Kansas City's good. They got Darwin Thompson behind D-Will. DeAndre Washington.
I gotta go grab my water after that comment, Dan.
They're going to prove it to me at pick 32 when they do not take a running back. But right here, Miami, running back. They have to.
So we're not going all the way to 130, but it's going to get close, like 12:30-ish.
For you guys.
3 picks left. We're almost there.
It's only 9:49. It's great. It's not even my bedtime yet.
Just wrong.
Who wants to stay on after and have a little post first round synopsis?
My wife would kill me. I would love to, but I think honestly, I don't know how your wives are doing it because I go out the door and
Mars asleep.
Oh,
I got yelled at once earlier when I yelled.
Oops.
Forgot
Dan,
the
my
kids
dad
were
said he loved
sleeping.
the daddy soda.
There you go. Got to have a daddy soda there.
Dan had 1 daddy soda. I've had a freaking daddy handle over here.
So
I switched to Diet Coke for you, Justin.
Is that leader number 6? No.
Pumping the caffeine to keep
does
up
someone
with JB.
trade up to 32 to get a quarterback to get that 5th-year option?
Jalen Hurts.
Jalen Hurts. Ooh, yeah.
Jalen Hurts. Even Fromm. I mean, NFL guys love Fromm, so I could see him going. I don't like him.
I don't understand.
No, I think.
But you know, NFL guys love him.
NFL guys need to get their head out of their ass. My one Packers fan texted me, "I'm done with this team."
Good for him. Me and him. We'll go find new teams because I'm done with the Lions too.
Yeah.
Here,
Everyone's gonna come on for the intervention show.
I'll join with you, man.
Any listeners drop in the chat, who do the Dolphins take here at 30?
I'll put McKinney or Jones.
Taking DeAndre Swift.
I think
That
DeAndre
should be
Swift
blowing
is
up
the only
traffic.
running back here. I do. I really do.
I'll solidify the fandom.
Justin, whenever they start announcing the pick, turn it up because you're ahead of us.
All right.
Can you actually
They're
hear when I do that?
They're going to go with Lloyd Cushenberry.
Can you actually hear like the volume when I turn
Yeah,
it up?
we can hear it when you turn it up. Yeah.
Oh,
Here,
cool.
we have a question here. This is the most important question of the night from Demon49. What's in that cup, JB? It is vodka and Gatorade.
That's a college combo right there, baby.
And I'm not in college. I'm old. A little bit. I'm older. Mitch, I'm not as old as you and Dan.
Oh, I'm barely old.
What are you calling old, man? I'm like a fine wine here. Come on.
I said I'm not as old as you. I didn't say you were old.
No, I'm not old. Not old. Just
Age
turned
discrimination.
38.
Where's the Dynasty Theory HR department?
I know, right?
They're on a sabbatical right now, so you're fucked.
They're interns. Everyone we have is an intern.
This beard says that I'm okay. I haven't
That
shaved in
says
6
you're
weeks.
a college kid. That's what it
I have
says.
not shaved in 6 weeks, and this is all I have.
Oh, I have not shaved them since I got back from college. Well, I haven't trimmed it since I got back from college. This is getting scruffy.
G Love just traded AJ Brown for Wentz there on the chat. I like that. 2 quarterback
Yeah.
league, I'm sure.
Honestly, I think the biggest trade right now is AJ Brown.
I've tried. I can't get more than 104.
You don't.
I
say.
traded the 105 for him. I got the 105. I was
You said
completely
trading
okay
for.
with it.
Oh, okay. Yeah, I got him in the shift league. I traded him away
Mhm.
for what was it? Landry 109 in 2 seconds. I'll take that.
Yeah, in a heartbeat.
Fine.
Yeah.
I can't.
There's
hold him. He's fine. He's not gonna obviously his peak value probably, but I think he's still gonna be fine.
Yeah, the problem is he's never going to produce on what happened those last 7 weeks of last year, but everyone's going to expect it.
Yeah,
I hate the R word, but regression. Everybody says it, and Lamar Jackson, he's a sell. Patrick Mahomes is a sell, but AJ Brown, that efficiency was absolutely absurd. What, 450 pass attempts throughout the season?
Yeah, he averaged 6 targets a game when he was scoring 25 fantasy points a week. It was nuts.
Yeah. I mean, the same argument can also I forget who I saw it on Twitter. It was he was getting those 3 catches for 100+ yards and a touchdown. But every time you do that, that's a touchdown. So take away the long touchdown, you have more opportunity for targets when you're moving down. But it's still regression are where it's gonna probably happen. So peak value right now, sell on him, get him cheaper in a year. That's the way to do it.
There was not a team in the NFL that had a better red zone efficiency than Titans last year.
Wasn't it 32 out of 33 attempts or something like that?
Yeah, I love Derrick Henry. I love AJ Brown. I love Ryan Tannehill, but they can't duplicate that. They can't. And if somebody's going to tell me they can, I'm going to call you a liar, or I'm going to say, oh, you look at PFF.
Because remember, their kicker got injured week 11 or something, and then their kicker that they resigned didn't have to kick a field goal for the first 5 weeks that he was on the team. I don't remember who it was, but it's just funny how that happened.
It was Dan Lamagna.
I don't like kickers. It wasn't me.
All right, pick is in, but they haven't gone yet. They're showing Tua.
All right.
And they're showing Andrew Jackson.
Yeah, I was just looking up and said pick is in, and it had Herbert celebrating. I'm like, wait.
They're showing everyone's celebrations right now.
That doesn't make any sense.
I think the Cardinals taking Simmons was a smart pick, even though
I love it for him.
Wasn't
smart.
Wasn't optimal, but they're you can't pass that up. This dude literally. What position do you play? Defense.
I really wanted them to get Okuda so they could put him on the other side of Peterson.
Yeah.
That would have been perfect, but
that would have been something. You can't throw against them.
Right, pick is in.
Demon 49 saying McKinney. I can see him going defense.
Is that verified, or is that just your
No.
speculation,
that's just what he's
Demon?
saying.
All right, I turned it up. You guys hear it?
Yeah.
That's crazy. I don't know. This little microphone.
Jalen Hurts.
Dynamic microphone. 3 quarterbacks in the first round. He should have went Love.
Michael Pittman's name's starting to show up, Dan.
I like Pittman. He has that pedigree. His dad played in the NFL.
Did you know his dad played in the NFL?
Offensive tackle. Where's that before? What is that? Austin Jackson.
That was at 18.
Yeah, he went 5 picks ago.
Watching these celebrations.
I said dysfunction on our little hour live stream today, Dan. I thought of you.
Appreciate you, man.
I want a dysfunction highlight tape for Dan. Just dysfunction. Cut.
I'm gonna talk dysfunction about your bandwagon hopping. And
Whoa! It's not bandwagon hopping anymore. It's a new era. They're saying no running backs tonight.
Mitch, what's that? What's the jersey we have? The Browns.
The Jabril Peppers.
Are we going to try to still in the chat? Drop your name in here. We'll do a random drawing for the Jabril Peppers Browns jersey. If you want it, drop your name in the chat. Let us know you're still here.
Wow. I'll mail it out when my state opens up too. So it might take a while, but you will get it.
Getting blessed.
Literally,
yeah, really,
a free
though.
jersey. Drop your name in the chat.
Drop your name. You can have it.
They're showing Dobbins. They're just showing all the running backs now.
Yeah, they're all pissed. They're like,
Where they're dragging this one out.
Here we go. Nope. Brian Flores.
Okay, DeAndre Swift has the best background so far. That was awesome.
I didn't see. I looked up and I saw Dobbins.
He had the Avengers behind him.
Oh.
No, not the Avengers. Sorry, the Justice League.
Oh, then RB6. That's just
RB6.
I'm rewatching all the Marvel movies with my dad because he didn't get to see them all through. He wanted to know which ones to watch before Endgame, and I was like, I'll just rewatch them all.
Did you figure out the actual order to go in them? There's like a whole
in a chronological order, yeah. Not like the day it came out, but all.
Where is Dad?
There's his head.
What is he throwing up?
Had a lot of daddy sodas. Margarita Man was his name on the live stream tonight. He was making all the margaritas.
Mitch, I thought you were having margaritas.
Yeah, beer's easier. With me working tomorrow, I didn't want to chance it.
Oh, you work tomorrow? Damn.
I do. Yep.
I have to work tomorrow too, but I don't.
I have to drive to work tomorrow. It's a weird thing nowadays. Like, people don't believe in cars.
Yeah, I don't.
Oh, we have one person in, Chris. So far, Chris is
Chris.
the only person getting the
Hey,
jersey.
Jabril Peppers!
Chris Graves is like, I want that.
Like, never mind, I don't want it.
People are just in the chat
Hey.
sitting like, nah.
We've still never announced the Saquon Barkley jersey giveaway. Just after this pick, because Dolphins
After
are more
this
important.
pick, I will
than-
announce the Saquon Barkley jersey.
Good call, Mitch.
Right, here we go.
That would have
Walk.
sucked if we didn't
It's
give it
up.
away.
You guys
Come
hear it?
on. Wait.
Swift.
Miami Dolphins select Noah Igbenogany, defensive back, Auburn.
Wow. No.
I'm not even going to try to spell that last name.
I'll give you $25 now.
Next best corner on the board there. So they got themselves a good corner.
Doesn't matter. Like,
They've got to be thinking they're going to get that running back in the early second round.
no, it's just you get Byron Jones and Xavier
Pick
Howard. What are
39.
you doing?
I'll
You
link
lose-
it in the private side of the chat, so you could just throw it up on there. You got that, John?
Miami, wow, they're just DB. It's a strong secondary, Justin.
It's something.
All right, so we have the winner. I did a little generator. Let me know when you announce it.
You can announce it whenever you want.
Did I win, John?
The winner
Just
of the Saquon Barkley autographed jersey giveaway. We've been doing this giveaway for 2 months, I think. And I don't know if he's in the chat, but I will DM him. Tim Barons.
Yeah, Tim.
Oh, I know Tim Barons. I know him
Congratulations,
from.
man.
Oh, I could see his Twitter icon right now in the back of my head.
So I'll shoot him a DM. I mean, it's been 2 months.
That's
Finally, a
special,
winner.
John. Type it in for him, will you? Put it in print, man.
Clyde Edwards-Helaire will be going to the Chiefs.
Stop.
It's gonna happen.
Okay,
man.
well that kills Damian Williams.
It's fine. You know, sometimes heroes have to die. It just is what it is.
Coach Reed is happy with D. Will, Darwin Thompson, and DeAndre Washington.
He is not happy with Darwin Thompson.
Speed, baby, speed.
Darwin Thompson does not have speed.
Carries the ball on the goal line of the Super Bowl.
Did he score on that goal line carry?
He should have, man.
No, I was just wondering.
I had him in DFS.
RB1.
I was so pumped watching him get the ball on the goal line, having him in DFS. I saw the dollar signs, and he just gets stuffed. I wanted to cry.
So
All
we
right,
got
so
2
far-
picks left.
And we have 3 names here for the Jabril Peppers jersey.
All right. So who do we got?
We have Duck, Demon, and Gapes.
All right.
You're not going to pass on Miami. Byron Jones, Xavier Howard, and the stud corner. Will, they're going to wrap up the slot now.
You gotta say his name. I don't know who you're talking about, Dan.
The stud corner named Noah.
You got it.
All right, so as of now, I can't see Minnesota taking a tight end. Kansas City's not taking a tight end. So we were right on Cole Kmet not being a first-round pick.
I knew that before, JB. You're the only one that brought that up. You're on
No,
a tight end
no.
kick tonight.
A listener did.
listener asked.
All right.
And we said no.
Blame it on the poor
no way.
listener. Vikings even take another receiver, maybe?
Guys, we just
I wouldn't be
eclipsed 5
surprised,
hours
honestly.
tonight. This is
That's impressive.
Yeah. And I think the conversation, it's flowed well. We I might have gone rated R every once in a while, but
Slightly. Some awful dad jokes, but
okay, those jokes were good.
How dare you?
Maybe some D-line help here for the Vikings.
All right, Mitch and Dan, we'll have to figure out some 10-minute clips to
Jeff Gladney. That's
DB.
He was supposed to be going there. So that makes
Yeah, that makes sense because they got rid of their other, pretty much 3 starting quarterbacks.
I'm not even
Next
updating
best-
this.
Next best corner on the board.
All right, so do the Chiefs take
I know
running
Trader.
back?
I know Trader Duck is sitting there in the chat. He's like, I told you no first round running backs, but he doesn't understand Kansas City is still on the board. Kansas City, the
Trader
goat
Duck is
spot.
Mitch, of all people, you've been preaching for months.
Oh, the Chiefs don't take a running back in early draft capital.
I'm pretty sure I never said it, especially like that. Never said it.
You did.
No, pretty sure I didn't. No.
I'm pretty sure I have a tweet from you that says the Kansas City Chiefs will not take a running back early.
That was probably last year because I haven't said it this year. Definitely last year didn't make any sense to me. But this year they actually have draft capital to where they can do it. Last year they had no picks until like the third round or something like that.
All right, well, Damian Williams, let's go.
Who's still? I mean,
Demon 49.
well, actually, no. They're
you kidding?
gonna take. I think you're gonna take Yetur Gross Matos.
Guys, I don't know if
Denzel
you can see,
Mims.
I don't know if you can see that right there. I have 591 group me messages right now.
That's what happens when you have 591 Dynasty.
I'm at 242, so you doubled me.
Oh man.
Jeez, oh man.
Let's see if I've got any trade offers in this time. Oh, yep. I got a trade from. We're not going to say that name on air. Let's see. I got Jerry Jeudy for CD Lamb.
You get offered?
You got it too?
Yeah.
Didn't work for me. Will it work for the person who gave you the
I don't
trade?
know if I even like that. So
I would take Jerry. I would
just
take
even.
Jerry Jeudy.
I just think it's even. That's my issue with it. I don't know if I'm actually gaining anything at that point. Oh.
It's kind of like a. Yeah.
Wait, Mitch, I have a hot dog offer. Robbie Anderson.
I got the same thing, dude.
A 2022 first.
Yep.
A 2022 second, third, and fourth for Devontae Adams.
I got that same thing for Stefan Diggs and 111.
I'm not even going to reply. Like, that is absolute freaking trash.
I just let those sit.
I was gonna try to trade like Derrick Henry for Devontae Adams or something along the lines of that, but I was waiting until this draft was over because I thought they were gonna take Mims, but apparently not.
No, don't have to worry about that
now,
anymore.
Yeah, so maybe I'll try that offer again or something like along the lines of it.
Derrick Henry, he's still a sell for me.
Yeah, I still sell. I mean, it's just tough because like running backs help you win the championship, so it's like, I mean, he's got one or two more years left. But Devontae Adams getting a little older too, so I was worried they drafted someone else because they really had like no good number two. Like it's always just
Pick is in. We're almost finished up, boys.
This
My
is
pick
it.
isn't even in yet.
Last pick of the night.
It says on the clock, but in my mind, I read the pick is in, so it's not my fault.
Guys, we made it. We made it through
you guys
the
did
first
it.
round.
How long were you guys live, Justin?
We were live for like an hour, I think, because these chairs you sit in are not that great, and they kind of hurt your bottom. So.
And then Paul got tired. He's throwing up in the garbage can.
He said, well, he was gonna do ab workouts on the exercise ball. We got to 50 viewers, and then we were at like 15. He was ready to go, but we didn't get there.
I love
it.
And then Justin, you're having Mitch and Dan on your show next week or 2 weeks from now.
Next week, yeah, I have Mitch on Wednesday. Some guy named Mitch, and then an intervention show with Dan.
I cannot wait to tune
Double
in.
dipping, man.
Can't wait.
Double dipping, and
Back
then we
to
also
back.
have we're having Jesse Reeves come on Friday.
Reed's a good guy.
Very smart.
Busy
guy.
week for you, man.
Very smart.
Sweet.
Big week for us, and then thanks to you, John, we got Mike Clay coming on in early May.
Awesome.
He is
great.
seriously so. I know, like I jokingly say like, oh, I don't brag, but like Mike Clay, Ross Tucker, Woody Page, you know, all the guys we've had on, Liz Loza, JJ Zachariason,
Mitch Sorensen.
Oh,
Mitch
shut up,
Sorensen.
Mitch.
You can't
But
forget Mitch Sorensen.
The people in this community, they really want to, like, they don't care. They don't care if you have 50 downloads, 100, whatever it is. It's really a great community, and I was so happy, Justin, whenever you and we connected, was it last night?
Last night, yeah.
And
like more than that.
but I said, let me reach out to Mike, let me reach out to JJ, and that's fantastic. So I'm really
thank
happy
you.
for you.
Yeah. We gotta get some big name guests on the show this offseason and try to grow. That's my goal. Dynasty's not a thing, but we're getting there.
But when I messaged them, I said it's a father and son, and that dynamic's not out there. you two bicker, you bitch each other. Like it's really entertaining.
It's a really good show. Like I don't listen to a lot of podcasts, but you're one of the only ones I listen to religiously every single week.
Thank you, Mitch. That's one of like the 70 people that downloaded it. You guys are one of my like 3 to listen to. So
that's right.
You gotta listen to Dynasty Theory. You can't not. But yeah, no, redrafts are a thing. Dynasty. I mean, I started Dynasty 2 years ago. My first ever league was with Mitch. I think the Omaha League was my first ever league.
League sucks. But I'm still
in it. It's really dry. We're still in it.
It's awful, man.
It's awful.
Dynasty's like the warm up. We do all these dynasties for months, and then after this draft, before you know it, do some big money redrafts. Looking forward to them.
Yeah.
How old is Brett Veach? He looks like he'd be like my son.
I have no idea who you're talking about. So,
the general manager of the Kansas City Chiefs. Are you yawning?
I'm tired, man. Dude, it's 10 o'clock. It's well past my bedtime.
See, I go to bed at like 4 a.m. So this is all.
You East Coasters are insane, and then you'll wake up before
I'm all
me
ramped
too.
up.
No, not
It's
me.
crazy.
This quarantine has done some bad things to my sleep schedule. It's now I go to bed at 2:30 to 4 o'clock in the morning, and I'll wake up at 12 to 1. Yeah, I'll be all right.
That's crazy.
Then I'll do schoolwork and then fantasy, and then we're just here. The online school thing, that's a bitch. That's what
I'm a little excited to dive into some dynasty trades tomorrow. That could be fun.
Ayuk's not going to be on my roster in 2-4-1. I'm going to try to move him. We'll see what we can get.
Dan and Mitch, is there any possibility you're free tomorrow night?
Nah, my wife won't let me do it, dude. I would love to, but there's no way.
Sign me up, John.
There you go. Duo cast.
We could do a little dual cast here, father son Dynasty Theory.
We could. Here we go. Last pick of the first round.
Yep.
With the 32nd pick
Swift.
in the 2020 NFL Draft, the Super Bowl champion Kansas City Chiefs select Clyde Edwards-Helaire.
Wow!
What did I say? What did I say?
Wow! Is he running back one now?
Yeah.
Wow. Is he running back one?
Oh, without a doubt. Yeah. Yeah, he's running back one.
He's 1 or 2 for me.
Wow.
Dude, quick shout out to Ray, who also had him as the first back being taken.
Yeah.
And his prop bets.
Money.
Yep. Told you. Wow. So, Trader Duck in the chat, I believe you kept saying that like the running backs weren't going to be taken. I'm not.
I told
sure.
most of you no first round running back.
Roasted.
Come on, Duck.
Hey, I actually have a tweet from earlier today that says Edwards-Helaire will also be the first back taken.
Well, hold up and share your screen here. That he instantly for me. Oh God, he might be my running back one, and I have a few shares, and I'm excited. But Damian Williams, God bless his soul, I think he's dead.
Oh man,
what do we say? He's dust, right? Dust.
That shakes it all up. I can't believe it.
Wow. I mean, instant reactions. Hal, he says, "Wow." Demon.
What a last pick.
CEH. I mean, Jesus.
Dude, NFL loved him. I'm
not that happy. I mean, I'm happy. I'm not.
Me neither, Jess.
So
I'm not a big Clyde Edwards-Helaire. Like I don't mind him. It's just like you have LSU offense where every single team that faced them, no way to game plan for a run. They try to stop Jamar Chase, Justin Jefferson, Thaddeus Moss, and the whole entire passing attack.
Justin, how was that any different than Kansas City?
No, that's what I'm saying. So, like, I mean, for them, they could have took a better prospect, such as the DeAndre Swift, J.K. Dobbins, and Jonathan Taylor.
It's the perfect fit, though.
Like, it's a perfect fit. Any running back that goes to Kansas City is a perfect fit. I just hate saying that Clyde Edwards-Helaire is the running back one in his class. I hate it.
Over 6 weeks, Damian Williams was the running back one because he could catch the fucking ball. Now Clyde Edwards-Helaire is there, who's better than
Edwards-Helaire is the running back one. Like, I hate saying that's why I'm mad about this. This is like I hate saying that Clyde Edwards-Helaire is the running back one. This is why in all these the Safe Leagues drafts, I wish it was like rookie picks instead of actual players because there's so much you don't know.
And
that's the whole point.
I have more Clyde Edwards-Helaire than Jonathan Taylor, DeAndre Swift, Jalen Reagor, and guess what? I love it.
Well, now you gotta love it.
I have so many Damian Williams shares.
Yeah, I have two.
I do too, though. I do too.
But I paid for them like the previous year, so I really don't care what the acquisition cost was. You know what I mean? But Yeah, that's kind of funny.
All right, guys.
Sweet.
As we always do, closing thoughts here. Justin.
Wow. All right. Well, I'll like downplay. Edwards-Helaire, running back one. It's hard. First round capital for that 5th-year option, and plus Kansas City. I mean, that's a win-win. And then the more important thing, baby, Jalen Reagor, wide receiver one. That's what kind of made my night. But I'm just kind of done with that. But good for Clyde Edwards-Helaire. But Reagor, baby.
Mm-hmm.
Justin, I'm sure our listeners know, but let's pretend like they don't. Tell them about the podcast, where to find you, all that stuff.
So you guys can find me in my basement. No, it's at Justin FSFF on Twitter. The podcast is at FatherSonFF. Do a podcast with my dad. It's just pretty fun. We got some nice banter. We're on any podcast app. You guys can go over to the Twitter and see our link tree and check us out there. But yeah, thanks for having me on for the last hour of this show. Thank you.
Thanks for coming on, buddy.
Yeah. Justin, you and I might be doing a little collaboration tomorrow if the wife lets me.
Sounds good. Just hit me up. I'm free. I'm not doing anything.
All right. Thank you. Talk to you later.
See ya.
Be good, Just.
Peace.
Guys, 5 hours and 14 minutes. And I think the conversation was good. We had people. They stuck around. We still have 12 people watching. We up to 27 at one point tonight, which was more than I thought. I told my wife earlier tonight we might have 5, which includes the 3 of us. So
it was a good night, man. I thought it started a little bit slow because we didn't get the trades or anything early. But once the Raiders took Ruggs, it just seemed to take off from there. It was awesome to have Ray on when Reagor did go early, so that was just opportune timing, I think, for the show. It was Christmas with Lamb going to the Cowboys. Never did I imagine that happening. Justin Jefferson, I think, is gold with the Vikings, and what a way to end in Kansas City there. Wow.
I mean, there were some big things. I mean, Jordan Love to Green Bay. That really shocked me. I mean,
they're trying to trade Aaron Rodgers now.
Right. Like Kansas City, we kind of thought there was a chance for a running back, even though on Twitter we might have said otherwise. But Clyde Edwards-Helaire, he's going to rise up stock boards or draft boards. He's going to rise up in stock. And I mean, Jalen Reagor, Henry Ruggs, Jerry Jeudy, CeeDee Lamb, seeing their landing spots really play out, it's going to dictate how rookie drafts go here starting in probably Sunday. So, I mean, Mitch, what's the big thing that stood out to you?
Justin mentioned it, but we have some things solidified now. Wide receiver 1 will be Reagor no matter what happens. Running back 1 will be CEH no matter what happens. Quarterback 1 will be Joe Burrow no matter what happens. Tight end, it's pretty crap this year, so it really doesn't matter what happens there. What that means is if you traded up for that 101 in the draft, there's still going to be a lot of people who are going to have take lock and take Jonathan Taylor there and take Joe Burrow there. I mean, Joe Burrow is fine. That's not take lock, but just saying that Jonathan Taylor is still going to go 101. So if you have that 103, 104, you're still in a great spot to be able to get someone like CEH, who is probably going to outproduce any other running back at this point. You just have to figure he has so much touchdown upside each week that you're going to have to put him in your lineup.
How about the safe leagues that we've taken part in where rookies are included? I've taken Jonathan Taylor back into the second. Now, where could he go?
It could still be fine. It could still be, because he could still end up being, there's still spots for him. The problem that I always had with Jonathan Taylor is the NFL doesn't love him as much as the Dynasty community did. That was always my issue with him. And I could be wrong, and he could end up going, 203 to Miami or 202 Miami, whatever they pick at. And that could still happen. But, he's not the first guy off the board. And NFL likes DeAndre Swift more than like Jonathan Taylor. That's been spoken about for the last 3 months as well.
Mitch, a ton of good points there. I agree with all but maybe one. And that's the Reagor wide receiver 1. Especially from hearing that from you, who's been big on
CeeDee Lamb,
Jefferson.
wide receiver 1.
I'm not even going there. No, I just think Justin Jefferson in Minnesota, it's Thielen and nobody else.
Mm-hmm.
I think Justin Jefferson's very attractive right now and kind of sneaky. Like, I think people will sleep on him. It's not the pretty pick. It's not the attractive pick maybe when everyone's talking Lamb and Jeudy and Ruggs going super early, but Justin Jefferson, Minnesota is appealing to me.
All right, we're doing the jersey giveaway, and I have to give it. I'm going to arbitrarily pick, and it's
Whatever you
the
want. You're good.
it's the Jabril Peppers jersey. But Trader
I was going
Duck-
to say, we gave away the Barkley jersey. What are you talking
it's
about? I'm so
Jabril
confused.
Peppers. My man Duck here, he said, I've been here almost the whole damn time, JB, and he really has. So I'm going to DM you, Duck. You got the Jabril Peppers jersey.
Yeah,
So
it might not be shipped for a couple weeks, but you'll get it. Without a doubt, you'll get it.
we always pay up on the jerseys. So
That's right.
But I mean, we had people engaged in the chat all night watching us. For some reason, people watch us, and I don't know what. I get a damn life, people. Come on. But Mitch, Dan, I could not have done this without you. You guys have been absolutely fantastic. Even though, Dan, the man cave, it didn't really pan out tonight.
That was a little tough for me early on there. I even had the college IT department on remote, and it just wasn't happening. But we'll figure it out eventually next year.
All right. Well, everybody that tuned in, thank you very much. And this is just the first year of many, but we're happy that you all tuned in for the live draft show for round one. And maybe Mitch and Dan, they can convince their wives to jump on for day 2. I don't know. Maybe.
Probably not.
Maybe.
Just throwing that out there.
I need to
I'll
catch
send
up on
Cat-
all the CD Lamb videos, man. I got a lot.
I
of
know.
You got a lot of YouTube to watch.
I'll send cash over, but everybody knows where to find us. We're on Twitter and Instagram at Dynasty Theory FF, and find Dan at FF Coach Dan. It's always a tongue twister. Mitch at Dino MC, and myself at the Bauer Club on Twitter. Have a fantastic night.